Hey, everybody. Merry Christmas. Do me a favor. Let me know how things are. If you can hear me. I know the video is, we learned last time, for my birthday, we did a couple of tests and everything, and we hopefully worked out some of the bugs here. It's going to be more zoomed in than I want it to be due to reasons. But as long as it's stable, I think I fixed the audio issues that we had last time. We should be good to go. But so if ever you guys can do me a favor, and we have to use do the prototypical beginning of a live stream. We go, how is it? Is it working? Is everything okay? But yeah, confirmation on the audio would be appreciated, guys. You can hear me. Merry Christmas, everybody. I got my little Santa hat thing going on here. While we wait for some people to come in, I'm gonna tell you a little story about this hat. So this hat actually belonged to my late mother. And when I was cleaning out her house, we found it, and we actually found like a bunch of photos of her from like, I think when she turned like 21, and she was wearing this hat. For some reason, even though it wasn't Christmas, her birthday was in April, but she was wearing this hat, and she was getting like stoned and wearing this hat, which is I'm pretty sure what happened. So for you, Mom. But anyway, so I've got that hat, and I've also got my Bah Humbug hat, in case later we feel like being anti-Christmas for some reason. I don't really mean anti-Christmas, but you know what I'm saying. Anti-spirit of Christmas, as it were. Got that going on. And then I got a couple of random props and things sitting around if anybody wants to see them, like Christmas nights. And I got the Sega Pluto. No, nobody cares about that. But yeah, so if you're new to these things, the way this typically works is it's just a live stream. It's a live Q&A. There's really no show component to any of this. I read the chat. I answer your questions as best I can. I'm just going to be honest, I give preferential treatment to anybody who is going to super chat or donate, because that's really the only thing I can do for you, for your generosity, is just to give you the questions priority. But it's not a requirement of the show. It's a guarantee that your question will get answered. Or at least that I'll acknowledge it, depending on what the specific question is, I suppose. But yes, you guys like the thumbnail to this? Hopefully it's displaying correctly, because my buddy Pizza Parker, who's a dude in my Discord, which you should totally check out my Discord if you're not in there, he made the thumbnail. It's a great Home Alone themed one, but for some reason the link, when you preview it on certain websites, it's displaying as like my birthday show, which I don't understand because I did not use that thumbnail. Yeah, so funny thing, so somebody asked if I had watched Home Alone. Am I going to watch Home Alone? You know, the funny thing about that is the Home Alone house is like 20 minutes from me. I've been to it. I've actually been inside it. It doesn't look like it does in the movie. The inside in the movie is just an interior they built on the set of a high school. I'm not, no joke. But the actual like house, I've been inside, and I've been outside of it as well, obviously. And it's really funny because when Pizza was making my thumbnail, he suggested, hey, why don't we do a thing with you like in front of the Home Alone house? And I was like, I really wish you'd asked like even a day earlier if you'd come up with this idea. I could have actually driven to that house and taken a nice selfie that you could have used. But instead we had to do it the way we did it. So whatever. Although I will say this, I had this idea yesterday. All right, I want to talk a little bit about the new Spider-Man movie, just a little bit. No spoilers. I'm not going to spoil anything. But I do think, given the new Spider-Man movies, like that series, and how they always have to use the word home and everything, I really want the next one to be called Spider-Man Home Alone, and I want Macaulay Culkin to be cast as Hydro Man. That way they can just specifically refer to him as the Wet Bandit. Come on, guys. That's a movie. Let's do it. But yes, I'm not going to do an entire video on Spider-Man No Way Home. There's just no reason to. I don't really do movie reviews per se. I do them in my podcast. If you ever listen to my podcast, Keith, I saw you in here earlier. We had a great discussion about the new Ghostbusters movie. So yeah, I mean, like that. That's where you'll hear any of my movie reviews will typically show up in there. Sometimes I'll throw them into the live streams, but the reason I typically keep them limited to the podcast is, well, I'm not really associated with film reviews on this channel, so it's really just kind of bonus content for anybody who's interested. But also, at least when it's a podcast, you have the potential to avoid spoilers because all the time code and stuff is in there. The reason I don't do it too extensively in live shows is simply that if people are just like, hey, I want to casually listen, I also don't want to ruin movies for them. But yeah, I think we're rolling now. So let's get started here. So somebody asked, where's the NBA Elite 11? So it's funny you ask that. In the thumbnail, you guys notice I'm holding a copy of NBA Elite 11. NBA Elite 11, if you don't know the story of this game, it's the rarest PS3 game by far. The estimate on how many copies exist is somewhere between 11 and 100. And the reason for that is that was just EA's NBA game in 2011. That's what, was supposed to be a common, normal release. But the game was so buggy that even EA went, this is terrible. We cannot release this. So they never put out any 360 copies, but they did actually ship out the PS3 editions, but then they recalled them all. But a few stores broke street date here and there. And so as a result, there's just a couple of copies that have leaked out over time. So the copy I'm holding in that photo is actually owned by Joe Sullivan. He actually does like he does like a video game prototype museum, like a video game museum it's like a traveling museum, and he has all these like great crazy things that he'll just bring to conventions and stuff. So I was at Kansas City Retro, and I brought the Sega Pluto, and I of course just brought myself. But Joe came and he brought a whole bunch of stuff, and one of the things he brought was NBA Elite 11. So first we did like a photo of the NBA Elite 11 like inside the Sega Pluto, which I've shared on Twitter and Instagram and all that sort of stuff, which I just thought was funny. But then it dawned on me, my buddy Ben lives there. He was at the con. He's the only person I know who has like a complete PS3 set. And so we thought, this would be kind of cool. It's 10 minutes from the con. What if Joe and Ben and I all go to Ben's house, bring NBA Elite 11, and put it together? That way, for the first time ever, there's a complete PS3 set somewhere in the entire world. And so we did that. We took our little photos. I got some video footage, and that's pretty much it. It was just this weird thing that we all did because we're nerds. Okay. Did I see Matrix 4? Yes, I did. I saw it on HBO Max. I did not go and see it in theaters. I did I'm just going to say I did a safe Twitter review of it, and let me read my own review right back to you, because like I said before, I don't like to spoil movies for people, so I keep things incredibly neutral, because believe me when I say I would love to just sit there and talk endlessly about all that, but I don't like to ruin movies for people. So here was my very safe Matrix 4 review. So Matrix 4 was in some ways great, in some ways terrible, in some ways safe, in some ways challenging. I can't tell yet if I loved it or hated it. I guess that's something. Overall, I would probably say I liked it, but I question a lot of its choices. Because there's a lot of aspects of that movie where I'm like, I remember actually near the end of it, I actually said out loud, oh, fuck you. Like, I just couldn't believe that happened. But then I'm sitting there thinking about it, I'm like, there's actually lore reasons why that makes sense. So it's very convoluted intentionally so. So it's one of these things where you're like, is that just bad, or does that actually make sense? And I don't want to elaborate any more than that because I don't want to ruin it for other people. But I'll say between that and Spider-Man No Way Home, Spider-Man No Way Home was the far superior movie. So what, did you guys see it? I mean, what did you think? Also, by the way, I mean, again, Merry Christmas. How are you guys doing? You having a good holiday? I got a lot of coffee here. This is actually gingerbread coffee. I've gotten this one. And I also have two more set up because I have no idea how long I'm going to be going, but I got the Ubisoft thermos and the Blockbuster thermos. And my girlfriend is here. I don't want her to get mad at me. Babe, I've also got water all set up, so don't worry. I'm all good. We got a $20 super chat. Thank you from Ryuji Sakamoto. Says, thanks to your recent PS3 video, and I assume you're talking about the hacked one, I got jealous, and I got the same model CIB 60 gigabyte A01. I think the Wi-Fi board is going bad, as every time I turn it on, the Wi-Fi works for like 30 seconds before disconnecting if you run into this issue. First of all, thank you for the super chat. Second of all, I have not seen that specifically, only because I use everything with a hard line. I just keep everything with an actual wired connection. So initially I actually was having some network issues, but I did get around that relatively quickly. I think it's just because the actual physical connection of the cable wasn't doing so well. But after that, it seemed fine. I didn't bother to test the Wi-Fi on it. I vaguely recall that the Wi-Fi on PS3 60 gigabyte models is not notorious for being good. If I were you, I would just use a hardline connection and just go from there. But it also depends. Like, did you do the modification yourself, or did somebody else do it for you? Let me know. I'm only saying because it depends on like which, I didn't set any of it up as far as like how it connects to the internet and what servers it blocks and all that sort of stuff. So just make sure that's all done correctly. And yet, to my girlfriend's concern, I showed you the water. I showed you the water. It's water and lots of coffee. We got another super chat from Zesty's Retro and Games. Thank you. Lion Goes Roar. May 2022 bring us more full sets. Thank you very much, Zesty, who is the official lion of my Discord. By the way, shout out to him because he showed up to Kansas City Retro, which is very cool. And I'm assuming, dude, I'm going to see you at Mo GameCon Jr. I'm going to do an announcement here for those listening. Mo GameCon, which is one of my favorite conventions every year. It's a retro gaming convention. They do a junior one now, which is basically like just a big swap. It'll be in St. Louis, as it usually is. I will be there. It's in February 26th. I think it's a Saturday. I'm going to be there, and the Sega Pluto will be there. And if you want to come out and play the Sega Pluto, meet me, or more accurately and more importantly, play the Sega Pluto, you can do that. And if anybody wants to see the Sega Pluto, it's just sitting over there. But yeah, thank you, Zesty. We got another one from Sabo Productions. Hey, Chris from California. Met a bunch during E3. I miss you, man. Hope next time you're in California we can get lunch. Well, first of all, thank you. I was just in California, dude. I was in Sacramento. Which part of California are you in? Are you actually down near Los Angeles? Yeah, you gotta. I don't mean to be rude, but you gotta like elaborate on that. I need to know that California's a big state. But yeah, dude, why not? Let's hang. And thank you for the super chat. Is that NBA game really the rarest on PS3? Yes, it is. We talked about it a little bit earlier, but yeah, NBA Elite 11 is by far the rarest PS3 game ever released because it didn't really get released. It just kind of got leaked out, and it wasn't supposed to come out. But yeah, okay. I don't want to get in trouble because I have to prove to the girlfriend that I've got the water. By the way, for those in the chat, Mrs. Claus there, that's my girlfriend. And if I don't drink any water, I'll get in trouble. Ryuji Sakamoto super chats again. He says, I did it myself. The Wi-Fi itself was bad out of the box before I even modified it. I had to update the firmware beforehand, and that's where I found out. Yeah, that's probably just the 60 gigabyte PS3 being the 60 gigabyte PS3. They're unfortunately not very good. So I would say just use a hardline, dude. I mean, I know Wi-Fi is convenient, but the connection on a hardline is just so much better. It's faster. It's more stable. Yeah, it sucks to have an actual wire, but it's the superior way to go. Sabo Production super chats again. Yeah, down near LA, and it's definitely big. Yeah, California's definitely big. Well, dude, tell you what, I don't have a very specific plan for when I'm in Los Angeles next. There is the possibility I will also be in Los Angeles in February. Chris, how did we communicate? Did we use Twitter or what? Because I usually just post like where I'm going on Twitter and Facebook and stuff. Thank you for the super chat as well. I'm a coconut. Happy Christmas, Adam. Wishing you many Dreamcast releases in 2022 or something equally cool. Thank you very much. Happy Christmas. I'm assuming you're from the UK. Can you talk about the Sega Dreamcast DVD player? What do you want me to talk about specifically? Like, it was supposed to be a thing. It was like an add-on, but it never came to actually exist. I haven't seen No Way Home yet, but after seeing it, do you think Spider-Man 4 and The Amazing Spider-Man 3 is coming? I would bet no. I don't, like I said, I don't really want to talk about those movies yet just because I don't want to ruin them for people. But let me put it this way. It would be nice if Tom Hardy's Venom, if Sony is insistent upon continuing that side franchise, which they are, It would be, I think, very neat if there was a separate Spider-Man Venom universe where it's just Andrew Garfield's Spider-Man and he has to play with Tom Hardy's Venom, and you just keep the Tom Holland stuff in the MCU. That way Sony can have their Spider-Man movies, and we can also have like Spider-Man in the MCU and have it not mess stuff up. I mean, that's a very long. We'd have to sit here for hours and explain like what the issues are with Sony and Marvel and all that stuff, and we're just not going to do it. But yeah, the Tech Time team. That's hard to say many times fast. Thoughts on Halo Infinite? Pretty fun. I haven't played it yet. Because I was never that big of a Halo guy. Like, I've always thought it was fine. But a lot of people talk about it like it is the GOAT, and I know to a lot of people it is, but to me it's just like it was fine. So that I don't have that kind of built-in excitement where I just like need to play it right away. I'm kind of like, I know that Halo gets a million updates. You might as well just wait till it's all patched out, and I can just go have my fun. Plus, I don't play anything online, so it means nothing to me. I would be more interested in the single-player campaign, like, eventually. But I think the last one I actually beat all the way through... Was it Halo 3? I know I played a bit of Halo Reach, but I think Halo 3 was the last one where I actually like played all the way through the campaign. I'm not saying it's bad, don't get me wrong. I'm just saying it doesn't mean anything to me. Have I heard from Midwest Gaming Classic yet? Nope. There's a possibility I'll be at Midwest Gaming Classic in Milwaukee. Don't know yet. But basically the way that works, guys, if you want to see me or... Here, check it out. I'll bring it out right now. The Sega Pluto. If anybody wants to see this in person, all you have to do is talk to your local retro gaming convention and tell them, hey, get that guy. I want to see the thing. If you just email them and let them know that that's, hey, I would buy a ticket to your con if that was there. That's really what they like to hear. So you tell them that, and then they reach out. That's usually how that works. Sabo Productions, Super Chats again. Yeah, mostly Twitter and once on Instagram. Just hit me up on Twitter, dude. I might be in Los Angeles in February or March. That is a possibility. I don't 100% know yet. I can't really talk about it yet, but I'm vaguely possibly going to be. But yeah, hit me up over there. Hunter DeMello, Super Chats. Merry Christmas. If you were to pair one game publisher, EA, Capcom, etc., with one tech company, Apple, Google, etc., to make a game console, who'd they be? This is a question more suited to like the 90s because I don't think any of them would do this now. It's actually... I don't know, I gotta think about that because here's something is a little weird. I think Google is the far more fun company. I enjoy their products. I actually own a Pixel 6. Like that's what I'm rocking right here. I have a Pixel 1 that's I'm no longer using, and Apple, the only thing I own from them other than just an iPod that just hasn't died yet is a Pippin. I don't like Apple products, whereas I like Google services for the most part. I like their hardware again and all that. But I don't think that Google would make a good game console, as we kind of saw with the Stadia. And I know you could argue the same with the Pippin, but that was really obviously a very different era. I actually think that if Apple seriously committed to making some locked console platform, they would probably do a better job than Google does, which kind of kills me inside to say that, but I actually kind of think that's true. And I also think between Capcom and EA, Capcom has the potential to make better content that would be more worthwhile and interesting, as opposed to EA that just kind of has this blanket, we put sports games on everything mentality. So I think a package of Capcom and Apple in your specifically tailored scenario would be more interesting. But I also think an EA-Google combination would be more financially successful while being incredibly milquetoast. Does that make any sense? Thank you for the super chat. Verd. Brian, do you prefer if I call you Verd or Brian? I never really know. Mary Chrysler 2022 will be the year of the CDI. Yes, Verd is very committed to this because he's from the Netherlands and he's got unbelievable loyalty to Philips and the CDI. He considers it the greatest console in the history of the human species. And so I give him props, man. You're committed to that. But thank you very much, and happy Christmas, man. The importer super chats and says, "Merry Christmas, Pluto Pimp." Yeah, well, I guess you super chatted, so I have to pimp it out. There you go. I've even got actually inside of it right now. I've got Christmas Nights in the disk drive. Let me see. I can't really see what I'm doing here because I have to pull up the camera. There we go. You got Christmas Nights in the disk drive, in case anybody wants to see it. This is what was being played at Kansas City Retro, as well as SAC Gamer Expo. So if you went to those cons, you had the opportunity to play this. You know, the really funny thing is, when it came to the cons, Kansas City Retro, when I was talking to them about this, I was like, hey, you know, I can bring this thing and blah, blah, blah. And they were like, oh, that sounds great. And they were like, you have to assume responsibility for it. Like, we don't want to deal with it. If you want to bring it, that's all you. And I was like, okay. So I was like, you just need to give me a table that's somewhere near a power outlet. That's really all I need. And so I handled the rest. Like, I brought the console, I brought everything you need to connect to it. I'm kind of good at like making buddies everywhere I go. So even down there, I was like, oh, you know what I need is a monitor. So one of the dudes at Kansas City Retro, who I'd only met like twice ever, I was like, yo, I need you to bring a monitor. He's like, yo, I got you. So I had all the stuff was like brought out and we handled it. It was no problem. And I thought that went really well because the console was just out on display, like the way Terry used to take the Nintendo PlayStation around. You know, it would just be out on display and people could see it and it just felt very real, and so people would get excited about it. But in preparation for SAC Gamers Expo, like, they knew I was going to bring the Pluto. It was like it was something they actually wanted there, but they didn't want it played initially, and they were like, when it's there, we're going to keep it behind glass the entire time. Like, we don't want people anywhere near it. And I was like, I don't really have a problem with this, and neither does the owner. Like, Roger is the owner of the Sega Pluto, not me. And every time I make a decision about it, it's really his decision. I go to him and like, do you approve of this decision? And he's always pretty much universally said yes. But in that case, I was like, are you cool with what I want to do here? And he was like, yeah, of course. So then I was like, look, I tell him the con, like, I want people to play it. The owner wants people to play it. And they were just like, they just didn't want anything to do with it. Long story short with all of this, eventually the con came around and people could play it, but they were very insistent that it be behind glass the whole time. And so it was in the museum, so people could go in there and play it, but it felt so disconnected for everybody that nobody was really that interested in trying it. So day 2, I brought it over to my table and I just set it up. I was like, it's going to be out and people are going to see it. And then all of a sudden everybody was excited about it because, and I feel like this is something about, there's something like when you see something like this basically one of a kind prototype piece of hardware, when you let people actually experience it, see it firsthand, know that it's real, not just some closed thing behind glass, something that you can actually, kind of like in Toy Story, where Woody's like, you're a toy, you're meant to be played with, you're not supposed to be behind glass and never loved again. Kind of the same thing with the Pluto. Like, when it was behind glass, nobody really cared because it felt like not real. But when I started walking around the show floor with it, you just see people like losing their minds. They can't believe what they're seeing. Everybody wants to take photos. They get super excited about it. So all I'm really saying is, it's my general policy that if I can, unless the convention has an actual opposition to it, when I bring it to cons, I want people to be able to see it with their own eyes and play it, and not just shield it behind glass where nobody can ever really experience it. So that said, if you want to see it at conventions, like I said, all you got to do is talk to your local retro gaming convention and be like, yo, give me the dork who has the Pluto, and I'll see what I can do for you. At the moment, there's only 2 conventions that are 100% a go at this point. I'm only allowed to talk about one of them at the moment, and that one is Missouri GameCon Junior in St. Louis, and that'll be in February. There is another one that is 100% confirmed, but it's on them to when they're ready to announce, so I won't say what it is. But it'll be much later in the year. So anyway, that's my long way of saying, yes, the importer, I pimp the Pluto. We got another super chat from Hunter DeMello, who you're in the big island of Hawaii, right? I remember you. Those companies were examples, not your only choices. Oh, well, I still like the parameters of the question because what can I say? Creativity is a product of limitations. So given those situations, I still think that well, all right. I don't think there's any other major electronics or video game company today that would ever get into making another console. I actually always thought, as much as I don't like Apple, they were in the best position to do it for the reasons I already cited. So you want to marry them with another company just to make content. I don't think Capcom would really be up to the task anymore. Maybe in the 90s. Now, I don't really know because with the terms have really changed. Like major publishers don't typically like exclusivity anymore. Like you couldn't partner them with Ubisoft. Ubisoft supports every platform under the sun. Ubisoft right here. They put games on everything, so they're not gonna stick to just one platform. The only way you get companies that stick to one platform is if they're wholly owned by them. Like Nintendo obviously is not going to put their games on other hardware. And even when that is the case, when Microsoft buys Bethesda, they still allow Bethesda content on other platforms. So we just don't live in that era anymore, unfortunately. But thank you for the super chat. Zachary Naring super chats. Here's $5 to drink your water. Oh, all right. So my girlfriend's gonna love you for that. Oh, she did say that right after. My Warner Brothers water. My girlfriend, in response to Zach's super chat, was, "You're doing the Dark Lord's work. Thank you. I'll give you 2 sips for that." Here you go. Lots of water. Well, I have 1 thing of water here and 3 things of coffee. This is the active coffee I've been drinking. Gotta stay hydrated. I know. I'm working on it. Don't worry. Oh, Wave Game Studios is here. They were the guys who put out Intrepid Izzy, guys. I did a video on it. It's a really cool indie Dreamcast game. We got a super chat from, I apologize if I butcher this, Sartaj Singh. I think that's how you pronounce that. Merry Christmas, Adam. Keep up the excellent work and awesome content. Your perspectives are always interesting to hear. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Merry Christmas to you. Merry Christmas to everybody watching. Happy holidays and all that fun stuff. Always appreciate it. And thank you guys for the super chats. Actually, we also got a PayPal donation, which I'm just noticing. Sorry. I don't know if you want me to say your name or not, so I'm just going to say your first name because you don't say yes to say it, but you also don't say not to say it. A guy named Dan donated an oddly specific number, 2022. Oh, now I get it. It's because of the new year. $20.22. Okay. He says, "Merry Christmas, Adam. Here's some pizza money." Well, thank you very much. Although it's Christmas, I'm not going to order any pizza, but I can save this for maybe tomorrow. So thank you very much. Thank you, Dan. Now everybody's like concerned if I'm sufficiently hydrated. Yes, I'm fine. My girlfriend's just mad at me because I've got three complete like containers, if you will, of coffee on standby, but only 1 bottle of water on standby. But you know, I have to go to the bathroom at some point, right? Yeah. Anyway, so thank you very much for the donations thus far, everybody. Super appreciate it. What kind of sound system do you use with your TV? Okay, the Denny Westside. Oh, hi, Denny. I'm sure you've never heard that before. Okay, I'm going to keep it completely real with you. For as much of a video file as I am, where I'm like, you have to do this and that and do the thing to make it look slightly better here and there, I'm like the exact opposite with sound. With sound, I'm like, oh, the TV's built-in speakers, that's fine. Yeah, I'm sorry. Like, I just literally, with my 4K I've got, it's just, oh, the default speakers. Yeah, all right. And I've just was never enough of an audio guy. And it probably is like the same reason I'm not super into music, or why my videos in general have always had kind of mediocre sound. I'm always kind of like, oh, you can hear me? We'll go with that. That's fine. So yeah, I'm sorry that I don't have a good answer for you, but it's the truth. Have I ever thought about doing a collab with Metal Jesus Rocks? Like, what else am I supposed to do with Jason? Like, I've been in some of his videos. He's been in some of mine. We've never done a, like, oh, let's all sit down in the same room and do, like, let's talk about hidden gems together. Like, he doesn't need me for that. And I don't live in Seattle. So every time I am out there and I do see him, it's usually like, screw this. Let's just go, like, get lunch or something. Like, actually, it's funny. You will see way more collaborations with other YouTubers on my new channel. I've got the Flying and Eating channel. There's a link in the description. If you're not familiar with this, I've got an entirely new channel now that has no bearing on this one. It's just kind of something that's happening because it's already happening. I fly around a lot, right? And I typically go on like little adventures here and there for work or whatever. But in that process, I'm like, why don't I start filming it? Because we're just, I'm constantly just finding different places that are interesting, or different restaurants or whatever. And I'm at a lot of conventions with other YouTubers and so on. And I was like, these guys are all my buddies. Why don't we just do videos together? So, like, I've already had on that channel, I've had Brett Weiss appear. Kelsey Lewin's appeared. John Riggs has been on it. Oh, Happy Console Gamer. That was a great one because Happy Console Gamer and I are like some of the oldest OG retro gaming YouTubers. We've known each other for years, but we have never met before. And that's one of those like, when are you guys gonna collab? When are you guys gonna collab? When are you guys gonna collab? Like for a decade, we've been both hearing that, and we just never did it because we never met each other. And then finally we did, and we both had the same thought, like everybody else wants us to do this, what should we do? And so what we did was we sat at Johnny's little table there that you guys have seen in his videos, and I was like, just recreate the intro of your video and act like we're gonna do a video, and then we'll just both deny any interest in doing a video together. And that was like the entire bit. But for the flying channel, I was like, why don't we all go to lunch? And we just filmed the process of us like going out to a place he recommended and exploring his town. So like all the collaborations you want to see me do with all these other YouTubers, I've been doing. I'm just doing them on a different channel where we're not talking about video games. And I got to be honest, because I'm in the same field, all of us kind of find it refreshing because we talk all the time. That's our job, right? And we talk about video games all the time. But it's kind of nice to make a video where you're like, you don't want to ask me about games? You want to ask me about other things? Yes, I'm on board. So everybody gets super excited because they get to talk about stuff they never usually get to talk about, but they like because human beings like food. What can I say? But yeah, you should check that out if you haven't already. Have I seen the Power on Xbox documentary? Not yet. Everybody keeps telling me I need to do it, and I agree with that assessment. I would very much like to watch it. I just life. What can I say? I just haven't got around to it yet. Where is that? Is that on? It must be on some streaming service that Microsoft has, right? I like your reference to The Room. Everybody, if you don't like The Room, man, that's a movie that like you either really love it or you just like this is impossible and intolerable to get through. That's really all that is. Am I gonna get the Xbox Series X mini fridge? No. And the reason for that is A, it's purely a novelty. And B, it doesn't really function as a fridge. I don't know if you guys know much about it, but it even says like in the manual, it's not a fridge. It's like a cooler. It basically says like you have to put already pre-cold drinks in it, and it just keeps them cold longer. It's just an electronic cooler. It's just junk. It's purely just look at the aesthetic. I don't need that. Do you think the mClassic is worth it? I just purchased one as a Christmas present to myself. Yes, with an asterisk. It depends on what you're using it with. So that's very key. You got to tell me what you're connecting it to and how you're connecting it. The mClassic is a great product, but it's incredibly niche in that it needs very specific circumstances in order to use it, and it's like, to optimize it. And if you don't do those things, then people tend to blame it when it's really just user error. That's typically the reason people don't like it. Oh, hi, Mark. Yeah, that's that one. I used to work on my Tommy Wiseau impression like pretty substantially. I actually had to do goes back quite a ways, like maybe 12 years ago. I did an entire line by line breakdown of The Room, like assessing every glitch, if you will, every error in that movie, and like what does this line mean, and coming up with a narrative. Because I used to do this show called Bad Movie Theater, and most scripts for that would be like 7-8 pages. The Rooms was like 150 pages. It was insane. We just never ended up producing the actual episode because it was just too big. But it was something. So I had to do a lot of detailed analysis and thought of The Room, and you try to make sense out of something that inherently doesn't make sense. And so when you fill in those gaps become like narratively interesting. This is hard to explain because I haven't looked back at it in like 12 years, and I haven't watched The Room in a while. But like, for example, if you watch The Room with subtitles, which most people would never do because they have no real reason to, because as weird as the accents are, you can get through it, you can understand it. I highly invite you to watch that movie with subtitles on, because it subtitles scenes that aren't in the movie. There's like narratives happening off screen you can't hear, and those subtitles contain those scenes. So you're basically filling in plot points off screen. It's like an entirely different watching experience. I find myself using the mClassic less and less. Well, Castle, again, it depends on what you're connecting it to and how you're doing it. But yeah, it depends. Like I wouldn't use it with like a modern console. There's really no reason to. Would I use it with the DC HDMI, for example? 100%. You leave the DC HDMI at 480p and you let the mClassic do the upscaling. The problem with the DC digital / DC HDMI, as great as it is, it's giving you 1080p, but only in a technical sense. Like it's blowing up it's blowing up an image, like the actual dashboard, like that Dan built into it, or yeah, it's not Dan Lucen, but the other Dan who's in the Netherlands, I think. I think is his name. The other guy's name is Dan as well. The menu they created is the only part of that that's actually in 1080p. When it's taking 40p content games, it's essentially just stretching it out to fit those dimensions, and it's not doing it particularly well. And it's essentially exposing things you were never meant to see. So if you leave it at 480p, it stays at its original resolution, but it's a purely digital version of its original resolution. But the mClassic is specifically designed to upscale stuff like that. So it basically upscales in anti-aliases, and thus you get a much cleaner signal. So what I'm saying is DC Digital in 480p plus mClassic is amazing. Same with the GameCube running in 480p plus the mClassic. The original Xbox, I just did the Xbox HD Plus video. That thing combined with the mClassic is unbelievable. It's really a shame there is no great PS2 solution yet, unless you include using the fat PS3, which, hint, hint, maybe we'll cover that at some point. But where the mClassic is at its best is standard definition content like 480p, and then letting the mClassic handle it. Where it does well with 720p content as well, like the Switch, for example, it's good at. Where it fails, and it's not its own fault, it's really user error because people have a certain expectation that doesn't make sense. They're expecting to connect it to something like an Xbox One X and expecting massive difference. Well, no, you're feeding it 1080p, so all it can do is slightly enhance upon it, and that's not what it's designed to do. But yeah, where its sweet spot is really 6th gen content, but connected the right way, and that's the real issue. Is that there's not, most of the 6th gen HDMI solutions are done poorly. Things like pound cables and all that, which will technically work, but they introduce additional issues that aren't meant to be there. And I always liken this to like a food example. If you're making like an omelet or something, you can have like fresh eggs, you can have fresh meat and whatever. But instead of using milk, you used a pound cable. So it's like you just peed in it instead. You're like, oh no, that's a liquid. It's like you just ruined the whole thing. It's a link, it's a chain, and when you do one of them badly, it just ruins the whole thing. So that's why that stuff gets really frustrating for a lot of people, because especially me, like when I sit there and I look at the comments and people are like, I bought it and then I connected it and it didn't look good. And I'm like, well, what did you connect it with? They're like, oh, I bought like the HyperKit. All right, that's why it doesn't work, because those are crap. They're garbage. But it's understandably a difficult thing for people to understand, because it's just so tedious. Anyway, so but it does. I'm not trying to just stick to the mClassic discussion. People keep bringing it up. It's actually very good for the 360 and the PS3 as well, but you have to keep them both running in 720p. First of all, the PS3 lies to you and tells you it supports 1080p. It doesn't. Only the cross media bar does, like the display menu. No game, not even one, on the PlayStation 3 supports 1080p. So there's absolutely no point in running it in that resolution. All it's doing is taking the 720p and upscaling it, but doing it poorly. So if you leave it in 720p at all times on a PS3, the mClassic will handle the nearest neighbor resolution upgrade to 1080p for you, and will do much better than the PS3 will. The 360, same basic idea, except there are actually some 360 games that run it at 1080p, but we're talking like a handful, and it's usually like racing games or a couple of sports games. So for the most part, leave it at 720p on both those consoles, you'll be good. The Wii U is another one where it's a good idea to mostly leave it at 720p. And if you're running original Wii games on that, keep it at 480p. We got a super chat from Sadocles. What's up, man? Happy Keshmesh, dude. I can't pronounce it, but I'm pretty sure you said on Twitter or was it Facebook, that means Christmas. So either way, thank you very much for the super chat. I feel like mClassic blurs out some of the textures on GameCube. Well, again, how do you have it connected? Because that's a big factor. Modern Vintage Gamer says the mClassic is junk. I haven't used it yet either way. I saw his video on it, and I was like, man, he got this one really wrong. And mostly, again, it boils down to user error. Because the problem, as I said, with the mClassic is it requires very specific circumstances to get the most out of. And if you just do it in a very generic way, you're going to see poor results. But everybody blames it on that device, even though it's not that device's fault. You're just feeding it a bad signal. That's what you're going to get. So again, it's a great device, but incredibly niche because you need very specific circumstances for it to be working in an optimal way. And the problem with those very specific circumstances is that, frankly, they're expensive. I didn't design it. I'm just saying, like, I've had access to those toys, and that's how it works. You can blame the 6th gen itself for that because they were just like, there was no standardization. And obviously none of them used HDMI output. I think the real Achilles heel of the mClassic is that it didn't have component input. I think if it did, that would have made it a lot more user friendly. I think you would have a lot less people being like, why can't I do this or whatever. Maybe, who knows? I don't know if they'll ever do another one or whatever, but if they do, I would tell them, as annoying as component is as a format to me, I think it would actually be massively helpful in their goals. Then again, I guess I'm not entirely certain what their goals are. I read that you can bypass region lock with GameShark Lite for PSX system. I'm wondering if this is true. I just bought myself a real PSX dirty. I think the laser needs... Are you talking about the PS1, or do you actually mean the Japanese PS2 with like the hard drive in it? Either way, I've never heard of GameShark bypassing region coding on either platform, but I guess I don't actually know. How do you like coming down to Portland, Oregon? Which time? I've been to Portland a lot. It is not... I actually covered it in one of the flying and eating videos. It is... I don't mean to insult, but it is definitely not my favorite city in the U.S. Let's put it that way. It is... I like stuff that it has. I like the area around it. I like Oregon itself. I think Portland needs a makeover. It's kind of gross. And there are certain things I have seen there that I'm like, you would never see in any other city. And I get it, keep Portland weird, but this is a little too weird. Like, my buddy Jesse and I were driving, and we stopped to go into like a grocery store, and you're in like the downtown of the city, not even like a seedy area, just like the downtown of a city. And in the span of like 10 minutes after walking out of the store, we saw two things. We saw one guy just casually breaking into people's cars. Just like in a well-lit area, just crack addict looking dude just breaking into people's cars, and nobody cared. And then nearby, we saw, let's just say, a gentleman being entertained by a woman with her mouth on a street corner. And not like in an alley, just like, hey, I'm on... It would be like if a guy was getting blown by a hooker in Times Square, just like right there in front of everybody. Like, that's essentially what was happening. And it was kind of like, oh, well then. So I all I'm saying is Portland needs to get cleaned up a little bit. That's all. Ever coming to Phoenix? I've been to Phoenix, before, obviously. I'd love to go. The big thing for me, the only real reason for me to go to Phoenix is John Lester, aka Gamester81, has that Game On show, and he and I briefly talked about the idea of going there, of me going there. And now I've got the Pluto, but like, I'd be like, dude, I'd be a guest. I would go, and that just never really materialized. But like I said, dude, if you guys ever want me at stuff like that, all you gotta do is contact these people and be like, yo, I want this guy, and make it happen. And that they listen to that. This is how that works. We got a donation on PayPal from, let me make sure he doesn't say not to say his name, but I'll just say his name is Dylan. What's your favorite Rareware game on the Nintendo 64? Mine is Donkey Kong 64. Did you play it at all? If you did, what did you think of it? Did you like or dislike? Merry Christmas, bud. Thank you. First of all, thank you for the donation. Second of all, to answer that question, GoldenEye, by far, not even close. I can't tell you how many hours on that game in my life. Third, I played a little bit of Donkey Kong 64 when I was a kid, because I loved like Donkey Kong Country 2 in particular. Like, that was one of my, like, maybe to this day, top 10 games of all time. But I kind of remember not really enjoying Donkey Kong 64, at least as a kid. And probably because of that, I never really revisited it. I'm totally willing to do so. That's one of the things, like, my girlfriend and I, like, when we get to spend time together, we tend to like to do is just sit down and just, like, try to play a lot of games. And so that's kind of on the list. And, babe, I'm adding that to our list. We have to do, like, a Donkey Kong marathon. Because I would like to do some stuff like that. But, yeah, sorry, I don't have more of an informative answer because the last time I played it probably was in, like, 1998 or something like that. And I don't remember that well, but I'm totally open to doing it again. Hunter DeMello, Super Chats. Thoughts on HNL and how it compares to other cities? Do you mean HNL, the Honolulu Airport, or do you mean Honolulu, the city? To answer both, I guess, Honolulu, the city, is a fascinating oddity of geography because if you think about where it is, it's the only real city in like a span of like 30% of the planet. Like, it's just this giant city essentially in the middle of an empty ocean. And it's a cool city. I like Honolulu. Like, I was there earlier this year for one day. I've been there a few times. Actually, the girlfriend and I have been there a few times. And I really like Honolulu, but I'm also very much a city guy. Outside of the city, like when I was a kid, we went to some of the other islands, and it's like the more rural stuff, and I'm just not as big of a fan. So like when I go to Hawaii, I like to be in Oahu, and I like to be in Honolulu specifically. I'm too much of a city guy. I just like cities. As for HNL, the airport, it's a perfectly fine airport. I feel like it's an underused airport, because it's so unique in its geography that America has this massive city and the potential to have a massive hub in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, but doesn't really embrace it. And I'm wondering, like, if that's going to change at some point. I'll bet you Anchorage, I'm predicting it now, Anchorage Airport, ANC, will probably be one of the busiest airports in the world in the next, like, 20 years. Give it time. Oh, you said the city specifically. Well, hopefully that answers your question. I think it's a good city. So thank you for the super chat. So there was a few that jumped around. I've lived here, referring to Portland, I've lived here my whole life. The homeless have ruined everything and trashed it. And I'm like, to be fair though, that's kind of like a lot of the West Coast is like that. It's kind of gross in general now. What do you think of the retro card games? One of my favorites is Magic the Gathering. So, thank you, Bear. So it's funny. I don't play tabletop games at all. Card games, I don't play any of that stuff. My only connection to Magic the Gathering is I voiced a character in Mana Strike, which was a mobile Magic the Gathering game. I voiced a character named Soren. And for the first time ever, I got some recognition for that, like, literally like 2 or 3 weeks ago when I was at Kansas City Retro. There was a guy who knew I was going to be there, and he brought some Magic the Gathering cards for me to sign of that character. So I totally did, because I was like, that's awesome. And then he gave me, I'll show you guys in the next playload, but he gave me a Magic the Gathering card of the character I played. And he was like, yeah, the artwork on this was done by the guy who did the Final Fantasy stuff. I didn't know. I think he was expecting a bigger reaction. Like, I was appreciative, but I don't know anything about those games, so I have no idea what I'm looking at. I have no frame of reference. But then I looked it up later, and it's like a $200 card or something. And so I was like, oh wow. So I went back and thanked him during the con. But I was like, what do I know? So Magic the Gathering is not my thing at all. My only connection to it is that I voiced a character in it. But to me, it was just a gig. Was I ever a fan of Flash games? Oh, you mean like Newgrounds and stuff? Yeah, we all did that when we were in high school, at least at my age. When are you revisiting the Czech Republic? It's hilarious that you asked that question next to my girlfriend in the description there, because, babe, I told them the very basic version of what happened to us in the Czech Republic about the train and all that, and go away and all that stuff. Yeah. I don't think she and I will be going back there anytime soon. Speaking of airports, why do you hated, I assume you mean hate, American Airlines so much, and why do you only fly United? Well, the reason I only fly United is simple. It's basically, when it comes to airlines, I don't really care what you pick. But the smartest move you can pick is to be loyal to a single airline, because even though it might occasionally be a little bit more expensive, the perks pile up, frequent flyer accounts and all that sort of stuff, and the additional perks that come from that. Like, I can't even tell you how many miles I've got with United Airlines. In my particular case, I live in Chicago. Chicago is the central hub of United Airlines. Thus, they go to the maximum amount of destinations from where I live. Like I can, once I get to O'Hare, which is one of the busiest airports in the world, which is not far from where I live, I can get on a plane and have a direct flight to like almost anywhere in the world via United Airlines. Why would I not like them? Now, if I lived in Atlanta, I would probably pick Delta for exactly the same reason. Or if I lived in Dallas, I'd probably pick American Airlines for exactly the same reason. Really, if you live outside of those three cities in the US, you're kind of never going to have quite the same deal when it comes to flying. But I always tell it to everybody else who asks me, like, when you fly, like, what are your tips? That's one of my biggest ones is pick an airline and stick to it. Just don't ever pick like Frontier or Spirit. They're trash. They're absolute trash. In the United States, the only three airlines you should ever fly is American, Delta, or United. I realize a lot of people will pick Southwest. Southwest is the Walmart of airlines. I don't respect them at all. But at least they're not Frontier and Spirit. That's like not even, that's sub Goodwill. That's like dollar store airlines. The other ones are like actual retail outlets if you want to compare it that way. So pick your airline, pick your team, and go with it. Because when you start trying to mix and match, you'll end up wasting more money in the long run. And whereas like I fly United, all my bags are always checked for free. I get the free upgrades all the time. I get like triple the miles on it. My miles never expire because of it. You can board earlier than everyone else. You can get off the plane. We held your flight because you're a frequent flyer. Blah, blah, blah. Like all the perks come with it. Whereas if you switch airlines constantly, like, because you're like, this one's $10 cheaper, you're an idiot. Like there's no other way to put it. Or you just don't fly enough to understand that you're an idiot. We got a super chat from Andrew who says, I'm Lodmot now. Are you actually Lodmot? Because Lodmot has a lot more than $2. He's like the richest person I've ever encountered in my life. But thank you very much for the super chat. Andrew, a.k.a. possibly Fraud Lodmot. Lod fraud? I don't know if that's actually you, dude. But thank you for the super chat. We got a donation on PayPal from, we'll just say David. Merry Christmas, Adam. Plans for upgrading your mobile stream setup in 2022. So here's the funny thing that you say about that. So I actually did. This is a new webcam and a new ring light and a new mic. Everything about it is new. Why does it look like this? My computer's just too old. That's basically what it broke down to. Like this, I should be streaming at a much higher resolution. This is what happened on my birthday show. So the birthday show actually started fine. It was running at a very clean 1080p. It looked good. Everything was solid. And then it realized my PC just can't handle streaming it like that anymore. It's just what happens with getting old, I guess. So I need to get a new PC in order for that to be possible. So at this point in time, this is what we're going to have to settle with. But if I do get a new computer, that's really the holdout, is I can't really afford to get a new computer, to be totally honest. Plus, getting them right now is like ridiculous anyway. It's super like challenging to get the right parts and everything because everything of shortages and stuff like that. That, and I don't actually build my own rigs, so I'd have to have that done. And the best person for that doesn't live here that I know anyway, so it would be a logistical issue. It's on the list, but it's not something I'm going to be doing anytime soon. American Airlines as well as United's as the United States worst aircraft crash ever at O'Hare. Oh yeah, you're talking about the one where the engine fell off. I know exactly. It was flight 221 or something like that. I know exactly which incident you're referring to. Yeah, that was, yeah. I don't like American Airlines, to be totally honest with you. I feel like I'm flying in a flying dumpster when I'm in their aircraft. Delta, I never fly because they don't really operate out of Chicago. Like, so O'Hare is, like I said, one of the busiest airports in the entire world. The primary hub of United is here. American Airlines' secondary hub is also O'Hare. However, Delta, they don't really fly here. They only fly from here to their hubs. So you can only get like a few different routes. Like you can fly on Delta from O'Hare, Chicago O'Hare to like Atlanta, or to Minneapolis, or to Salt Lake City, just their hubs. That's like the only cities they'll go. But if I'm like, I live in Chicago and I want to go to St. Louis via Delta, I cannot fly that directly. I would have to fly through like a Minneapolis or Atlanta or something. Whereas American and United fly like 8 times a day directly. Like, why would I ever fly Delta? Now, in a handful of instances where I have ever flown Delta, and it's always to something like Atlanta, Yes, Delta is a quality product. They're just like United from another dimension. Like that's the only way I can put it. But if I lived in Atlanta, I would exclusively fly Delta for logical reasons. It's not so much that I do love United, but it's not so much that I just love United. It's because I love United because I live in Chicago and thus they cater to my needs the best. And that's really depends on where you live. Whoever is a hub for your city is most likely who you're going to gravitate to. And sometimes that doesn't work out. Like we mentioned the Metal Jesus crew earlier. My buddies there, like both John Riggs and John Hancock, have asked me for flight tips a lot. And I'm like, the problem you have is that you live essentially outside of Seattle. The only airline that treats Seattle as a hub is Alaska Airlines. And Alaska Airlines is a comically regional airline. They only fly to like 26 cities. So when I went to Kansas City Retro, right? It was amusing because for me, it was a direct 1 hour flight from Chicago. No problem. And I left in the middle of the day and I was there an hour later and no problem. I got to spend the whole day doing whatever I wanted. That show, John Hancock went and the convention was like, why is it taking him so long? Like he left at like 6 a.m. I'm like, because he lives in Longview, Washington, which means he's going to have to drive down to Portland, which is like an hour. Then he's going to have to grab a flight from Portland, which will take him back up to Seattle. So he'll go north of where he already was. Then he's going to have to change from there to somewhere like maybe Denver or San Francisco or something like that. And then from that city to Kansas City. And they're like, why would it work like that? I'm like, because Seattle is not a hub for anybody. Portland is basically not a hub for anybody. Kansas City is not really a hub for anybody. So to get from one like absurd location to another absurd location, I'm not knocking the actual locations. I just mean in terms of flight context. You have to do a lot of hoops. And then when he landed, I talked to him like, so what was your flight route? He was like, I drive down. He told me exactly that. And he said he ended up switching in Denver. So it was Longview down to Portland to Seattle to Denver to Kansas City. And it took him like better part of 12 hours. I'm like, that's the problem you have depending on where you live. So where you live highly determines your best airport options and your best airline options. Somebody asked about Hawaiian. I don't think I've ever flown. No, wait. I would have flown Hawaiian Airlines when I was like 10 years old, but just for those like island hoppers. They seem fine from what I vaguely remember. I mean, but I was like 10 years old. But I know that Hawaiian Airlines has like exclusive control of that airspace. Like nobody else is allowed to fly around there. So yeah, I mean, they essentially have a monopoly. Hawaiian Airlines, though, I'll give them a huge shout out though, because they have the most unique route in the United States. They are the only airline that flies to American Samoa, which is an American territory like near Australia. It's part of the United States. It's just an island that we've had for a long time that's part of the US and it's very close to Australia. It's the only part of the US in the southern hemisphere. And Hawaiian Airlines is the only airline that flies there. And they only fly there like once or twice a week. So shout out to them. Hunter DeMello super chats. It's funny enough. If you live in Hawaii, Hawaiian Airlines is the same way. Yeah, so there you go. See, I didn't even see your super chat before I was talking about all that, but there you go. Yeah, that makes sense though. I mean, I think you live on the Big Island, so you could probably fly out of what is it, Kona, back to the mainland on like a United or an American or something like that, depending on which city you're going to. But yeah, if you live in Hawaii, it only makes sense to fly Hawaiian Airlines, at least around there. I think Hawaiian flies from Honolulu to Anchorage as well, but I mean, again, regional. They're like an Alaska Airlines, except specifically for the Hawaiian Islands. You don't need a fancy video card to run a video stream. I don't know what to tell you, dude. Like, we tried this, and we had to lower all the settings for it to be stable. You can argue with the computer if you want, but I don't think that's going to make it work better. Super chat from Brett Hanks. Thoughts on the Ubisoft NFT controversy? So, I'm going to plead complete ignorance on this. I know they did that, and everybody's mad about it, nobody's buying it, whatever. The thing with NFTs is, as far as I understand, they're essentially like digital files that are non-transferable, so they're thought of as property, which of course I don't agree with that philosophy. But if people are buying them, then they are a product. And if they're a product, Ubisoft is a company that is in the business of selling products to make money. Is anybody surprised they would do that? like anything, just vote with your wallet. If you don't want it, don't buy it. And if nobody buys it, they'll stop trying to sell it. I don't understand why people are mad about it, unless it's somehow like screwing up their games. Like it's like, oh, the game only works if you buy like 10 NFTs. Then I would understand. And if that's the case, then I withdraw the statement. But if it's just like a, pointless extra, it's like, oh, you can buy an NFT of like Sam Fisher, and it's like this exclusive Sam Fisher picture that only you would ever see or have. Who the hell cares? But again, I don't know. Thank you for the super chat. Hunter DeMello super chats again. I live on Molokai. We only have inter-island flights. Runway's too short for mainland jets. We can only fly to Oahu or Maui, and we have to use prop planes. Yeah, that's kind of like the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands and Guam. They only really connect to each other through prop planes. The difference in that case, though, is United Airlines actually controls that whole airspace. So they like plug into the rest of their system if you go through Japan or Hawaii. I don't know, because I haven't flown Hawaiian Airlines since I was a little kid, and it was really just like the one time. Are they part of like One World or Star Alliance? Because usually what happens in those cases is if you're like, hey, I'm coming from Molokai and I want to get to New York. Well, obviously there's no such direct routes. You're probably going from Molokai to Honolulu, HNL, and then you have to switch to a different airline that flies directly to New York. And I'm guessing your only options for that would probably be United. Maybe Hawaiian does that one. I don't really know. American Airlines probably does that one. So if you have to switch to a different airline, they're probably in the same network. But you get punished for that because you're switching airlines. That's an airline convenience fee, which is another reason it's actually very funny. Every time I go to a convention, and the convention's like, oh, all right, we'll get your flight, or they look into the possibility of getting my flight, they're always stunned by how cheap it is. And the reason it's cheap is because, again, flight traffic in and out of Chicago happens all day long. It's depending on the day, it can be the busiest airport in the entire world, and they fly directly everywhere. Like, so the Kansas City convention, perfect example of this. When the convention was like, okay, let me look into getting your flight, they were expecting to spend like $1,000 on a round trip flight for me. And they looked at it, it was like, dude, it's not even $200. And I'm like, I know. It's always cheap out of Chicago. It's always cheap. Whereas they looked into John Hancock's and his was like $1,000. Like, that's what we were expecting. I'm like, yeah, it's because he has to go through like 4 flights and he has to change different airlines, and those fees add up. Like, for me, it never does. So it can be cheaper depending on where you live. But really, if you're in the United States and if you're the type of person that likes to travel, you need to live in either Chicago, Dallas, or Atlanta. Those are the 3 cities you can live in and travel for cheap around the U.S. just because those 3 cities are the central hub of the 3 biggest airlines, and they go everywhere from those places. If you live pretty much anywhere else, it's never going to be quite as affordable. It's just how it is. It's just you can try and invent your own new superstar airline that lives in a different city, but I don't think you're going to be as productive with that. I remember when you flew American Airlines, you described it as a toilet in the sky. I just said that like a minute ago. It's terrible. It's trash. I'm not a fan. Like, I would rather fly that than, say, Frontier or Spirit or anything like that, but I would never choose to fly American. Like, I am a cheap sale when it comes to like, hey, I want to do a convention or whatever, and they're like, what are your terms? I'm like, just put me on United. That's my only like bowl of yellow M&Ms demand, is you got to put me on a United flight. If they don't do that, I won't go. I'm at that point because I'm like, I value the currency, if you will, of miles more than I value like any other getting paid or anything like that, just because that's like a bank account you can withdraw from later. But if you're like switching airlines constantly, then it just negates the whole point. It doesn't do anything for you. Trust me, I'm a points guy. Like I have that figured out. Dave there. See, Dave is a perfect example of this. So Dave lives in Atlanta. Shout out to Dave. We did those videos in Atlanta. Now, for him, he's pro Team Delta. And that makes 100% sense for him because he lives in Atlanta. So Dave, even though he refuses to do it, he could hop on a plane and get just about anywhere in the world on Delta for not much money. He just needs to fly more, because the more you fly, it starts making everything cheaper because you start getting all the perks and it costs less. It's really an incredible system that airlines have got figured out. And I actually didn't know this till recently. I was watching a bunch of videos about it. Did you guys know that all the airlines make no money on the actual flight side of things? They're all essentially banks now, and they make more money from like their credit cards. Like, if you have a credit card, it's like a link to an airline, you can get miles. That's where they make all their real money off of you. It's actually stunning the numbers that they make off of all the side perks. So if you have massive like miles points and all that with any particular airline, what you don't even realize is you're sitting on a bank account that's just constantly accruing interest that is transferable to other things. Stick to one airline. Don't be a dipshit who decides I'm gonna fly Southwest because it's $5 less. You're an idiot if you do that. That's not smart. That is not smart. Stick to a team. Pick a team. I don't care what team you pick, but pick one and stick with it. And I recommend sticking to one that is geographically logical to where you live, depending on what city you live in. Yeah, Dave says he's working on, I got 2 trips next year. That's right, you do, Dave. Everybody who hangs out with me ends up flying more than I think they originally intended to. Talk to the girlfriend right there. I've dragged her all around the world, right, babe? Adam, have you ever, let's get off the flight stuff for a little bit. Let's talk about other things. Adam, has a movie ever urged you to look into the profession or hobby like Indiana Jones and being in history/archaeology? Not really that I can think of off the top of my head. I understand what you're saying. Like, did I ever watch Indiana Jones and decide, I should really look into what being an archaeologist is like? Not really. I'm sure something will pop in my head later, but for the moment, no. Apparently, it's hard to make a trip with good profit margins. Exactly. It actually costs them more to get you to a place than you spent on the ticket the majority of the time. Which is why when you fly, they try to like sell you credit cards and things like that. Your character on Xenocrisis is notorious for getting captured. What can I say? I'm a whore. I am very much willing to give it up to these terrorists who keep being like, yo, can you go away? You were freed. And I'm like, no, put me back in, bondage. If you guys don't know what he's talking about, Xenocrisis is a game made by Bitmap Bureau, and I just backed it on Kickstarter, and one of the perks is they have you as an NPC. And in that case, I was like a hostage. But I guess you're not the first person to tell me that. Like, I don't know if it's a glitch in the game or whatever, but I show up more frequently than I probably should as constantly getting captured. So there you go. You can play it on the Dreamcast, the Genesis, Neo Geo CD, and I think there's a Neo Geo AES cart now too. Oh, Dave is laughing because I was talking about the fan theory of Raiders in the Lost Ark. Does anybody know the fan theory of Raiders of the Lost Ark and how Indiana Jones is essentially pointless in his own movie? Sacktown Beast, what's up, man? We hung out at Sack Gamers Expo. I'm just gonna throw this out there. Woo! You remember this? Sacktown Beast got to play this for a little bit. Sega Pluto prototype. What did you even say? Had you not pursued the whole content creator thing, what would you have done for a career? I don't know, dude. You have to go back and ask me like 13 years ago. Like, can you tell me what you would have done? Would you be doing if you could go back 13 years and switch a decision? Do you have any idea, like a major decision in your life? Can you tell me like exactly where you'd be right now? I have no clue, dude. Maybe I'd be working at fucking Walmart. I have no idea. It's impossible to know something like that. When are you going to admit Tim Hortons is fine? Never, because it's not. It's disgusting trash, not fit for human consumption. All right, I have a witness. Babe, do you remember the times that we have had Tim Hortons when we were in Canada? Do you remember the time we had Tim Hortons in Ireland? And do you remember how it was so disgusting you forced me to stop consuming it and you made me throw it away? Do you remember that? I bet she does. It's trash. And I'm sorry, Canadians, that you don't know any better, but Tim Hortons is inedible, disgusting slop, not meant for people. That's all it is. How's Chip? Talked to him recently? Yes. Chip is my buddy, lives down in Austin, Texas. He used to be on the podcast. He was on the podcast for like 11 episodes. We still talk all the time. Like, he wants me to come visit him at some point in a couple of months, probably, which will be ideal because Austin, Texas is a lot nicer in February than Chicago is. Adam, you were in a dream I had last night where you were at a game party with 100 people and you decided to play the PS2 with composite cables while your twin brother didn't know why he was there. Well, that obviously wasn't me because I would never choose to play it with composite cables. Let's just keep it real. Um, Airlines be like, 51-pound bag is too heavy and dangerous, but for an extra $100, we can make it work. Okay, so that's another one of those airline horror stories I have never dealt with. So the closest we ever came to that, my girlfriend right there will attest to this. One time we were flying back. She was flying back. She was leaving Chicago, and I think you were actually flying United, if I remember correctly, babe. And the airline said basically that, like, oh, your bag's like $1, like, is like a pound over or whatever, and they're like, you need to kind of reshuffle some stuff. So then we like opened it up and we were like starting to do that, and then the lady was like, yeah, you know what, never mind, I don't even care. And so she just sealed it up and it was done. That was the closest I've ever had to deal with the weight issue on a bag. I have never had that problem. But again, when you fly more, they don't care. Like, United actually lets me fly with, I think, up to two 70-pound bags. I've never even come close to needing it, but it straight up says it. Like, when you have like higher status, like, oh, you get 2 bags and they can be 70 pounds. If you're flying international, it's 3 bags and they can be 70 pounds each. It's like, yeah, never had that problem. The only time you have that problem is if you fly a shit airline, like again, like a Frontier or a Spirit or whatever. You'd be so Sack says he'd be rich because I'd just throw some money at GameStop and AMC in a decade in advance. That's a different question. You're essentially saying if you had knowledge of the future, what would you do? That's a time travel question. That's not, hey, if you just couldn't have done that, what would you? That's a completely different question, man. Mean Mr. Mustard. Hey, Mean Mr. Mustard, babe, do you remember we met him at Star Wars Celebration? Is Tim Hortons better or worse than Checkers? I can't stand Checkers, although the spicy chicken sandwich isn't bad. It's two very different things. Plus, I've never had Checkers. Checkers is like you said, like a sandwich place. Tim Hortons is a disgusting donut shop. What's America's equivalent of Tim Hortons? Well, technically it is Tim Hortons because Tim Hortons is an American company. Technically, it's owned by Burger King. Do you play super obscure games that no one talks or cares about? Dude, I am sitting here with a Sega Pluto. I make videos and references to the Nuon and the Loopy. If there is such a thing as a gaming hipster, I think I probably am that. I remember what was it? I remember a couple of years ago, I think it was like right after the Xbox One X came out, and everybody was trying to get one or whatever, and there was tons of people playing it, and they're like, "Oh, I'm playing my games in 4K." I think that evening set up my Amiga CD32, and I started playing games on it, and I was taking a couple photos of it and some clips, and I was posting it everywhere. I'm like, everybody else is sitting out here playing all that while I'm sitting here playing the CD32. I'm the only person in the world playing CD32 right now. Sega Pluto, LOL. What, you don't believe me? Dude, it's right here. Sega Pluto. It's in my hands. There's only 2 of these on the entire planet. I've got one just sitting here. What's up now? Yeah, Casio Loopy Master Race. When am I going to play on the FM Towns Marty? I don't own one, man. If I did, I'd be all over that. I do have an FM Towns Marty game. I have just one. I found it in Japan once, but I've got a controller, but I don't have the actual console. I've never had the opportunity to buy it, except, ironically, there was actually a store in Portland that has one in the box, but they want $2,000, and I'm like, yeah, no. That has to be like a junk bin find. I'm not actually going to pay real money for that. Greets from Holland. Merry Christmas. Now, when you say Holland, do you actually mean that province of Holland of the 13 provinces, or do you actually just mean the Netherlands and you're saying Holland because I'm a stupid American? What's up now? One of the provinces there is actually called Zeeland, or I don't know if it's actually pronounced that way, but I think so. And that's how you get New Zealand, everybody. We got a super chat from Chuster Kuhn. Thank you for the super chat. Would motion control have taken off without the Wii? Probably not, because its competition was PS Move, which was not successful. That was a direct clone of it, and it wasn't successful. And the Kinect is famously terrible. I don't think motion controls would have been at all successful without the Wii. And it wasn't even really successful. It was a fad, and now it's just considered trash, except for people who have like super nostalgia for it. But motion control as a concept is not bad, but it was never really executed correctly, if you ask me. The Pluto is real, man. I seen it and played it in Kansas City. Yes, David, if you went there, you did. Again, it's right there, guys. It's just sitting here. Why do you think Domino's Pizza is so terrible? Why do you not eat your own vomit? Does that answer that? The Netherlands. See? Yeah, Blaze, I'm not that much of a prototypical American. I have been to the Netherlands. I've been to Amsterdam. Actually, with the girlfriend. We both went to Amsterdam. Remember, babe? Shave your entire face. Shave your own balls. How about that? But yeah, Tim's for traveling, not every day. I would never... Dude, no. I'm done with Tim Hortons. There's no way. Sacktown Beast 916. Gotta start an FM Towns Marty GoFundMe. Dude, that's gonna... that's a big bill. I don't even know where we would find one. Except for that one in Portland. I don't think that's gonna cut it, but I appreciate the effort. So thank you very much for the super chat. There's two Hollands. No, yeah, there's North Holland and South Holland, right? The North Holland, I think, is the one where everybody associates with Holland. Everything that everybody thinks of, like the tulips, the windmills, and the city of Amsterdam, the airport, all that stuff. That all kind of comes from North Holland, I think. But I'm a dumb American. I don't know these things. Remember when you played a game on a specific holiday if it was themed? Yeah, I would do that a little bit. Actually, like I said, I was trying to do that with the Pluto, no less. Like I said, I've got Christmas nights sitting in it right now. That's what I was bringing it to cons for, so that people could play like a Christmas game. When I went to Pinball Expo, I was trying to bring Halloween-themed games, and the closest you get to that really is Resident Evil. And I don't even remember what the other one I picked was. Some horror game. Oh, House of the Dead. But there's not really any Halloween-specific ones, although ironically, I think Nights actually has a Halloween mode. Hunter DeMello, Super Chats. Your favorite or least shitty fast food chain? I think the one that I would consider the most edible, like if I was like... Well, first of all, we need to define what a fast food chain even is. Because there's only a few that I guess you would say that I would ever eat, and it depends on the context. Among them, I guess, would be Subway and Panda Express. I would not consider either of them particularly high-quality food, but I would consider them at least edible if need be. But I'd never really seek them out. I used to seek Subway out a lot, and I used to occasionally seek out Panda Express. But now it's like, there's better things in the world, and life is short. No reason to make it shorter by eating dumpster trash. And not that those two are, but things like Domino's and Pizza Hut, all pizza that doesn't come from Illinois, New York, or New Jersey is inedible shit, and that should not be made or consumed by humans. It's at best fit for like low-level animals. It's funny, I've been so when I was at SAC Gamer Expo, right? And John Riggs loves to make fun of me for the fact that I'm such a foodie when it comes to pizza, because he lives in Washington. They don't have access to good pizza. But this is something that happens in the other 47 from people like, our pizza's good, we have Domino's. It's like, shut the fuck up. But people there will eat that trash, and then they'll try to make fun of me for it, be like, you're too much of a foodie. So Riggs was trying to do that to me, and he was doing it to me in front of this guy named Chris, who's the guy who runs SAC Gamer Expo. And he's like, oh, we can go get pizza, but don't tell this guy because he'll get really mad. And I think he expected Chris to be on his side, or Chris to be like, what's wrong with pizza here? Or something like that. And Chris goes, oh, no, pizza in California is complete shit. And I was like, you're from New Jersey, aren't you? He's like, yeah. And I fist bumped him like, yes. And then John just went like, damn it. Because if you're from New York, New Jersey, or Illinois, we're all like that. We're all like, the pizza in those three states are the only places it is acceptable to eat pizza. Every other state has no idea what they're doing. They don't have access to the ingredients or the knowledge. And if you're actually legitimately suggesting eating things like Domino's, then you've only proven my point. That is not fit for people. That's all that is. Anyway, Sabo Production Super Chats. When I was in college, I would eat a whole Domino's pizza once a week. Oh, Jesus. Don't worry. Took 3 years to lose all that pizza weight. Dude, come on, man. Do better. You just do better in life. You live in California. You live in Southern California. You have access to incredible Mexican food. Don't eat pizza down there. Just don't do it. Just don't. Or what they call pizza, because it's not really pizza. You should spend the next Christmas at the Home Alone 4 house in South Africa. Oh, yeah, I'm all over that. Um, Have you ever had triple O's? It's awesome. I've never even heard of that. Uh, yeah, I'm not a fan of Subway. Don't get me wrong. You asked if I had to pick one, what would it be? That's like the least bad. How about outside of the U.S.? Is there any good pizza out there outside of Italy, of course? Now, to be fair, I haven't been to Italy. I remember that the girlfriend and I would get some really good pizza in Austria. Like, it was surprisingly good, and it was run by, like, straight-up Italian immigrants. And I don't mean, like, like, oh, my grandfather's Italian. I mean, these guys, like, they're the country next door. They just hopped over into Austria and just, like, we'll set up shop here. So it's like they're importing all the same stuff. So that's the only time I ever found pizza outside the U.S. that was good, was just in southern Austria. Like Linz and all. Well, actually, I think technically that's like northern Austria, but it's not exactly a thick country. But outside of that, I don't think I've ever had pizza that wasn't disgusting. How do I feel about calzones? Calzones are good. Again, depends on where you get them and what's in them and all that. But who eats Dairy Queen in the winter? I don't know, dude. I think Dairy Queen's from here and I don't even eat it. Uh, Rank every Nintendo console from worst to best. Okay. I'm going to just go with the mainstay home console, so not like the TV Game 6 and not like the DS or the GBA or any of that. I would say the worst one, hands down, is the Nintendo Wii. I don't even think it's close. After that, it's actually gets surprisingly difficult. I'm gonna give a very controversial statement here. I'm gonna say the NES after that. I know people love the NES; it's one of the most beloved consoles of all time. But the only game on it I've ever really liked was Super Mario Brothers 3, and I think that the superior version of that exists on the Super Nintendo. Um, After that, I guess I have to actually say the Switch. Not that the Switch is bad, but it just doesn't mean anything to me yet, which is probably because I'm too old for it. Um, then probably the N64, because as much as the N64 has like 10 legendary games, but the vast majority of its library is unplayable. Then the Wii U. I love the Wii U, but something has to give. And so your only choices at that point are the GameCube and the SNES. So then I have to go GameCube, then SNES. SNES being, I think, the best home console Nintendo ever made. Mostly because the tiebreaker on that is really just the fact that the SNES has so much content deliberately, exclusively made for it. Even its multiplats were exclusively made for it. Whereas the GameCube, while Nintendo made a lot of great content specifically, it also has a lot of games that are just crossed over with the Xbox, the PS2, and even the Dreamcast. So I think that little difference is the only reason. Yeah. So Jax here puts N64 beneath the NES. I don't knock anybody for that opinion. The only reason I do it the way I did it is there are some games on the N64 where I can still go back to. I know people say they can't go back to GoldenEye. I can. I think I love that game. Star Fox 64, I can go back to that. Super Mario 64, I can go back to that. The NES, there's nothing that ever pulls me back to it. The closest thing is Super Mario Brothers 3, and again, the SNES version is far superior. So, James does have a point, though. GameCube has Franklin the Turtle. So, tough call. So guys, we've been doing this for what, an hour and a half? Wow, time's really flying. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining. Hopefully you're enjoying so far. You guys had a nice Christmas out there. Who's seeing their family? Who's having fun? Who's seeing relatives? You guys just coming by to say hello. I appreciate it. I'm here, obviously. My girlfriend is in the chat. From time to time, she's popping in and out. And yeah, we're hanging out. I appreciate everybody who has super chatted so far or donated money on PayPal. If you're new to this, if you've never been to one of these, it's really just me rambling and we just talk. You ask me questions, we talk about it. I give priority to anybody who super chats or PayPals or whatever. But I try to just keep it interesting, tell you guys stories, and just keep you company. We can just hang out and be friends together, right? I've shown it before. I've got the Sega Pluto just sitting off here to the side if anybody wants to see it. It's made a few cameos, but I can also show you. I got the long box of Christmas Nights just sitting here. This is not an official release. Like Christmas Nights was official, but this is a custom long box of Christmas Nights, which I think is just cool. So I thought I'd bring that out just for the holiday. I have my late mother had this hat. I told the story at the beginning of the stream, but I'll tell it again real quick. So my mom passed away like a year and a half ago. And we were cleaning out her house, and we found this hat. Now, the hat is just a Santa hat, but it actually says... Well, actually, one second. I have to pull up the screen so that I can see this. But it actually says her name on it, right? Her name was Susan. And we found this, and we just thought of it as a Santa hat, no big deal. But we also found a bunch of old photos of her, like when she turned 21. She apparently, which her birthday was not in December, but she turned 21, and on her birthday, she was wearing this hat, and all these photos of her, like, getting more progressively drunk and, like, stoned. And so it's like, I don't know why she kept the hat, but she kept the hat for, like, 50 years. Like, this hat is over 50 years old. And so now I'm just wearing it because it's a cool Christmas hat. But I also have, in case we change our tone later, I've got the Bah Humbug hat for the naysayers out there. But, yeah, I'm all prepped. But, yeah, anyway, hope you guys are doing well. Nikolai, who, by the way, Nikolai here did the thumbnail. If everybody likes that cool Home Alone thumbnail. He spent the whole day trying out his Christmas presents. Yeah, this dude got a whole bunch of Sega Saturn stuff. Congratulations, man. Dum Dum Diddy says, love your channel. Thank you. James says, what's your favorite Christmas moment, nod, joke in a video game? I know what you want me to say, which is in Shenmue where Santa's walking around Dobuita. We'll just go with that because I can't think of anything better. Jay Realize says, question for Adam / his girlfriend. Have you ever heard of Eurovision? And then my girlfriend just immediately answered him. She says yes, so I actually don't know what she's talking about. So I'll just, babe, you can answer that one. Any European specific questions, I guess you can name there. Unless it's about Holland, which apparently, what up? I actually know some stuff. Next time you're in Vancouver, Washington, check out Double Jump Video Games. I've been there. My buddy Jesse and I, we went in there. It was, I don't remember it being anything particularly significant. Sack says he has nothing to do because he's Jewish. Fine, man, hang out with me. I'm nothing. I'm a guy with a hat. That's all I am. Although I do have food in my fridge that I might tend to later. So, not that anybody's asking. Yesterday we were supposed to do like the family thing where my cousins and I all got together, and my sister and everybody. And everybody in my family, other than myself and one of my cousins, came down with COVID. Or at least possibly has COVID to the point where it's not worth the potential exposure. Now, I know we're not here to talk about all that, but basically all that happened is my cousin and I were like, all right, we'll get together and we'll just make a bunch of food. So we made a whole bunch of Cajun food. It was awesome. And then he gave me like this whole big thing of scalloped potatoes that's sitting in my fridge right now. So I'll make that later. Oh, and I have this. You guys know my buddy Kelsey Lewin? I'm sure a lot of you do. You were talking about Metal Jesus stuff. She sent me a box of Christmas cookies, which my cousin and I mostly demolished. So I'm sorry, that's all that's really left in there. But these like chocolate caramel things are freaking god tier. So I was very appreciative of that. What's your favorite non-American dish / meal? So the funny thing about that question is it's actually easier to say by, let me ask you a question. What is the only American food / dish? This is a trick question because America famously, like all our foods are basically the foods of other cultures. There's really only one meal you can really say is 100% like American. And it's actually a surprisingly tricky question for people. Because people will say like, oh, hot dogs. Okay, no, those are German. Apple pie. Well, that's like a European construct. Pizza. No, that's Italian. Like, there's only one food that gets its root in America. And I would actually genuinely curious if anybody out there, my girlfriend's heard this stupid little puzzle before, so I'm sure she just, babe, don't ruin it for him. But does anybody actually know? Can anybody guess what that is? It's not macaroni and cheese. That's again, it's a pasta bit. Cheeseburgers, dude, burgers, Hamburg, Germany. Think about it. Macaroni, no, it's Italian, and it comes actually pasta and stuff comes from China originally. Boom! Chester Coon for the win. Turkey, yes. Chester Coon got it. It's turkey. Turkey is the only food that really originates in the United States and Canada as well, because that bird is native to North America. And it's funny because Americans can never guess that that's actually something special, which is stupid because we have an entire holiday around it, and yet none of us ever think about it. But it's actually something that I learned. I think it was a guy in Germany taught me that, because he was like, you do understand, like, turkey only exists there. He's like, we import it like all the time. It's always got American flags branded all over it and all that sort of stuff. It's because it's the only food that's constantly being sent over because it just doesn't exist in those countries. And I was like, that's kind of stunning. So there you go. Turkey. Okay, fried Twinkies. Yes, that's obviously quintessential American. Throw out the whole exercise. I was totally wrong. Turkey is Mexican. Nope. Hey, guess what country, Mexico, or what continent Mexico is part of? North America. You guys are arguing about Eurovision. I don't even know what that is. Yeah, it's not like turkeys stop existing at Mexico and Canada's borders. I'm not saying that. That's why I specifically included Canada when I said it. But it is at least from this half of the planet. The Big Mac. Sure, why not? Thanksgiving is different in Canada than America. Yes, it's like a month earlier. Fried Oreos is American. Sure, why not? We could go with that. I'm not saying that no other food has ever been invented here. I'm simply saying that when you think about all the major like American dishes, which is funny because people say it's as American as apple pie. Apple pie is not American. You know what I'm saying? When you think about all those things, turkey is the only one that actually like checks all those boxes where it actually originates from here. Do you still talk to Kinsey after she moved to Japan? She hasn't actually moved yet, is my understanding. She's still in the U.S. because they're not allowing people in yet. Is Shenmue 4 being made? Ask the guy right below you. James Reiner knows all about that. James says, Adam, maybe you can answer this because you are an encyclopedia of countries. Why is it that the USA calls ourselves Americans and both North and South America as well as America? I never understood this. So the Western Hemisphere, the Americas, was mapped out largely by a guy whose last name was Amerigo. He's an Italian dude. I forget exactly what his full name was. I'm sure a lot of you guys know. And so he was more or less overly credited with that. And then when it came to the actual country names, you'll notice the United States never really came up with a name. Our official name was actually supposed to be Colombia, but spelled with a U, not like the country of Colombia in South America that's spelled with an O. Hence the District of Columbia is, Washington, D.C. is the District of Columbia. But essentially, the United States of America was just a working title, but the working title stuck as our name. So you can't call us anything else because you can't call us United Statesians because we're not even the only United States. Mexico, his full name is the United States of Mexico. We essentially were just kind of stuck with it because there was really nothing else to call us. So it actually particularly bothers people in the Southern Hemisphere because people in, say, Brazil can often consider themselves Americans, but when they say that, they mean of the continent, not of the United States of America. It's basically a quirk of a bunch of just not thinking things through, all coming together in modern times. We should have had it. We should have been called Columbia with a U, but we didn't commit to it. Also, by the way, that's why BioShock Infinite the city is called Columbia. What old retro system you want to get that wasn't a big system in its time? There's only one left, really. The FM Towns Marty. I want that. Julian, what's up, man? It's been a minute. Wasn't the California roll invented in California? I don't know the specifics of that, but California roll would be sushi, which would be Japanese. There's a Spanish word that translates basically to United Statesian. Yeah, that's it's not really gonna catch on there. It's just too late to fix that. Which Xbox head do you think did the best job, and why? Same goes for PlayStation, Nintendo. Xbox, that's easy. Phil Spencer, like it's not even close. Like they've only had a few. The last one was Don Matrick, and he almost killed the entire brand. I'm no fan of can't even remember, Peter Moore, although he wasn't there for that long. No real fan of him. I don't even remember others. I mean, Bill Gates, I think technically had that job for a minute, but really, you got to just credit Phil Spencer. As for Nintendo and Sony, my answer for Nintendo is probably going to be Satoru Iwata, only because he actually he cared a lot about that product, and he cared a lot about making good games. I mean, he himself was a developer. You know, he worked on Smash Brothers, but he also even went as far back as working on like new Ghostbusters 2, like the good Ghostbusters game for the NES. Like he cared about all that stuff. So his death was sad. But yeah, but Sony, my answer is going to be kind of an amusing one. I'm going to give it to Olaf Olafsson. He was the first one. And the reason I give him credit is because he was the guy who basically stole the Nintendo PlayStation prototype and was just like, oh, yeah, no, I totally destroyed it. And that's how it ended up in Terry's hands. And that's how it ended up in our hands. And that's how it became public. So I credit him with that because I think that was great. But what did he actually do for the company? He got the ball rolling, certainly. But I don't think he was actually particularly good at that job, per se. Saba Production Super Chats. Let me know next time you fly to Japan. I'll try to match the days when Japan opens and is safe, of course. Yeah, dude, good luck with that. Like, I was literally just out of curiosity looking it up today. Japan is very closed. They're not allowing tourists in for any reason. There was like a week in November, like late November, where they were willing to let people in, but the conditions were ridiculous. And it was like, oh, you have to do all this stuff, and then after all you do all that stuff, you have to stay in a hotel for 10 days that you pay for, blah 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 blah. It just didn't make any sense to do, and then they shut that down anyway. So now it's back to like, unless you're U.S. military, you are not getting in. So I have absolutely no plans to go to Japan anytime soon, and who knows how many years that might take before Japan just lets people in again. And that applies to like every country, you know. International, international travel right now is just really, really difficult. But thank you for the super chat. Did I see the new Matrix? Yes, I did. We talked a bit about it at the beginning, and all I'm really going to say is that I don't want to talk too much about it, only because I don't want to ruin it for people who still want to see it. I watched it on HBO Max, and I get HBO Max for free, so I was not necessarily unhappy. I liked elements of it, but there are parts of it where I was just kind of like, I think I literally yelled "fuck you" at the screen at one point. But there were parts of it that I liked, and then other parts where I'm like, do I like this or I hate this? And it's impossible to know because you can't tell if they're challenging you or if they're just really bad at it. But I can't really elaborate because I don't want to ruin it for anybody. It might be 5 to 10 years before things return to normal if they ever do. I don't know if I think anything's going to return to normal, but to the point where it's like, if Japan would let me in with a simple negative PCR test, like basically like Canada does, that would be normal enough. But right now they don't let you in unless you're like military and you're exempt from everything. Like that's the level you have to be, which does not apply to me. So what are you gonna do? But I played Matrix Awakens. That's the new one, right? No, I haven't played it, but I heard it looks amazing. Oh, we got a super chat from BG Squirrel. Thank you. Hey, Adam, Merry Christmas. Quick question. I got a Neo Geo CD for Christmas, but the discs aren't spinning. eBay listing said it worked. Any idea on why it isn't spinning? First of all, thank you for that. Second of all, I'm just gonna ask, are the discs legitimate or did you burn them yourself? Because burned discs don't always cooperate with a Neo Geo CD. If they are legitimate discs, then I'm not entirely certain, because then it just sounds like you have a defective unit. Unless you rip the disc and verify the disc itself is fine. Give me a little more information and we'll go from there. I saw it on IMAX. It's left open if it could have a sequel or no sequel. I think it's, yeah. I mean, it's not a conclusion because it wasn't built to anything. It's just kind of a P.S. Here's what happened after Matrix Reloaded. So yeah, there's room to continue, I guess. The question is, do you want to? And based on it, I would watch it. I just don't know if I would. I don't know if I care enough to. I'd watch it because, like, it's free on HBO Max. That's basically the conditions that would be required for me to be interested in Matrix 5. It's like, oh, it's on HBO Max. I don't pay anything for this service. Yeah, all right, I'll put it on. That's, like, I wouldn't rush out to the theater to be like, what are the further adventures of, But I'm trying not, I know you're trying to hook me into it. I want to talk about it. Believe me, I do. I just don't want to ruin it for people because it's such a new movie. Okay, so VG Squirrel says the discs are legitimate. Did you try ripping the disc to a PC? And how many games do you have? Do they all do this? Try putting a music CD in it too. See if that does anything. Have you ever seen the movie Mulholland Drive? Yes. I think I have it on Blu-ray actually, but I haven't watched it in quite some time. I remember thinking that was a pretty cool movie. Hi, Adam. Thanks for the video on the PS3. My friend gave me his console with the yellow light of death, and I managed to get it working and replacing the bad capacitors. Your video sure was an inspiration to work on it. I'm glad I could help you with that collector bug. I get that one a lot, but hey, man, if you're getting some legitimate fun out of that, that's great. That's what it's all about. Have you been to Liechtenstein? No, I have not. Babe, add that to our list. We're going there. It boots up and sits on the CD player screen, but I don't hear any sort of sound from the system, and the CD menu does nothing. That doesn't sound good. Okay, the only thing I could think of as a quick potential ghetto fix, but I don't know if I would really recommend doing this, especially if it's still within returnable state. So let me pull up the Pluto here as an example. So I got the Pluto, and this is not a flex on the Pluto. It's just the only thing I have around where I can kind of illustrate this point. So you have the disk drive, right? And you have the disk. What happens on Saturns is when you put this in, eventually like enough pressure kind of pushes the disk mechanism down a little bit, and then when it sinks down, it causes it there to shift just enough that it doesn't try to read the disk anymore because it gets too much resistance. So on Saturns, there is a solution where you kind of take like a screwdriver and just kind of slightly try to press it up a little bit, and just that minor, like less than a millimeter of difference can kind of kick the whole thing back into action. I actually saved a Sega Saturn doing that. It's possible that your Neo Geo CD has the same issue, but you might want to maybe try that. I don't know. I'm not really recommending that as a fix because I've never heard of that being a specific issue with Neo Geo CDs. If I were you, that just sounds like something happened, and maybe you want to contact the guy who sold it to you. The alternative is, I mean, one of the simpler solutions would be like try cleaning the lens, see if that does anything. I take some Windex and a Q-tip, just kind of wipe the lens down, then swap the Q-tip around, try drying it a little bit, give it a minute, and if that does nothing, then yeah, you might have to contact the guy, unless you're like willing to do the actual repairs. But if he sold you a unit claiming it worked and it doesn't, then you have every right to be pissed. Do you collect any Criterion Blu-rays? I have a few. I think the most notable one I have is the Godzilla set, the Showa era one. That was really cool. I'd love to have that for the Heisei series. I don't think they're going to do it, though, because it would require having Godzilla 1985, the Dr. Pepper cut specifically, and that's a minefield nightmare of ownership. And the other ones are owned by too many different companies, split apart. Like Sony owns a few, and then random other companies own a few. Like maybe you could pull that off, but it would be kind of a pain. But if anybody had the clout to do it, it would probably be Criterion. And I think they actually stopped distributing some of the Heisei ones. Like I was in a store not that long ago, and they were selling like a couple of the Heisei Blu-rays that I remember buying for like $7.99. For like $200, and I was like, what happened? And they're like, oh, they recalled them and they stopped printing them. And I'm like, oh, so there's another rights issue, which makes it again harder to distribute those types of things. Do you secretly like Amazon Luna? I don't even know what that is. Have you been to Blackpool in England, Adam? It's full of arcades, Coral Island being the main one. Yes, I have. I was actually a guest at Play Expo Blackpool, I want to say 2019. So it was there only a few years ago. I described it as the poor man's British Vegas. And I had amazing Indian food there, but that's just a given when you're in the UK. You always have amazing Indian food. What's the most boring video game genre in your opinion? Okay, you're not going to like my answer. You're not going to like it. You guys, you're going to hate me, but I'm being honest because I was asked. JRPGs. Hate them. Can't stand it. It's not, I'm like, you're just stopping the flow of the gameplay to make me read a bunch of crap. Now, is that actually the worst genre? Of course not. Something like date sims, Japanese date sims would be even worse because you can't read them and there's nothing happening at all. But as far as like popular genres that exist in the West, yeah, I gotta go with that. Dr. Peppercut, I think it was Dr. Peppercut. Is it what I think it is and simply includes Dr. Pepper brand? So this is a long story short here, but when Return of Godzilla in 1984 was being brought over to the U.S., they wanted to try and update it. So they included footage of Raymond Burr, who had been in the American cut of Gojira, aka Godzilla King of the Monsters, and just random shots of him as older that they like cut into the movie. And the additional funding came from Dr. Pepper, like the soda company. So there's most of the additional footage either has a Dr. Pepper vending machine nearby or someone's holding a can of Dr. Pepper. Hence, it's called the Dr. Pepper cut. That particular release is impossibly rare because it was never really officially distributed outside of its original theatrical run and like one VHS print. I actually have a relatively clean 480p widescreen DVD of it that only exists because Sven Gulli, who is like is like Elvira but for dudes. He's like a guy on WGN, which is a Chicago-based channel. He randomly somehow found like an old print of that movie and he just aired it on TV. I don't know how the hell he got away with it, but he aired it once and then somebody ripped it. And my girlfriend just said something. And so he ripped it and it just put it on and it got on the internet and was like pulled immediately, but I managed to download it before that happened. So I have a nice clean cut of it, but a high def cut doesn't exist. My girlfriend does not stand with me on my position of RPGs, and I know she doesn't. She's very pro RPG. My girlfriend honestly plays way more video games than I do, and it's usually a thing where we're together, and I'm like, we'll play a game together, and that really means she plays 98% of the games, and I sit there and occasionally like move the character when she has to like go over and get a drink or something, which is fine. I'm totally fine with that. Any Wii U games you still need? No, I have a full Wii U game set. 100% done. Is there a piece of lost media that interests you? I guess I would say an official set of Godzilla's Dr. Pepper cut does come to my mind first, but that's also because we were just talking about it. I would have to sit there and actually think about it. I don't have any other like great answer for that at the moment, but I'm sure something will pop into my head. There's a whole lot of stuff I would love to see released in some other capacity, but when you say lost media, I assume you mean truly like there's only like hints of its existence left. Whereas that we have complete cuts of it. Sven Gulli is a Chicago National Treasure. That's right! Victor knows what's up. Mrs. Claus just has good video game taste. She herself just said she does not like JRPGs. She said she likes RPGs, but doesn't like JRPGs. And to be fair, the genre I was taking a shit on was JRPGs, not RPGs. Thus we agree. Julian just said, I still need to find that damn Spyro Wii U game. So here's a fun fact for you. The single rarest Wii U game is actually a Skylanders game. As dumb as that sounds. There was a Skylanders game called Skylanders Spyro's Adventure. And it got a physical edition on the Wii U in Japan only and was only sold at some sort of convention. I ended up with it. I don't even remember how I got it. I know Babe, you were with me. We were with James, different James, who lives in Japan, and we just randomly found it at a store, at a book off. And I was just like stoked to see it. I was like, oh my God, can you believe this? And of course they're looking at me like, why do you want the game with the toys? And I was like, you don't get it, okay? This game's really rare. Are you going to play it? No! It's the toys! You don't play with them. Hey, Adam, love all your videos, brother. Never stop making them. Never stop watching them. Thank you. Ooh, James has a good answer. The original season of Doctor Who. I've never seen a single episode of Doctor Who, but even I know that there's a ton of episodes of that show that are just missing. So let's go with that. Adam, how did you meet your girlfriend? What's the story behind it? Yeah, she's right there. She can tell you. Basically, she was like, you're a nerd. And I was like, I am a nerd. You want to hang out? Yeah. And then I went to Portugal and we hung out. It's very truncated, but essentially accurate. Have you ever had the fried chicken at Willie Mae's Scotch House in New Orleans? I don't think so. New Orleans is on my list of cities to return to. The evil Rob Thanos and I are supposed to go there at some point, but there's no specific plan. 2022 currently, with a few exceptions, is relatively wide open for me, but usually it fills up pretty quick. Most of that stuff where it's like, hey, we're going somewhere, most of that stuff's decided 2 weeks before it happens. There's a vague possibility I'll be going to Hong Kong later this year, but that really depends on a lot of external factors well beyond my control, namely pandemic, travel restrictions, Chinese government interference in Hong Kong, all that sort of stuff. Super chat from Ryman6000. Merry Christmas, Adam. Do you like South Park at all? Do you enjoy any of the video games? Love South Park. I used to watch it ever since, I watched it I'm old, man. So I watched it when it first came out back in 97. Even as a kid, I was like, this is amazing. Absolutely loved it. And I was super into it for the first couple of seasons. I remember when that N64 game dropped and I was just trying to find it just like everybody else was. And the game itself was trash, but you still loved it. But the show itself, I've pretty much always consistently liked until really the 20th season. And I think you guys know what I'm talking about if you watch that show. The 20th season was they tried to do this big continuity thing, and it just doesn't work with their show. They've kind of scaled back on that. I like it now, but I feel like they're tired of the old formula of being episodic. And sadly for South Park, that's when it's at its best. And while I think Matt Stone and Trey Parker are two of the most talented creators in Hollywood, they really are. They don't get enough credit for that. I feel like that they're just kind of, I'm not gonna say they're done with South Park because they just got renewed for until 2030 or something. That show's not stopping anytime soon. But I feel like creatively they're more interested in taking it in completely different directions. The show itself is not really meant to go, and they're just kind of experimenting now to keep their own sanity, which I actually kind of respect because I understand you get pigeonholed into the same formula. It gets very exhausting, so they want to be more creative. But as a fan watching it, it's not quite as fun as it was just because I see South Park with a very specific formula, and they don't seem to, by the show's own admission, they constantly people are, it's very meta. People will say people are sick of Tegrity Farms, and Randy will be like, yeah, I don't care. And that's basically Matt and Trey basically saying they don't care. Here's a funny thing though. And I took a screenshot of it when it happened. Matt Stone and Trey Parker, for whatever reason, both opened up their Facebook pages suddenly, their personal ones, and they both added me within 10 minutes of each other. I don't know why. So I'm actually friends with both of them on Facebook. Don't know why. I've never interacted with them. I mean, I think I've liked a couple of their posts, but that's about it. Dave wants me to return to Atlanta. Hail Carter. Hail Carter. Yes, Jimmy Carter sent me a Christmas card, Dave, so I was chosen. You were not chosen. What up now? Adam, I bought a Seagate SSD for my Xbox One X and transferred the games to the SSD. Can I just transfer the games on my Series S without installation? If I understand correctly, what you're saying is you took you have an Xbox One X, you plugged an external SSD into it, and then migrated all the content from the internal to the external SSD, and now you just want to plug that same external SSD into the new console. That should work. Yes, it might need to populate for a second. I think technically you need to rerun each game with an internet connection at least once. I think but or if you make the console the master console, it may not need that, but it should essentially just work. Are you excited about the Shenmue anime? I want to be. To me, Shenmue is one extreme of awesome in my personal universe. It's like my favorite piece of pop culture entertainment ever produced. And on the exact opposite ends of that spectrum is the very concept of anime. I I hate it. I've tried to be nice about it over the years, but I actually hate it. Like it's offensively bad to my senses. And the idea that the two are coming together is a paradox to me. It's what happens when an unstoppable force meets an immovable object, and I don't know what the resolution is. So like I do not want to watch it because it's anime, but I do want to watch it because it's Shenmue. But I also feel like what's going to win out is I probably will watch it and I will probably hate it. And I'll probably hate it because I know I understand fully from the get-go, even aside from being the Shenmue super fan, is that I understand how that game to film adaptation works and what its business function is. It's meant to bring in a new fan base that does not have anything to do with the video games. In other words, it's not made for me. It's made for non-Shenmue fans specifically, to try and appeal to a brand new base. Thus, narratively, it will be a lot more simplistic than what I want out of a Shenmue anime, or I shouldn't even say I don't want anything out of a Shenmue anime, out of a Shenmue show. It'll be a lot more simplistic than what I want, and will probably just piss me off. Kind of the same way, like, have you ever been that guy who read the book and then saw the movie, and you're like, the book was much better? Because usually the book is a lot better because it has way more detailed information than the very truncated movie, and the movie will often actively upset you because it's like, how could you cut that whole thing? Like, there's an entire subplot they removed by having one guy just say one line or something like that. I can pretty much guarantee that's going to be my experience with the Shenmue anime. But in addition to that, I'm also going to get massive headaches and just be frustrated by the animation itself. Does that answer your question? Hopefully it does. What's a better city to live in, New York or Los Angeles? So I've been to both many times. Technically, I lived in New York, but I moved when I was 2 years old, so I don't remember that time. I've never lived in Los Angeles, and I'm sure each side would say that both are better. So I can only really answer that as a tourist. But if you're like, hey, which one would you choose to move to if you had to? That's actually a really difficult question because, first of all, do you mean live in the city itself or live in that basic area? If I had to live in the city of Los Angeles versus the city of New York, I would choose New York. If I could live in the area surrounding it, I would choose Los Angeles. Downtown LA is disgusting. You don't live there. Everything closes. It's a terrible actual city. The great parts are around it and away from the city. Whereas New York is kind of the opposite. The best part is Manhattan, and everything else kind of sucks, if you ask me to be completely honest with you. And it's not like it's even bad. It's not like Jersey is bad. It's just it's literally not New York City, thus it's not as good. Because New York City, that's America's city. It just is. And I say that unbiased. I live in Chicago. Like, I should, if anything, be like, no. But no, I'm being honest. As someone who travels a lot, Manhattan, New York City, that's America's city. It just is. We got a donation on PayPal. This is from, I don't know if you want me to say your full name, so I won't. This is from Abdullah, who says, Happy holidays, Adam. A weird question, but with all the traveling you do, how appropriate. With all the traveling you do you worry about your risk of DVT/clots? P.S. Try living in Wales in the UK. Our pizza is garbage. So you're not the same Abdullah from my podcast. I just want that to be clear to everybody. First of all, no. I'm young enough that I'm not, maybe that you can consider that idiocy, if you will. I'm young enough that I don't really think about that, but I also do actively walk around on aircraft. And most of my flights, because I live in the center of the United States, I live in Chicago, most flights are relatively short. The long haul flights are places like Japan or something like that. But if you ever do those type of flights, you know, they're usually double wide aircraft where you get up and you walk around, and I always do that. So no, I never really worry about it, but as my girlfriend will point out, I'm kind of an idiot for not worrying about things like that, but then nothing ever really happens to me anyway, so it's like this tug of war that she and I have sometimes, but no, I don't really worry about that. And try living in Wales or in the UK, our pizza is garbage, I'm aware. I've been to the UK. I've even been to Wales specifically. I've been to Wales twice. I've been to Cardiff twice. Remember, babe, we went to Cardiff. And yeah, no, I would never eat pizza there. There's absolutely no way. However, you do have access to the best Indian food in the Western world. Maybe India itself does it better. I'm certain that's a very high possibility. I've never been to India, so I can't say. But in the Western world, the UK has god tier Indian food that no one even comes close to competing with. Like nobody. If I lived in the UK, I can almost assure you I would eat Indian food essentially every day because it's the only thing I would ever really want. So that's the trade-off, man. You can never have good pizza. It's never going to happen for you unless you come to the States, and even then you have to go to one of 3 very specific states. But you get the best Indian food. Thank you for the super chat. My girlfriend's mad at me for not liking Brooklyn. Brooklyn has nothing. Brooklyn has nothing I'm interested in. Like all the best, other than Loduca's Pizza. That place is fantastic. I'll give him that. Loduca's Pizza might be the best pizza place in the United States. I actually would say it's the best pizza place in New York, and therefore also the best pizza place in New Jersey because pizza in New York is better than pizza in New Jersey. It just is. I will say the best pizza place in New Jersey is Chiafullo's. So if you take Chiafullo's and put it up against Loduca's, those are your potential 2 best for the East Coast. And then in Chicago, I'd say your best bet is Lou Malnati's. So those are your 3, not Illuminati, for people who've never heard of this place, Lou Malnati's. You take those 3 places, and you put them up head to head to head. There's a very good bet Loduca's is going to win. And again, I'm from Chicago, so I should be biased, but I'm not. And that's how you know you can trust me, because I'm saying it. Loduca's might be America's best pizza. And to their credit, it's in Brooklyn. So, there you go. I love that the chat is a little off sync because I will say something and the girlfriend won't hear it right away. And then she'll yell at me, but I've already corrected for it. You know we're a long-term couple when we're like predicting the fight. No, I would never eat pizza in Connecticut. I would not do it. You don't eat pizza outside the pizza states. You just don't do it. The rest of the country, I'm sorry, you guys have no idea what you're doing. You have no clue, and you prove that by the fact that you literally have no idea what you're talking about. When you suggest pizza from other states, you've immediately invalidated the possibility of being right because you're just wrong. You cannot have pizza outside of those 3 states. You just cannot do it. And hell, those 3 states will argue among each other. New York will absolutely maintain it is not possible to eat pizza from Illinois or New Jersey. People from New Jersey will maintain that it is not possible to eat pizza from New York. People from Illinois will often claim it's not possible to eat pizza from the East Coast. I've actually been to all of them. I have no bias in this. I'm just saying food good versus food bad. Those 3 states are the only places that can do it. Happy Christmas, Adam. What happened to the time we spent as kids? I don't know, man. It went away because we got old. Go to New Haven. I've been to New Haven, Connecticut. I'm telling you, there's 3 acceptable pizza states in the United States. That's it. That's it. There's you can't go anywhere else. You go anywhere else and you have the pizza, like, oh, it's good. Then you go try like a real place, and I'm saying that as degradingly as possible. You go to another place that actually has real food, you'll never go back to the trash you've been eating. You just won't do it. Connecticut is a pizza state, Goofy. Go eat Pepe's in New Haven, Detroit pizza. No, you're wrong. It's not a pizza state. I'm sorry, you're wrong. It's not. It just isn't. Like states arguing about who has the best barbecue. Thank you, John. John knows what's up. He gets it. There are barbecue states, okay? The Carolinas, North and South, they are included. Tennessee is included. Kansas and Missouri are included. And Texas is included. That's it. Those are the barbecue states. And if you ask me, and you're going to see this if you watch the Flying and Eating channel, because my Kansas City video is about to drop, that is America's best one. Because I've done all of them. Kansas City on the Kansas side. Well, actually, you know what? It's also on the Missouri side. That's the whole problem with Kansas City is it kind of operates across 2 states. They're both amazing. I guess No, I'm going to say Kansas. I'm going to draw the line. Kansas, specifically. Because Kansas City Joe's was fantastic. That was on the Kansas side. And Q39, also on the Kansas side, was the best one. Arthur Bryant's was very good. It was on the Missouri side. and I can't even remember the other one off the top of my head, but it was also on the Missouri side. But I got to shift towards the Kansas side. Yep, I'm saying it. Now, to be fair though, it's fair to Texas. I've never been to Franklin's in Austin, which is supposed to be like America's actual best barbecue place. And the reason I've never been there is just because of how the logistics of actually eating in that specific place are. It's almost impossible. Texas barbecue brisket. See, you can see what I'm saying now. People argue about this stuff, and it's kind of fun. I love it. Boston pizza is the most. Boston has a. All right. So you want to talk? All right, we can all debate who has the best pizza, whatever. I'm gonna say this though: of all the places I've ever had pizza in my life, anywhere on Earth, whether it's the United States or the fucking Czech Republic, I had pizza in Cuba. Okay, it doesn't matter where you have it. The single worst piece of pizza I've ever had in my entire life was in Boston. Like, it was actually sub Domino's. And it was like from, oh, this is a local place. This is a Boston local place. You got to eat this. And I was like, okay. Holy crap, was it bad. Like, so much so that I still remember it. And I was like 9 years old. Like, it still is in my memory as a horrific event in my life. Was eating at this place in Boston. Terrible. Terry Black's in Austin is fantastic. I 100% agree with you. Absolutely. I'm still saying it, though. Kansas City. I think Kansas City, specifically a place called Q39. Go to Q39 in Kansas City. Technically, it's on the Kansas side, although I think they have a Missouri location as well. You will not go wrong there. Unbelievable. Taco John's is just, it's like higher end Taco Bell. It's not food. Pizza in Windsor, Ontario is incredible. No, wrong. That's not true. I've been to Windsor. No. First of all, your water supply is horrible. Like, it's gross. No, just no. Water is a massive... All right, fellow East Coast people, New York, New Jersey, tell them how significant the water supply is. You guys know this better than anybody. You got Windsor, Ontario. Fuck no. You guys use some of the most polluted water in the entire world. No. Boston is the only state I ever went to where someone made fun of me for being from New Jersey. Boston's not a state. It's a city. Massachusetts is the state. Have you ever actually had our pizza? Yeah, once with Shane. It was fucking gross. Granted, it was pizza, but that's not really necessarily the most fair comparison. But no, dude, as you get older and more bitter and more jaded, you learn where you don't try things versus what you do try in those same places. You guys aren't known for pizza for a reason. You have hometown bias from the lack of trying other places. The creator of Q39 in Kansas City just died earlier this month. Oh, I'm sorry. That sucks. Well, he lives on. His legacy lives on. Have you had Papa John's pizza? I would not eat that trash. That's this dumpster water. How did Chicago deal with a tornado a couple weeks back? What tornado? Which probably tells you everything about how significant it actually was. Bruh, I respect that you are so committed to believing that Windsor has good pizza, but it only means you've never had pizza outside of Windsor. We had Del Taco in Illinois. Del Taco is, again, it's like right like Taco John's, like right above Taco Bell, but not really food. You've been to New York and Chicago and had their pizza. Then I'm sorry I liked your head. You have disgustingly bad taste. Love you, but your taste sucks. Have you ever had a full English breakfast? Yes, that's an impossible thing to avoid in the UK. I've heard that Detroit does have good pizzas. So, Detroit is an interesting anomaly. I like Detroit style pizza, which is an interesting kind of deep dish, but different than Chicago style deep dish. It's more like a like cooked in like a. This is a bad way to explain this, but it's kind of like it's cooked in like a lasagna type of pan, like a brownie pan type of thing, and it's almost like a really thick bread. I've only had it outside of Detroit. However, I am willing to try that. I am willing to go to Detroit and try that. But it would have to be like the upper echelon one, and then even then it would be an anomaly. Although, to throw Electrohead, I'll throw you a bone here. There is a really good pizza place, oddly enough, in Hamilton, Ontario, called, funny enough, Chicago Style Pizza. That place is the only pizza place outside of the U.S., in North America anyway, that I've ever been to that wasn't disgusting. So, like, I would say we had good pizza. Babe and I had good pizza in Austria, and I had at least good pizza one time in Canada, and that was at Chicago Style Pizza in Hamilton, Ontario. Those are the only two international pizza places I've ever been to that weren't terrible. Now, again, I haven't been to Italy, so, like, let's be completely fair. But outside of the U.S., so maybe go up there. I'm curious, Electrohead. Go look up Chicago Style Pizza in Hamilton, Ontario. Go up there and try it out. I don't know if you're still in the chat, Julian. Were you with us that time? I don't remember. Try it if you haven't done it. Uno's is not good. So most of the country thinks there's a chain called Uno Chicago Grill and that it's like actually from here. It's not. There is a place here called Uno, but it has no association with the national version of it. And the reason they can just steal the name is because Uno just means one in Italian. And so they just stole the name. But the actual Uno is still not that good. Babe, do you remember we actually went there once? And we both walked away with it like, oh, ew. Like, because we've had way better deep dish pizza in Chicago. Pizza is Canadian Little Caesars. 100% true. I actually would think that Pizza aspires to be Little Caesars, and Little Caesars aspires to be food one day. Pizza is just bread with melted cheese on it. Oh, Timmy, how simple you are. How simple. No. Just no. What did you think of... Let's switch topics here. What did you think of Shenmue 3, and is it worthy successor of Shenmue 1 and 2? Well, I did an entire, 45-minute review of that game and exactly what I thought of it, but long story short, I thought it was unapologetically more Shenmue. I don't know why people got upset with it. It was exactly what it said it was going to be, which was just the next continuation of the story. And it did exactly that. It delivered the same mechanics. People seem to be like, oh, why didn't it have Ryo breaking into cars and getting guns and shit? And I'm like, when did you think Shenmue was going to do that? Or people are thinking it's going to be the narrative conclusion. He's just going to kill Andy and it's the end of the story. It's like, that's not what it was ever going to be. It wasn't supposed to be that. He wasn't going to just screw the story up so much for that. No. I loved Shenmue 3. It was exactly what it was supposed to be. Do I wish it was longer? Yes. Do I wish more had involved narratively? Of course. But there were, let's just say, certain external factors that made that more difficult than it should have been. But the game was unapologetically more Shenmue, and I'm very happy with what it gave me. And I want more. Let's leave it at that. We got a super chat from Ryuji Sakamoto, who says... to get off topic of food, which we just did, and I don't blame you, what was the one console that you just have the worst luck with? Me personally, it was the 360. Went through 3 slims. You mean as far as reliability? That's a good question. I don't have too many consoles die on me, fortunately. I've had accessories die, and actually, I did a video a couple of years ago on the Wii. I was like, look, I'm going to revisit the Wii because I famously hate the Wii. And I was like, look, I'm going to give it another chance. And out of the box, nothing worked. I showed it in the video. I was like, this doesn't work and this doesn't work. And this doesn't this is why I hate the Wii because it sucks. It's trash. Let's see. I've had a couple of OG Xboxes die on me. I had one 360 that red ringed, but that was when everybody had that happen. I've had a couple of PlayStations where the disc drive just stopped working. I've certainly had consoles that need maintenance, but I wouldn't say there was any one in particular where it's like, oh, not again. It just died again. I've had Dreamcast die on me. But I also tend to get a lot of them repaired. So I would say the console I consistently have had the most trouble with, though, is probably the Wii, only because it's always a nightmare to try and use it. That's just me. Thank you for the super chat. Which, speaking of it, we got another one. The Tech Time Team Says pizza is not pizza unless it's stuffed crust. Leafy Georgia boy. Oh, you're Leafy Poo? What's up, man? So here's the funny thing about stuffed crust. I bet your definition of stuffed crust is different than ours. Stuffed crust, most of the country thinks of it the way Pizza Hut does it, where there's like cheese in the ring around it. But that's not what stuffed crust actually is. Stuffed crust is actually more of like the way the Chicago style definition is, where it's just a thick thing. Because that existed first. Pizza Hut just stole the name and then put cheese in the ring. I'm curious which one you think it is. Thank you for the super chat, Leafy Poo. Also, what's up, man? I haven't heard from you in a while. So you guys want to hear something kind of amusing? I'm sure a lot of you guys know who Justin Silverman is, because you probably watch Angry Video Game Nerd and all that stuff. Justin Silverman's a buddy of mine. He was actually my rep at one point. And he and I have been using an archaic feature on Facebook, and we don't know why we're both doing it. At least I don't know why we're doing it, but we keep doing it. He just randomly poked me on Facebook, which when you do that, it pulls up like all the pokes you ever received. And the last one I received was like 8 years ago, because I didn't even know that feature still existed. And so when he pokes me, I just poke him back. And we've been doing this for like a month. And we don't talk to each other. We just poke each other. I don't know. PS1 was a nightmare as far as durability is concerned. Yeah, so PS1, man, Sony did not build that original model very well. The trick, even when I was a kid, when that console was relevant, was put the PS1 up on its side, and usually gravity will help compensate, and it'll actually start reading games. But eventually that stops working too. Pizza is just cheese and bread, bro. That means you've only had shit pizza. That's all that means. It means you're definitely not from a pizza state. Let's put it that way. Because if I only ate dumpster crap like Pizza Hut or Little Caesars, I would probably agree with you. Babe, look, water. Have you heard about the X screen for the Xbox Series S? Is that like a portable screen or something? No, I guess not. Which publishers / developers have you lost trust in recently, and which ones have you gained respect for recently? They can be big companies or small, doesn't matter. I don't really have any tonal shift on any of them recently. EA is still EA. I've never really respected them. I guess I've gained some respect from Microsoft only because they're doing way more for the consumer as of late, and I like that, if that counts. Have you met people that think Chicago is a state? Oh, yeah. James was in here earlier and thought Boston was a state. Like, it happens. Americans are not the best at geography. Let's put it that way. Is Chicago Town frozen pizza real Chicago pizza? What the hell is Chicago Town frozen pizza? I guess that answers your question. I had a launch PS1. Only thing that broke was the CD spindle 6 years later. They always break. That's the problem. Wii is the best console ever. Only if you have horrible brain damage. Water? Yeah, no, I keep drinks off to the side. So I've got a bottle of water here. And I have 3 containers of coffee. I've got this one, which is actually almost done. Then I have the Ubisoft thermos, and I have the Blockbuster thermos that are full of coffee. Although I don't think we're going to need them. I don't think we're going to go all that much longer. I kind of need to pee, too. Wii has GameCube ports and plays the mini discs. So what? It's still... At Games Genesis plays Genesis games. It's still a pile of shit. The Wii... The funniest thing to me about the Wii is people always bring up a couple of defenses for the Wii. It's usually like, oh, it plays GameCube games. You know what else does? The GameCube. And it does it better. Because the Wii has... It actually actively plays Wii game or GameCube games worse than a GameCube. The video output is actually worse. It does it in an inferior way because most versions of the Wii can't actually support GameCube games anyway, and there's various accessories and games that aren't even compatible with it. Software, it's like, okay, so that's trash. So that's a stupid point. And then the other point that people bring up is like, oh, when you have a hacked Wii, it's the best. It's like, you like what hackers gave you. You don't like what Nintendo gave you. The whole reason you're hacking it is because what Nintendo gave you is trash. The Wii is history's worst major game console. It's a pile of shit. It's terrible. It's fucking crap. Fight me. It's the biggest piece of shit ever produced by a major game company. It's actually embarrassing that that's in Nintendo's legacy, that they produced that. That's like Warner Brothers looking back at all their Batman movies and they're like, yeah, that's right, we did make Batman and Robin, didn't we? That's what the Wii is. It's the Batman and Robin of Nintendo consoles. It's a pile of fucking shit. Should never have been made. It was successful, just like Batman and Robin. It made a bunch of money. And then it destroyed their legacy, which they had to clean up for years. Merry Christmas! The GameCube has the Game Boy player. Yes, it does. How does Buffalo place in the Pizzaverse? So, that's an interesting one. I haven't been to Buffalo since I was a kid, so I can't say. But Buffalo is in New York. Therefore, technically, it could accomplish that goal. Like, I've been to Southern Illinois, and they don't do the deep dish thing, but they still know how to make pizza down there. Just different types of pizza. But they're more known for Buffalo Wild Wings, obviously, or Buffalo Wings in general. But I want to go on a hunt for like the best Wild Wings. They made a ton of money. Yes, and then that arrogance that you're talking about. The Wii itself was successful, just like Batman and Robin. Then what happened afterwards? A disastrous collapse of the brand in both cases. It took Batman years to recover, and they had to like completely reboot everything in the form of Batman Begins. What did Nintendo do? On their end, they're like, we'll take that success. They embraced the failure that was the Wii and said, we'll take that, we'll bring it, we'll make the Wii U. And while the Wii U was a legitimately good console, everyone was like, I don't want that. That's like the Wii. That's trash. The Wii is trash. I'm not buying a Wii U. It literally killed the Wii U to have any association with the Wii. The Wii is a big fucking pile of shit. It should never have been made. It was absolute trash, and I genuinely assume anybody who likes it unironically has brain damage. I'm sorry, but it's true. It's a pile of fucking shit, and it sucks. What they should have made was the Wii U. Should have been their Xbox 360, PS3 competitor. Their 7th gen console should have been the Wii U. I mean, really, that has still put them in the problem they're still in now, which is they're essentially technologically an entire generation behind. And that sin, that original sin, comes from the Wii. It really is a tragedy that thing was ever made. And even worse, that it was successful. It should have gone the route of the Virtual Boy, but not beloved. I'm very confused why the Wii Mini did not have an HDMI port. There's a perfect example. The Wii Mini produced many years after the Wii came out. I think it came out in 2013 when the Wii itself came out in 2006. Not only did they not put an HDMI port on it, they actually stripped out everything other than composite. They treated it like it came out in 1992. Ugh. Just everything about the Wii sucks. Mario Kart Wii sucks. Yeah, that's the one outlier game in the entire library that I would actually say is decent. And the biggest reason is because the game itself uses the GameCube controller, although you still need a Wiimote to launch it. The amount of games on the Wii that are actually good is comically small, and most of them still require you to actually interact with the Wiimote, which I think is legitimately the worst controller ever designed for a major game console, with one exception being the Atari 5200. And the only reason the 5200 is worse is because it was always broken right out of the box. That's the one reason. The Wiimote is just a pile of shit. The Wii, with a simple firmware update that would have allowed you to use normal controllers, like at least on the dashboard, and launch things, that would have been so much better. And I said the same thing with the Wii U, by the way. The Wii U would have been a lot better if it wasn't so married to the gamepad, but at least the gamepad, like, worked, and it wasn't always super annoying to use. I legitimately hated the concept of playing a game with two sticks that I had to wave around that never functioned properly, as we talked about before. The only reason I actually legitimately spent any time playing Mario Kart Wii is because as soon as the game was launched, you could plug in a GameCube controller and it would just be like, oh, it's like a real game again. I don't have to use stupid magic sticks. So you point out, oh, so people are like, oh, but Super Mario Galaxy 1 and 2, Skyward Sword, the typical, prototypical Wii Defender answers. And if they were so great, they wouldn't have removed the Wii motion controls and then re-released them on Switch. Just saying. Those games are finally are free to function on a platform that doesn't suck. And it's always the same 3 or 4 games that people point out. That's not a coincidence. The Wii is a fucking dumpster fire piece of shit and should never have been made. Its best games were really just GameCube enhanced games forced with stupid motion controls. Honestly, like, you should have just really, I mean, I'm not saying that they should have stuck around with the GameCube for like another 5 or 6 years. What they should have done was the Wii U and just build everything around it, but they didn't. And I'm just glad that games like Mario Galaxy 1 and Skyward Sword have been liberated from that console, brought over to the Switch, and removed the stupid-ass motion controls so that they actually become functional games. I hate more than you can even begin to imagine how the Wiimote and everything it represented. It, like, single-handedly was responsible for destroying gaming for, like, at least a few years. And we all had to deal with that, and we had to deal with PS motion bullshit, and we had to deal with the Kinect, which was a sin that stuck around at least till like 2014 because of the Kinect in the Xbox One. It was like the Wii was responsible for all of that, and it's still kind of there. I mean, the reason we're all bitching about a Switch Pro is because we're still dealing with the sins of the Wii, dragging Nintendo behind by a good 10 years. I cannot believe that people actually defend the Wii still. And usually the people who do grew up with it as kids. And that's really, they're just dealing with childish nostalgia. And I don't blame you. We're in the nostalgia generation. I understand that. But, like, have a little bit of objectivity. If the GameCube was so great, why did it fail? This is the argument of a 9-year-old, man. There's many great things that fail. How many wonderful works of art have no exposure? How many movies that were really, really good earned no money, while terrible piles of shit like the Twilight movies generate revenue? You can't assume and always equate quality with financial success. They are not the same thing. They're not mutually exclusive. That's not how it works. The GameCube was a wonderful console, but it had the same problem the Xbox and the Dreamcast did. It was up against the juggernaut that was the PlayStation 2. The PS2 sold 155 million consoles. 155 million! You can take all 4 of the other 6th-gen competitors, the Xbox, which had about 24 million consoles sold, the GameCube, which had about 22 million consoles sold, the Dreamcast, which had about like 10.5 million consoles sold, and the new one, which had about like 4. I think I own 2 of the 4 that were sold. You can have all those combined, and they won't even come to the halfway point of what the PS2 sold. The PS2 was amazing at marketing itself, not only as the continuation of the PlayStation legacy, but it also had, this is your new next-gen experience. It had that 1-year launch advantage over the others, with the exception of the Dreamcast. And then on top of that, it was, hey, we're a DVD player. This is new tech, and it's exciting to you. Nintendo's big mistake that time around, even though they corrected a lot of the mistakes from the N64, they didn't embrace new tech in the form of a DVD player. Had they done that, it might have worked out a little bit differently. But they were also desperate in that generation. They were begging developers to come back and work for them. Sony didn't have to. Everybody wanted to work for them. So you basically went into the GameCube thinking, okay, this is better than the N64. It's doing new cool things, but a lot of devs are like, we'll wait and see. And the Xbox was an unproven franchise. Sega had already bowed out. You didn't have any other choice but to mostly go to Sony that time around. So to just say, oh, the GameCube's not good because it didn't sell as much, that is literally the type of argument I would expect from a 9-year-old. The Tech Time team says, soft modded my Vita, got a PS5, hate the mem space. Are we talking about, well, both of them have memory problems. The Vita, once it's hacked, is not as bad because then you can save stuff to the SD card that you put into it. By the way, congratulations on that. And the PS5, yes, I just dealt with some PS5 memory issues myself. I have a 4 terabyte external hard drive that was plugged into it, which it will openly bitch at you about, like, hey, you can't play PS5 games off it. I'm fine with that. I just keep PS4 stuff installed on it, or I'll keep PS5 stuff installed on it as well, but you can't actually play them, so you just have to cycle between the two. And then I wanted to upgrade to a 5 terabyte drive. I picked one up on Black Friday, right? So I thought I could just plug that in and then the PS5 would recognize both and just be like, even if it doesn't let me use both at the same time, it would be like, okay, I see you have two drives. Do you want to transfer stuff from one to the other? Doesn't have that feature built in. So the only way I could move stuff from the 4 terabyte drive to the 5 terabyte drive was to take as much of it as would fit on the internal drive, turn off the console, plug in the new one, move all that over, turn it off, then go back to the old drive and repeat and repeat. And it took like 6 cycles of that before all the stuff from the 4 terabyte drive was on the 5 terabyte drive. I don't know why Sony makes external storage so damn hard. And I said this in my review. They claim they'll let you have an 8 terabyte drive. So I plugged in an 8 terabyte drive and it recognizes it 8.01 terabytes. It actually claims it's 12 megabytes. 12 megabytes too big, only because of the way Sony formats their stuff. They format it a little oddly, hence you get that 12 megabytes, hence the system says it won't recognize it. It's a glitch that's existed since the early mid PS4 days, and they've never bothered to fix it, even on the PS5, which is just like stunning. So yes, I empathize the tech time team, Leafy Poo. I empathize with your PlayStation storage issues. Cax super chats and says, Twilight Princess on GameCube superior to the Wii. I guarantee that's true, only because you can use a real controller. I think the Wii version would have had widescreen support, and I imagine maybe there would have been a couple bugs ironed out, but I think they both launched at exactly the same time. So it's essentially the same hardware. One's just forcing you to use a shitty controller. I see people were catching up and enjoying my little Wii rant there. Okay, the Tech Time team says the PS2 was more innovative piece of tech than the Wii. I mean, yes. The Wii was literally not innovative. It was a GameCube. That's all it was. It was a GameCube repackaged in a different case. The only thing that's revolutionary about it was its aforementioned piece of shit controller. Like, I think it technically could do a couple of additional things, but it mostly failed to do them. The Vita is really cool when it's hacked. By the way, James, I don't know if you're still in here, but James hacked my Vita for me. That was pretty neat. It's not an Adam video without an anti-Wii rant. Hey, man, they asked. What can I say? The Wii U is great. It's the original Wii that should never have existed. Like, if I had the Infinity Gauntlet and the 6, the Infinity Gems, like, I would just get rid of the Wii from existence. It should never have happened. Every Wii just fades away to dust, and nobody has to remember that ever happened. Adam, are there any other movies you enjoy in the same way as The Room, other than the example of House of the Dead? That is, damn, Pizza, you know me well, because that actually would have been my answer. So The Room, I'm sure a lot of you... Oh, hey, Denny. I'm sure a lot of you guys know that movie very well, and if you don't, you really should. It's the greatest bad movie ever produced. But yes, like, are there other, like, really so bad it's good movies? Oh, Joshua, you sent it? I'll check it in 1 second, buddy. Thank you. The House of the Dead is another one of those, because Uwe Boll makes garbage movies, as I'm sure a lot of you guys know. But the one of his I legitimately love, because it's just the right amount of so bad it's good, is House of the Dead, based on the Sega light gun series. That movie is right there in the, wow, I cannot believe I'm seeing this. I'm dying laughing at how bad this is. But are there any other like great ones like that? The thing is, the problem with those types of movies is they're very rare. Because most bad movies are bad and they're just boring. Like I just got a Blu-ray of Santa with Muscles, which is a Hulk Hogan movie where he plays Santa Claus, but he's like, Hulk Hogan. And I kind of remember it being like funny bad, but upon rewatching it, I'm like, no, it's mostly boring bad. What you really kind of need for a good bad movie is the movie has to be made by like a weird alien who doesn't understand humans but thinks he does. That's what The Room is perfectly. It's Tommy Wiseau does not understand people but thinks he does. So he produces a movie where he thinks that actually makes all these things make sense. And that's why it's funny to a quote unquote normal person. But that's very, very rare. So Birdemic, James says, I've never actually watched Birdemic, so I can't say. But then people are throwing out things like Spider-Man 3 and stuff like that. Those are just bad movies. There is a difference. There's a difference between so bad it's good, and just kind of bad tolerable and boring bad. There's many degrees of it, but there's this very thin layer of movies where they're just so perfectly wrong that they amuse you for completely different reasons than they should. And the two that always come to my mind is The Room is the definitive one. But I mean, I gotta say that it would be House of the Dead as my number two. But off the top of my head, I don't have another great one for you. Kung Pao is not a bad movie. Kung Pao is a legitimately funny movie. But Kung Pao is an interesting divisive movie because if anybody has seen Kung Pao, it's always that is the funniest thing I've ever seen, or that was the most unwatchable thing I've ever seen. Nobody ever has like a medium opinion of it. And I'm in the camp of that is the funniest thing I've ever seen. We got a donation on PayPal from Joshua Finzi who says, Happy Holidays / Merry Christmas, Adam. Thank you, Joshua. Happy Holidays to you. Merry Christmas to you. And that goes to all of you guys. Thank you so much for joining us so far on the live stream. And if you want to at any point, you can super chat or PayPal. I appreciate that. Link is in the description to the PayPal if you prefer to use that. Super chats are always cool too. It's not a requirement, just appreciated. And I'll answer your questions. That's really the only thing I can do for you is your question will jump to the front of the line. Yeah, appreciate it. Oh, Justin poked me again on Facebook. I better respond. Yep, there we go. I don't know if Justin, if you're watching, if that's why you're doing it right now, that would be amusing. Anyway, okay. Yeah, Kung Pao is amazing. Samurai Cop I've never seen, but I've heard exactly the same thing, that one's like right up there. I mean, if you guys want to see those type of movies, I recommend watching Red Letter Media. Those guys have reviewed a ton of it. That they're professionals at like finding those gems. See, my girlfriend is the exact opposite. Kung Pao, she couldn't stand it. She's in the opposite, like it's the worst. So it happens, but nobody is ever like Kung Pao is okay. It's always either the funniest thing they've ever seen or unwatchable. Are you not doing an 8+ hour stream today? I don't know yet. We haven't stopped. There's no producer off the side of the screen being like, you gotta cut. It's really just like, we go until people aren't really interested, or I'm just like too tired to keep going, or whatever it is. I kind of would like to go pee, but I have no one to tag in, so I guess I'm just here for now. We'll see. What am I playing these days? What was the last thing I even played? God. I was playing some Far Cry 6 recently, and that's about it. I haven't been playing much lately because it's just been like mostly actually. So December is kind of an annoying month to be a YouTuber because you basically have to like quadruple your video output. So like that's what I was mostly doing this month, is just working on videos. You guys have probably noticed I've had a video come out like every 2 days. It's been exhausting, but I hope you guys are enjoying the additional content. Yeah, see, there you go. I love Kung Pao. Kung Pao is unwatchable. You get those two. It's the only two opinions that exist. Adam, do you think you can play a new WWE game in 2022? Me personally, no. It doesn't really interest me. I kind of like, actually, those WWE games I find more fun when the game plays itself and you just make up your own characters and just see how it goes. We got another super chat. We got a PayPal donation again from Joshua Finzi. Says, "Are you a Doctor Who fan?" Thank you for the donation. No, this came up earlier actually when we were talking about Lost Media, and James out there actually said specifically that he would like to see the Doctor Who stuff that's gone missing resurface. And I actually kind of agreed, even though I've never seen it, only because I know even I've never watched that show. Famously, like there's episodes of that franchise that are just missing. So that's the most I really have to say about Doctor Who. That, and it has like a weird European-only PS2 game. Go to the bathroom, dude. I will. I just want someone to tag in for me, and I'm like waiting for like a Rob Thanos or somebody to show up and give him a few minutes on the phone or something. You found the Samsung Saturn video interesting. I appreciate that. Do you like Brazil? I don't dislike Brazil. I've never been. Are there a lot of nerdy video game women in South America? I don't know. My girlfriend's from Portugal, dude. She's right here. Or babe, are you still watching? Say hi. Do you play PS4 or Xbox One? I spend more of my, I don't even have either of those set up now. I have the Xbox Series X set up and the PS5 set up. Between the two, I find myself gravitating more towards the Xbox Series X. I just found out hot dogs go really well with coffee. Okay. Here's a fun fact. Coffee goes well with everything. Coffee is the elixir of the gods, and that's why I've got 3 of them here. Intrepid Izzy, I'm gonna play at some point. Go pee. The devs for Intrepid Izzy were in here earlier in this chat. No, I don't need anybody to tag in. It's fine. We'll see if the evil Rob Thanos shows up or something. But yeah, it's fine. See, Babe's there. Babe will entertain you in the chat. You're not a coffee drinker, sinner. How's the OG Xbox full set going? It's going. it's just going along. Timmy says coffee is garbage. Just so we're clear. The guy who said pizza is just bread with cheese, thinks the Wii is great, is also the guy who doesn't like coffee. That tells you everything you need to know, ladies and gentlemen. Can't help but be more of a tea drinker because it's the Brit in me. That makes sense. Embrace the stereotype. It's all good. Coffee is my bean water. I must have it. Yeah, the evil Mrs. Claus is also a tea drinker, so I understand. I like tea. I just don't drink it as much as I drink coffee. Let's hang on one second. Let me do a little retweet. Let everybody know we're still doing this. Okay. Zesty is awake again. Do you think 2022 is going to be the year of the Marty? Also, that guy with worse taste than me in food. Well, first of all, Zesty, nobody has worse taste than you. You have the worst taste in food of any human being I have ever encountered in my entire life. Secondly, this is a dude who flew to Fairbanks to eat Pizza Hut. I'm just putting that out there. Secondly, FM Towns Marty did probably not, because I doubt I'm going to Japan anytime soon. This guy thinks the Wii failed. I don't think the Wii failed. That's not what I said. I'm saying it's a piece of shit. It made a lot of money, just like Batman and Robin made a lot of money, but it did destroy their legacy in the process. Those are different arguments. The Wii failed would be like objectively wrong. It literally beat. It was the most successful financial console in the 7th generation. It beat both the PS3 and 360 in terms of numbers. But in the long run, it's just considered a pile of shit that's an embarrassing thing in their history. Again, like the Twilight movies. Yeah, they made a lot of money. They were arguably successful for that reason, but they're not good, and they're not going to be fondly remembered. They're going to be remembered like Robert Pattinson, who's in it, was like, oh, God, why did I do those? That's the Wii. That's the Wii of game. The Wii is that game console. It's the, oh, God, why did we make that piece of shit? The Wii should have failed. Foil Grim Timmy. Dude, do you just have like, are you just like not able, does like your speakers not working or something? Because it seems like you're not quite listening or understanding what we're saying. Yeah, literally everybody, nobody's debating, why did you watch Batman and Robin? Because I was like a kid when it came out. Why did you buy the Wii? Probably because you were a kid when it came out. But Wii bowling, exactly. When your grandma thinks like this is the shit, it's probably not a good game console. Zesty here, by the way, everybody. He is 1/4 of the way through a complete Xbox 360 NTSC set. Congratulations. But yeah, Zesty, you still have the worst taste in food of anybody I've ever met. Like, the worst. Like, even Timmy here is, like, way higher. No, I get it. I just disagree. You disagree? What exactly are you disagreeing with? Because you seem to fundamentally not understand what I'm saying. You're making the claim, you're misrepresenting what I said. You're claiming that I'm claiming that the Wii failed to be successful. Not at all what I said. And I think everybody else listening knows that's exactly what I'm what I said, which is it made a bunch of money. It's just an embarrassing legacy, and it's still causing them problems. If it wasn't, the Wii U would not have flopped. If it wasn't, the Switch would not be constantly be in demand to have a brand new version that's like Pro 4K edition, because Nintendo no longer makes competitive hardware. Why? The Wii. They learned all the wrong lessons from it. It in of itself as a microcosm made money, but was also a giant pile of shit. It's like a movie studio when they see something like a Twilight or whatever make a bunch of money. They go, okay, so I guess what the people want are really bad movies. We can do that. That's essentially what I'm saying. The Wii taught Nintendo they don't have to try that hard and they don't have to make good stuff. Now, granted, the Wii U taught them, okay, we got to try a little harder, which is great. But the Wii is just, its legacy is embarrassment. Nintendo Wii is trash, but I used to love watching Netflix on it. Actually, I have the Netflix Wii disc just like right over there. You remember when that was a thing? When you needed a special disc for the Wii or the PS3 to watch Netflix? Adam, watch Night Killer, a.k.a. Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3. I'm a little busy doing a live stream at the moment. I don't think the Wii was a piece of shit. I think it's the direction Nintendo wanted to go, and it led to the Switch, which is successful. Okay, no. First of all, yes, you can have any opinion you want on the subjective opinion of whether you think it's a piece of shit or not. That's fine. If you think it's the direction Nintendo wanted it to go, that would imply that you think that Nintendo wanted the GameCube to underperform. Because they essentially just decided, we're going to stick with this same level of hardware. Okay, fine. So they wanted the GameCube to underperform. That's part of that plan there. And then it led to the Switch, which you, by the way, are negating the Wii U, which was clearly not the direction they wanted. They didn't want their next successful platform to be an unmitigated disaster financially. That unless you're saying that was part of their plan, was to make a system that financially flopped after the Wii, unless that was part of the plan, I don't think that was how it went. So you can't just ignore that. That's the whole point. You can't ignore the tragedy that came out of the decision they made. And the Switch itself, yes, financially successful. Again, I'm not disputing that. But at the same time, you can't go 2 seconds on the video game side of the internet and not hear somebody be like, man, I wish there was a Switch Pro. Man, I wish there was a Switch 4K. Yet you never hear that same argument for the PS5 or the Xbox Series X. People aren't like, man, I wish there was a PS5 Pro. You know why? Because it's already considered essentially top hardware, at least in the time it existed. Whereas the Switch, the Wii U, and the Wii all launched anemic. They launched a generation behind technologically. The reason people think that is because they just had a certain expectation Nintendo would try harder. And the reason they stopped trying harder was, let's say it, everybody, the Wii. The Wii U is basically a hybrid. No, it's not. It's its own standalone console with Wii backwards compatibility. Honestly, the biggest thing that killed the Wii U was a combination of Nintendo's arrogance in assuming that everybody would embrace it, but using the actual Wii name. Because this is well-documented history. You don't need to listen to me. But the biggest thing Nintendo thought they had going for them was the success of the Wii name. So they just assumed everybody would gravitate to them. They spent an entire generation, the 7th gen, telling gamers, we don't like you, we don't need you, we want your grandmother, we want your sister, we want your cousin. Those people moved on and played Candy Crush. They had no loyalty to Nintendo, which is why they weren't there for the Wii U. And the reason we weren't there for Nintendo is because they spent an entire generation telling us, we don't give a shit about you. We don't care about you being there. So we didn't buy a Wii U either. Hence its sales were so bad that they had to drop it after a shortened lifespan and completely rebrand themselves. The Wii U is the logical consequence of the Wii's failures. As great as the Wii U itself is, it's just a disaster financially because of everything Nintendo did with the Wii. The Wii in of itself, financially successful. It's Twilight. It's, okay, perfect. Let's use Star Wars. It is the last Jedi of Nintendo consoles. It in of itself made a bunch of money, but was incredibly divisive. It split its base into two different people, and then when you went to the next one after, it didn't, even though Rise of Skywalker was trash, the next one was gonna just not do as well because people were like, I don't even give a shit anymore, man. I don't care about you. So, what? You think Star Wars is repaired just because Rise of Skywalker ended? Like, no, you can't undo that mess. And sorry, babe, I didn't mean to bring up Last Jedi. She doesn't like that. Did I watch Batman Returns with my family this Christmas? No, but that is my favorite non-Christmas Christmas movie. Why do you like the Wii U? Because the Wii U itself was a legitimately great console. Its actual game database that existed specifically for it, I'm looking over there because that's where my set is. The games they made specifically for that machine are great. I don't give two shits about backwards compatibility with the Wii. And if you watch my older videos on the matter, I'm basically constantly stunned that I liked that console. And the reason I liked it is it's everything the Wii should have been. A much more capable machine with much better games that also didn't require you to use a stupid magic wand. It was optional. It was ancillary technology that could perhaps potentially benefit it, but I don't think there's a single game on the actual Wii U hardware that requires the Wiimote, which is a wonderful thing. Now, had they launched that console to compete with the Xbox 360 and the PS3, it might... I don't know if they would have been successful financially. That's a different discussion altogether, and I open that up to the floor if anybody thinks so. But their legacy would have been much more interesting. The Wii U is great, but the Wii... I really wish it had never existed. I mean, we're still dealing with that, and I don't think it's going to be undone anytime soon. Do you guys legitimately believe that Nintendo's next console is actually going to be up to par with the Xbox Series X and PS5 and then leapfrog them? The era of Nintendo trying to compete on a hardware level head to head is over forever. They're never doing that again. And that is the biggest sin of the Wii, is Nintendo learned we don't have to try that hard. People will buy it anyway. And that mentality hurt them with the Wii U because for reasons we've already discussed. At least with the Switch, they kind of got the combination right. But man, you can't go a single second on the internet without somebody bitching about where's our more powerful Switch. The Tech Time, I'm just going to call you Leafy Poo. Leafy Poo, super chats. Vita and PS TV equals more superior than the Wii. Dude, the fucking Loopy is superior to the Wii. I would gladly, unironically, play the Casio Loopy all day long than play the Wii. I would actually have more fun and be less pissed off. The other part of the Wii that pisses me off so much is it's literally Nintendo that made it. It's just shocking they could have made something that bad. All right, what is with this like Russian bot that keeps like fucking spamming? We're going to just hide this user. Okay, I don't know if any of the admins are still here, but there's clearly like this Russian bot that just keeps posting garbage. If you see that, ban that account, delete that crap. I don't want to see that shit anymore. Babe got it. Thank you. But yes. Anyway, thank you for the super chat, Leafy Poo. Now, with all that said, how are you guys doing? The problem is we could talk about the Wii all day long, and I really don't want to do that. What's worse, FMVs or motion control? Motion control. FMV games, you don't have to play them. It's just that simple. You don't want to play all that kind of FMV garbage that's on the 3DO or the Sega CD? Don't. It doesn't hinder the other games in the series and can even be complementary. Motion controls, particularly the way that we handled it, it's an absolute. You have to interact with it as much as you don't want to. Even in the most basic cases, like a Mario Kart Wii, which is objectively, I think, the best game on the Wii, because it doesn't require that controller, you at least have to have one to boot the game up. And that's the key difference. The fact that I'm ever required to use a Wiimote is just like, fuck this console forever. How about the 32X? What about it? 32X has some redeeming features. The hardware is fine. It's just that its software library is bad. It just was too brief. People love to shit on the 32X because of, and some legitimate reasons. Like, the games on it are not that great. I don't dispute that. And its legacy issues are terrible. No debate. Like, that thing hurts Sega so badly that you essentially can't forgive it for that. But as an actual piece of technology, it's perfectly functional, which is not something you can say about the Wii. I agree completely with Mindscan. 32X actually could have been great if Sega could have got their house in order. You could not do the 32X and the Saturn. You had to pick one or the other. And we won't go into the long, stupid history of why they did what they did, but 32X actually could have been totally successful and totally fine if they had just said, this is what we're doing in North America and we're never doing the Saturn here. It could have worked just fine. Yeah, you guys want to talk about weird Sega things they did in the 90s, don't forget that I am sitting here with one of two Sega Pluto prototypes. It's right here in front of me. Anybody want to see it? There it is. Woo! Sega Pluto. You guys getting tired of me showing this thing all the time? Is it just like annoying now? Because again, it's not mine, but I do like to show it just because it's such a rare thing. Let's just hold it up here for a little bit while we answer some questions. How much does the 32X even help or do to standard Genesis games? So the answer to that question is interesting because it entirely depends on how you have it connected. If you're using RGB, then it doesn't do anything. But if you have it connected via composite, the composite output on the 32X is actually better than the composite output on the Genesis. Therefore, if you're using composite, which you should not be doing now anyway, but if you are using composite and you have a 32X connected, your Genesis games will look better than they will on a standard Genesis. The girlfriend looks like she's going to bed. Good night, babe. Sleep tight. Wii or Ouya. I picked Dumpster. Put them both in there. Who gives a shit? The difference between the Wii and the Ouya is the Ouya knew going into it was a pile of shit. Like, there was never any reason to have hope for that thing. The Wii is legitimately depressing because you just expected it to be good. Again, it's like The Last Jedi of Nintendo stuff. You expected it to not suck, and it broke your heart with its calamitous shittiness. Sega is probably the only company that makes me lose brain cells the more I think about how poorly run they are. Now they're basically fine. They kind of learned a lot of their lessons, but when you study their like 90s history, it's just so depressing because they could have so easily not done what they did, but they did it anyway. People in my Discord are for some reason screenshotting me holding the Pluto. Whatever. Have fun. If you guys didn't know that, I have a Discord. You can join at any time. It's free. The links are in the description, along with if you don't mind, follow me on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, Patreon, all that stuff. It's all there. And check out my new channel if you haven't done that, the Flying and Eating channel. Like, that's where you're going to get all the big YouTube crossovers with me and, like, John Riggs, John Hancock, probably Metal Jesus, Kelsey Lewin is already in there. Let's see, Happy Console Gamer, like, Brett Weiss. Like, I've done a whole bunch of crossovers with people, but we just do them over there. What happens when the whole library is FMVs like the PCFX? Then you just have a very depressing machine. The PCFX is one of history's, like, what? Moments. Like, how could you go from the PC Engine / TurboGrafx 16, one of the greatest game consoles ever made, and you follow it up with that? Again, that's kind of what the Wii feels like. How do you go from the GameCube to the Wii? How do you go from something so unbelievably fantastic to something so unbelievably trash in one move? Can I put the Santa hat on the Pluto? I can, but it probably won't sit very well. Oh, I guess it does. Let's see how that looks on frame. Yeah, it doesn't look great, but there you go. Yeah, whatever. You see it. Hey. I took a photo of it that I posted earlier of it playing Christmas Nights. Have you had your hands on the Sega Neptune? I can do you one better. I'm the only YouTuber to have my hands on the Sega Neptune. I even did a video of it that's on this channel. We took the Sega Pluto here down to the museum in Frisco, Texas. We reunited it with the white Sega Pluto, which is non-functional. This one does work. So it was two Sega Plutos in the room at the same time and the Sega Neptune. All at the same moment. All together in one video on my channel, and none of you watched it. And I know because you just asked that question. It's also comically underviewed. It's like, dude, I'm like the only person who has footage of all angles of the Sega Neptune all together. I showed it to you guys. Nobody cared. It's like, all right then, fine. What's my favorite car? Like, to actually like drive or just like historically? Like, because the answer to that is I love the DeLorean from a distance, and I've driven one. Piece of shit. It's a terrible car. Famously, everybody knows that, but it's an awesome car. I would love to own one if I was more of a car guy. I love looking at it, but actually driving it sucks. As far as like driving it, I'm more of like, I drive a Volt, and I'd rather be driving something like a Tesla because I hate the concept of gassing up. The hell with that. I like not paying for fuel. But yeah, there you go. There's the Pluto for everybody to look at. It's got Christmas Nights inside of it, which was playable at a couple of cons. Yeah, Ben Heck worked on this for me. Well, for Roger, I should say. This is not mine. I'm not the owner of this. Roger is, but he's let me borrow it kind of indefinitely so that I can take it to cons and shows and all that sort of stuff. So you guys can actually see it. So it's already done a couple of shows, and it's got a couple more already slated for later this year. Only one of which I can say right now, which is this will be at Missouri Game Con in St. Louis on February 26th. It will be there, 100% confirmed. So if you want to see it, it'll be there. You can even play it. It'll be playable there. So you can check it out. If you've never seen it, though, Sega Pluto prototype. Only 2 in the entire world. Boom. Just sitting there. I'm going to put it down on the ground now. Have you ever had Captain Crunch pancakes? I'm guessing that's pancakes where you mix Captain Crunch into it, because no. But it sounds amusing. Favorite fighting game franchise, Dead or Alive. I love it. I can play any one of those and have a good time. There's Dead or Alive 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Actually, I haven't played 6, to be fair. And no, I don't mean those beach ones. I can't play that crap. But the real games, I can play those. Leafy Poo super chats again and says you could make a worse console ever vid rant style than end up blowing it up. You would use Canadian useless model if you felt a hint of heresy. What are you? First of all, well, thank you for the super chat, Leafy, but I don't know what you're saying. You're saying I should blow up, I should find a really bad console and then destroy it. I don't do that. I mean, did I handle prototypes? I'm too into like preserving stuff. Even with something as garbage as the Wii, I don't actually want to break Wiis. I don't want to destroy one. I just wish I could, much like Thanos, I could, give it mercy, just delete it out of existence, so no one ever had to have suffered from playing it, or anything associated with it. That would be much better, and make everyone forget it was ever a thing. I think that would just be the way to do it. But no, I wouldn't. Like, are you saying like, oh, do I do a video where I like smash one with a hammer? No, I would never do that. That's just, I do not respect that type of thing. Adam can say what he wants, but RE4 on the Wii is pretty effing amazing. Now, what's funny? I have heard that before. But I mean, I would never approach it that way. But some people, you're not the first person I've heard who say, even people who dislike the Wii have said that too. So there might be something to that, but I don't care. But if you like it, enjoy it. If I was a billionaire, I would pay Adam money to do nothing but play only the Wii forever. What makes you assume I would do it? See, you gotta remember, like, money doesn't magically make me do those things. I have to like agree to it. I'm being asked if there's certain individuals I would let onto my streams. Probably not. Like, you kind of have to pick who goes onto something like this because they are sort of representing you in that moment. And on top of that, they also have to be kind of entertaining, which I'm not. So I got to find a step up. You can find and restore a pallet of Wiis to an old folks' home. I guess pretty much the only place where they belong. Would you be willing to go out and buy a game, even if it meant using a special controller that could only be used for that game? That's a thing already. It depends on the game in that case, because it has to be a game that would be worthwhile. There are examples of that throughout history, though. So we got another super chat from Leafy Poo. He says, "No, blow up the Wii safely. It could be fun. I'll let you do that. You're willing to throw a bunch of money down for having me blow stuff up. I'm sure you can afford to go to Goodwill and find a $4 Wii and trash it. I cannot do that. I cannot bring myself to destroy stuff. It's not in my nature." We got it's a sticker from Chuck Shaw, who just donated $10. Chuck Shaw, by the way, thank you, dude. I was just talking about you. So, in case you missed it, Chuck, I was telling everybody, Mo GameCon Junior, February 26th. I'm going to be there, and so will this. Sega Pluto. Again, if people want to play it, it will be at Mo GameCon Junior in St. Louis, Missouri, if you guys want to see it. Chuck Shaw there, by the way, awesome guy, and he's had me at that show every year since 2015, and this is the first time ever that I feel like I've earned it by having the Pluto with me. But yeah, no, it's a really good game convention. I know a few of you guys who have been there. I don't know who's still in the chat or not, but yeah, you should go if you ever get the chance. Plus, now you can play the Pluto. Thank you, Chuck. For the third time, what's your favorite game of all time? I love how the chat can answer that for me. I don't even need to do that one. It's obviously the Shenmue games. Super chat from Brett Hanks says, some good Wii games have no motion controls. That's kind of the point. That's like why Mario Kart Wii is, if anybody asks me what my favorite game is on that system, that's always my answer, because I don't have to use the Wiimote except for launching the game itself. So, but aside from that, like, there's really nothing on that system I ever want to play. But thank you for the super chat. If you can name some others, I'd be happy to list them off, though. But I am thankful that a bunch of the better games that people love to point out, like your Super Mario Galaxies and Skyward Sword and all that, are now liberated and they're no longer stuck there. Prefer the PS2 or OG Xbox? OG Xbox all day long. That's not even debatable. Like, the only advantage the PS2 has over the original Xbox is simply the vast. It has a much bigger library. That's indisputable. But every game that exists on both the Xbox version is always a superior version. Xbox as a piece of hardware is a far superior piece of technology. And in general, I had just way more fun with the Xbox. Plus, to be honest, the Xbox aged a lot better than the PlayStation 2 did. The PS2, to this day, it just looks like shit if you try to run it. Like, there's so many little things you can try to do to improve it. And currently the best option, which maybe I'll do a video on later, is if you have a hacked 60 gigabyte PS3 like I do, I did a video on it, use that, run something like an mClassic through it. That's like the best you're ever going to make the PS2 look. And the funny thing about that is you're not actually using a PS2 anymore. That's the only reason it doesn't look terrible. It's really a shame that Sony did not future-proof that console as far as the output goes. And somebody told me once recently the reason they did that is most of the games were developed for specifically for PVMs, which was like not considered a big deal at the time, but now is really causing them problems. Not that Sony cares, but that's part of the reason. Would you rather play the Wii or have your favorite lady Star Wars exec, referring to Kathleen Kennedy, controlling the franchise for the foreseeable future? See, the problem with questions like that is, what is the consequence if I say neither? I'll choose that. Now, if you're saying I just have to play the Wii for like 5 minutes and then Kathleen Kennedy's out of power forever, hell yes, I'm obviously going to pick that. I can play Mario Kart for 5 minutes and then Kathleen Kennedy's no longer there to destroy Star Wars. Obviously, that's going to be the way I'm going to go. Sixth gen is by far my favorite consoles all around. Oh, really? Do you have a new one? I have two. Flex. The GoldenEye remake for the Wii was bundled with the Gold Classic controller. Funny thing about that, so that remake is not all that great, and I find it hilarious that Rare themselves made a better GoldenEye remake, the one that leaked onto the internet a year ago for the 360. I played all the way through that. That was amazing. Now, granted, it was able to be amazing because it kind of used original assets, but that was an awesome game. No interest in the Wii version, though. We got a super chat from Blood Moon Bobby. He says, Merry Christmas, Adam. Merry Christmas, Bobby. Thank you very much for the super chat. Timmy, who thinks pizza is just bread and cheese, who loves the Wii, thinks coffee is terrible, also says The Last Jedi was a good movie. What more do you need to know about this guy's credibility? Sorry, Timmy. Brett Hanks super chats and says, try Super Paper Mario for the Wii. It's mostly platforming. Do I own that? I don't even know if I own that. But if it requires me to use the Wiimote, I'm just done. I don't care. I have no interest. Like it's like, no, the food is good. You just have to stick your hand in the toilet to get it. Like, I'm not interested. But I'm curious because I don't know. Do I have a Game Boy Micro? Actually, no, I don't. I missed the boat on that one because I was like, back when they were cheap, I should have got one. I just never did. And now they're like impossible. Do you have any of the Nuance supported DVDs? Not games, but DVDs. Yes, I know exactly what you're talking about. There was 4 of them. There was Bedazzled, Planet of the Apes, and like 2 others. I have Bedazzled. I think technically I actually have Planet of the Apes, but that's just like in a junk bin somewhere because I have the Blu-ray. But Bedazzled, I actually still have the original like Nuance DVD. Kind of an interesting concept. It's just too bad it didn't last very long. Sin and Punishment is amazing for Wii. Yeah, because it's just an N64 game on crack. For real, Adam, Merry Christmas, man. It's so cool you're hanging with us today. You probably don't know this, but this stuff helps some people a lot. Hey, man, I'm glad. I'm glad to be here. Glad to help you guys out. If that's actually you're getting entertainment value out of this, I appreciate it. I'm glad you guys are tolerating my Wii rants. Although, I'm not going to lie, I would really like to go use the bathroom, but I don't know how to find someone to sub in for a few minutes. Maybe I can call somebody and just annoy them. Be like, hey, it's Christmas. Do work. Who can I call that might be available to amuse you guys for a few minutes? Who can we think of? Let me see if Rob Thanos is willing to bother you guys for a few minutes. Where is he? And if he doesn't, he's a jerk. Oh, wait, there he is. Okay. Yo, man, are you willing to tag in on my live stream for a few minutes and keep everybody entertained for a bit so I can go to the bathroom? Yeah, I have no shame about why I need to go away for a second. I could call Re-Res, I guess. It's more like I like to bother people who were more likely to do it. Like, I'm not going to call up Ben Heck and be like, yo, tag in on my... Oh, I forgot. Ben made a cameo on my Flying and Eating channel. I forgot about that. No, see, the problem is it's Christmas, so a lot of people have, like, stuff to do. And so I'm like, yeah, I'm not going to call Happy Console Gamer or John Riggs. Like, they're probably busy. You know, with Rob, I think it's okay to bother him, but we'll see what he says. Use someone from Discord. Only the mods could be trusted with that. Like Dave, if you're still around, you probably could do it, but I'm not gonna call up Jason. I'm not gonna call Metal Jesus. I can't call AVGN. I don't have James's phone number. What's my favorite Home Alone movie? Clearly the first one. I told you I've been in that house before. Let's see here. He hasn't even looked at the message yet, guys. That's probably trouble. I wish Mikkel wasn't so busy. Mikkel, I doubt you're watching, but I wish you were. Mikkel's my buddy in Honolulu. Try to do live streams with him when I can. Spartacus project. Actually, you know, it's funny. We talk about the Spartacus thing in the next podcast, so you can listen to that. You'll be all good. You'll hear all about it. Just pee. I don't want to leave you guys with dead air for a few minutes. It's not cool. Dude, we can wait. Kelsey, maybe. Let me text her, see if she's around. She has a tendency to be busy being an adult. So I texted Kelsey Lewin. I said, "Are you available to tag in on my stream for a few minutes so I can pee?" That's the kind of normal message she receives from me, so she probably won't be too surprised to see it. I'm not calling Spawn. I'm not going to call Spawn. John's got a family and stuff. No, I'm not calling Pat Country. I'll let him. Again, that's the problem. Is most people are doing stuff. Kelsey might not be, so I'll see what happens with that. Do you like Kevin? What, Kevin McAllister? It's a good character. He's basically like Little Die Hard. Little John McClane. No, the problem with the logistics of this is it has to be someone I just call straight with my phone. I'm just going to put them up near the microphone. I'm not setting up headphones and dealing with Skype. I'm not doing this formally. This is only like a few minutes thing. Literally just enough so I can take a piss. I should have done this when the girlfriend was still here. Could have had her do this. This is welcome to my stream, everybody, where we try to figure out how I go to the bathroom and amuse you guys. I could have just done it and come back by now, I guess. Exactly. Justin Silverman, maybe. He's probably busy. Busy poking me on Facebook. Call Walmart. I'll see if she might... Well, she's probably having dinner or something. Everybody's kind of busy. All right, tell you what, Leafy Poo, you've been chill. I'm going to try calling you on Skype, all right? I don't remember your Skype handle. Where? Leafy Poo, do you still have me on Skype? Call me on Skype. Oh, yeah, here you are. I'm going to call you on Skype, Leafy Poo. This is your chance. This is your moment. This is like Eminem, Mom Spaghetti, all that shit. This is you. Don't fuck it up. You didn't pick up! What the hell, Leafy Poo? I called you and you didn't pick up. That was your chance. You missed your moment. Your 8 Mile. You didn't pick up. Call the guy who owns... You want me to call Roger? I guess I could do that. He's probably not busy. I'll give Leafy Poo one more shot. It's your last chance, man. Leafy Poo, I'm calling you right now on Skype. And you didn't pick up again. And now, why are you talking in the chat while not picking up while I'm calling you? What is that? Call failed. What are me? I don't know. That's a very deep question, man. Tell you what. All right, out of desperation here, let me see if Roger's around. Let me text him. You around? It's remarkable how hard it is to find somebody to pee. That's a weird statement, right? Who the hell still uses Skype? We have to use it for the podcast for recording purposes, but that's the only way I have to contact Leafy Poo, who is in this chat and is still not picking up the fucking call. I texted Roger. If he responds, I'm happy to put him on. He was on the last one. He was on the birthday show. He told the story, but he didn't... whatever. I don't mind having him come on again. I haven't signed in a while. Well, clearly, Leafy Poo. Clearly. Call Saul Goodman. Can't say I have his number. That and he's like, not real. Just go pee, dude. You're making me anxious. I'm fine, dude. I'm not going to piss myself. The Pluto's fine. My bladder is going to be all right. I'm not calling the people on Discord, man. There's a lot of lunatics in there. Look at all the peanuts. No way. All right. I give up. I'm just going to randomly call Roger. See if he picks up. Come on, Roger. Roger, Roger, Roger. Roger, Roger. Call Sega Europe. They're probably a tad busy. Actually, Roger's probably busy. He's an adult. He's got family and stuff.
Please leave your message.
No, he's not there. Everybody's an adult. They're all busy, man. What am I supposed to do? Adam needs a catheter. Damn, that'd be nice, wouldn't it? Let's see. Trying to find people who are around. Yeah, Roger didn't pick up. I don't know what the hell to do. Everybody's busy. And Leafy Poo is like, oh, I'll do it, but then he doesn't pick up when I call him. I'm giving you another shot, Leafy Poo. You better pick up, because I really want to pee. I'm not calling you, Suzuki. Damn it, Leafy Poo! Is this like a cosmic joke for you? Oh yeah, I'll pick up. And you don't. How much you want to pee right now? I would enjoy it. I would enjoy peeing. Call the guy that voices Rio. I'm not going to bother Corey. He's probably doing like a family dinner thing right now. That's the problem, is calling people on Christmas. Like, everybody's like busy. Riley Graham super chats and he says, I got a Lego Fiat 500 for Christmas. Congratulations. And thank you for the super chat. Right now, I have a full bladder. Wait a minute. Wait. Ronald, are you around? Can I call you for like 5 minutes just to entertain everybody? Please? Are we still on Skype? Can I reach you on Skype somewhere? Are you still there? Yes. Oh, all right. Come on. I have you on Skype. Can I call you right now, Ronald? I'm going to call you. Please pick up this phone. It's actually ringing. Please. Nobody is picking up. All right, Ronald is unavailable. Fine. Everybody's too busy to hang out with me. I get how it is. Leafy Poo says he's available now. Let's see if that's actually true. I could have gone 17 times, I'm aware. Leafy, swear to God, man. Leafy, what the hell? This is why you never have anime characters as your profile. It makes you foolish. You guys know there's a button you click and it picks up, right? Oh my God, we have somebody. Leafy Poo, what's up?
All right.
You there? Hello? He hung up. Okay, you know what? This is ridiculous. Ronald says he just needs a second because he's getting his headset. Leafy Poo picks up and says hello and then hangs up. I admit that's kind of funny, to be honest. We got a super chat from Sabo Productions. I'm in Discord. Try calling me. Like, give me a second. Let's see if fucking Ronald picks up again. You just said Ronald, you said you were getting your headset together. Thank you for the super chat, by the way. Leafy, Riley Graham super chats. You need to invest in a catheter for these streams. I know. Usually I don't have this problem. Oh wait, Ronald's calling. Yo, you there?
Yes, hello, sir.
Oh, thank God. You know what? I'm gonna put you on with the live audience. You're gonna talk to them, okay?
Yeah, sure.
Now,
Yeah, okay.
you guys, Ronald is Austrian, so he does like the best Schwarzenegger impression, obviously, and he'll amuse you. Can you see the chat?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so you guys ask Ronald questions, and hopefully you guys can hear him decently, and he will amuse you for a few minutes while I use the bathroom. And Ronald, you're my unsung hero. Thank you very much. Merry Christmas.
Of course. We'll do.
All right, guys, ask Ronald questions. We hung out in Austria. Remember, tell him about that pizza place we would go to, because that pizza place was really good. I'll be right back.
Okay, we'll do. So, you'll be back, I'm sure. So, since I'm following the chat, yes, Mountain German. I'm from Austria, yes. And I will definitely get back to the chopper. Well, I wish I would be friends with Ronald McDonald, Louis. Well, what can I tell you? I know Adam for probably roughly 10 years now. We've been going for conventions for a couple of years, and I've had been doing some mods for him from, I don't know, a couple of years ago. But since then, I'm basically doing PC mods, and we haven't catched up since a year or two. But at least when we were in pre-COVID times hanging out, we always had a good time going for pizza, a lot of pizza, because he always says the best pizzas in Austria. Yes, about Red Bull, yes, I am a Red Bull fan, and I go to Red Bull Ring every year. Will go next year as well, if it happens with audience, which isn't so sure, honestly. Well, I'm not a real Australian. I'm Austrian. Ha ha ha. Well, Jimmy Schmidt, he did he say get back to the chopper? Honestly, I didn't see the movie for such a long time. But I'm sure Adam will be back in a second. Adam is 100% the same person, like on YouTube. When I met him the first time, I thought he will be different, but it's his personality.
Oh, I'm back.
Oh,
how'd it go?
Back.
I peed, everybody.
Well, you still got people live, so I didn't kill everything.
No, our viewership pretty much stayed the same. If anything, it probably went up with you here. Like, oh, good, we have a talented person on now. It's good. All right, well, how have you been? Well, you guys have any other questions? So, did you? I don't know what you said because I was obviously in the other room. So, like,
yeah, basically just random stuff, nothing too serious about Red Bull and Arnold, of course, and not being Australian.
So, tell him about. So, this dude does amazing stuff, like on his Instagram. Like, you're huge on Instagram now, and congratulations. He does a bunch of stuff with computers, tech therapy, right? So,
yeah.
If you guys ever need like amazing rigs, like computer rigs, like this is the dude to talk to. Like, actually, I wish you were local, dude. I would hire you right now. My rig is like, the reason my stream looks like shit is because I have to, basically my computer's too old. So I need a new rig. And you're
yeah,
just
well, let's hope some better times will come in the next year.
Dude.
But with Omicron and Megatron coming and
Decepticon
Unicron
is inevitable, and yeah.
yeah.
I want I need a new computer at some point. Well, I'm not saying we have to do it. I'm just saying if you're in Europe, this is your dude. And I mean, I guess you ship to North America, but yeah. This dude knows what he's talking about. Is all I'm trying to say. And he's an Instagram. You should follow him on there. I mean, you can follow me too, but you probably should follow him because his content is better.
Thanks for the shout out.
Oh, no problem. And thank you for letting me pee. I appreciate that. So yeah, when traveling is possible, man, I need to do a big Euro trip all over again. Obviously, I gotta hang out with Mrs. Claus. By the way, you're one of the few that's actually met Mrs. Claus. Like, she was in the chat earlier, but there are people who are like, is she even real? Like, tell them you know about her.
Yeah, 100% real, and she's one of the nicest persons I know. So I vouch for that.
Yeah, there you go. Mrs. Claus is cool, but she had to go because she's like, oh, we're doing family stuff now. So she's doing her thing, Christmas stuff. So anyway, Ronald, I will not hold you up any further. Thank you very much for
not a problem.
Tag teaming for a bit.
I'll hang around in the chat for a while.
Appreciate it, man. Have a good night.
Yeah.
Merry Christmas.
Yeah, you too. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye. There you go, guys. Thank you. All right. Sorry about that, everybody, but yeah. All right. So, sorry, I had to do a little bathroom break. It got kind of chaotic, but now we're refreshed. We're ready to go. I've still got my big thing of water here. I better change the mic position. That probably sounds a little better. Big thing of water. I still have this coffee. It's almost empty. And then I've still got 2 completely full like thermoses, the Ubisoft and Blockbuster sets. We're still going. We're still streaming. We're hanging out, and we basically go until you guys are like, "The hell with you. I'm gonna go watch better YouTubers." So I appreciate you sticking around. Adam, get a new computer. What the fuck? I'm not opposed. Like it's a matter of finances and availability and time. My current rig, because here's the thing you got to understand, because I don't game on PC, I don't tend to feel a great need to constantly be upgrading it. It's just that it's getting to a point now where it's like, oh, it's struggling to run things that are kind of basic, not really basic, but it's getting tougher. And so this is one of the most practical problems, is that it can't even live stream in a full resolution anymore. I don't know why. That shouldn't be a problem for it, but apparently it is. So yeah, I need a new rig. I just haven't done it. If you had a Wii, you could play it in the toilet. Well, you could put it in the toilet, is what you mean. A Wii U works better on the toilet because you can bring the gamepad with you. But I also have a phone. Granted, you guys were using it. But I also was peeing. I wasn't taking a shit. Do you do YouTube for money, clout, or something else? Dude, it's my job. You're watching me work right now. I'm working on Christmas. You guys are hanging out with your families. You're having a good time. I'm working. My job is to try and entertain you. Now, a couple of you have found me amusing slightly, and most of you have not. And but I appreciate the 3 of you that find this entertaining, and then the majority of you have me on the background because it beats Christmas music or something. But still, I appreciate you. But no, I am a YouTuber. That's my job. And I've always kind of said, like, YouTube to me is more like my business card. You can look at my channel and see what I'm about, and then you can decide on that basis to hire me out for other things. So there's a lot of stuff I do that's just off camera, but it's just like my channel is my credibility, if you will. It's not that interesting, to tell you the truth. It's just, people always think there's like some great mystery to it. It's like, no, I do other things that are because of the channel. We need to get you to SoCal Retro Gaming Expo to invite you, please. Dude, all you have to do if you want that to happen is talk to the people running it. Be like, I want this guy. And look, he's even sitting on the Sega Pluto prototype. He'll bring it. People can play it. You can have this mediocre D-grade YouTuber, and you can have a one of two of a kind prototype that's totally playable. I'm a package deal this year anyway. So just tell them, and if they want to reach out, I'm happy to talk about it. Like, I'm very willing to travel, which is actually one of the most unique things about me as a YouTuber, is like, I've had this conversation with a bunch, and really the only other guy on the same side as me on this is really John Riggs. He's the only other YouTuber who's just like, yeah, I'll get on a plane and go anywhere. But the big difference between the two of us is it costs him like $1,000 to go anywhere because he lives in Yakima, Washington, whereas I live in Chicago, so it's really cheap for me to fly around. But yeah, so I would love to go to SoCal Retro Gaming Expo. Like, I'm happy to do it, but they've never reached out. It's really just that simple. Like, if they're like, hey, you want to go? Okay, we'll work it out, and then it's done. Like, that's what happened very recently with Chuck, who was in here earlier. He does Mo Game Con Jr. And he was straight up like, you want to go? Yeah, all right. Gets the flight, we're done. It's not that complicated. There's no contracts, there's no weird negotiation phase. It's pretty simple. Super chat from G Million, who says, get a pre-built PC. That's the best option now. See, I have too many nightmares of the Dell era, where you would just get some pre-built rig. If Ronald was local, I'd probably have him deal with it. Or if I knew I was going to Austria anytime soon, that's how I would do it. I think my buddy Jesse is probably going to end up being the one who has to build a new rig. But part of the problem right now is just parts and supply due to shortage crap. So I'm kind of trying to wait it out, but at the same time, it's not super high on my priority list. But it's not like I don't want one. Don't sit on the Pluto. Why would I sit on the Pluto? It's over there. It's on the ground. He doesn't have the Sega Pluto. It's right there. I just showed it to you. What are you talking about? I don't have it. It's right there. Favorite metal band? I wouldn't even know I couldn't even name one. I'm not a music guy. Do you like Maximilian Dude's content? I don't know who that is. I'm old, man. I don't know this stuff. Do you like James Bond, No Time to Die or not? I'm not really a James Bond guy either. I'm sorry, this is like 3 negatives in a row, but yeah, I've never really been a fan of Bond outside of the GoldenEye video game. I love that game. How many consoles do you have? Do you include repeats? Because if you include repeats, like meaning like I have like 30 Dreamcasts. So if you include all that type of stuff, it's like probably like 250 consoles. You said you were sat on it. What? I seriously doubt I said I was sitting on the Pluto. I very seriously doubt I actually said that. He's sitting on the Pluto. Oh, I probably meant it in the sense like I'm sitting on it in the sense of like I'm babysitting it. I currently have access to it. Not literally sitting on it with my butt. JV Hilpinen. Hey, I know who you are. You're the Finnish Peanut. Merry Christmas, Adam, and Happy New Year. Thank you very much, Finnish Peanut. I know exactly who you are. Dave, that's your son, your Finnish son. Here, look, Finnish Peanut. Enjoy. Sega Pluto. You guys getting tired of seeing this thing? Did I like Spider-Man 3? Do you mean Tobey Maguire Spider-Man 3 or Tom Holland Spider-Man 3? Oh, you Sam Raimi. Okay. Yes, of course I've seen the Tobey Maguire Sam Raimi Spider-Man 3. I remember absolutely hating it at the time, and I've come around to liking it more only because I'm no longer disappointed in it because I know what to expect. But is it a good film? No. It's easily the worst of that trilogy. Merry RGB HDMI Christmas. Thank you. Dave, where were you when I needed you, man? You betrayed me. You're not good. Yes, that's Finnut. Yeah, GPUs are apparently hard to find. See, any PC related questions, just aim those at Ronald, Tech Therapy. He's going to know all about that, and he sounds like Schwarzenegger while doing it. It's awesome. You can have an Austrian talk about like computer chips and Terminators. It's cool. It's way better than me doing it. Where is your Portuguese girlfriend? Are you dating? Dude, she was in the chat earlier. She went to bed, she went to go do stuff with her family before they go to bed because it's, in Portugal. I needed you, Dave. I had to pee, so I was trying to call people to just give me a few minutes to go pee. Ronald eventually bailed me out, but Dave, you really let me down, man. You could have been live streamed. People could have heard the word of the Dave, and you could have preached about Coca-Cola and Jimmy Carter, and that could have been your whole thing. But you let it go. You were watching Spider-Man 2. Well, you betrayed me in the process. Man, you have a wonderful collection. The irony of that is that the thing I keep showing you is not mine. The Sega Pluto does not belong to me. But thank you. There's a screenshot of you holding the Pluto with the Santa hat. I know. I've got the Discord open on that screen. I can see everything that's happening in there. I'm just not interacting with it. I see Valerie being upset that I ignored her question. Well, her question was not a good question. So that's why. And I didn't even ignore it. I did acknowledge it. I rephrased it slightly because the way she phrased it was a tad too specific. Pluto child abuse. Dude, the Pluto is not a child. It was made in January of 96. This thing can legally drink. The world needs to know the gospel of Jimmy Carter. Well, you had your chance. And again, Dave, Jimmy Carter sent me a Christmas card. He didn't send you one. I was chosen. You were not. Any PAL games you're still after? Yes. Actually, Ronald has a couple of them. The Knights of the Temple 2 for the original Xbox, and what is it? Yeti Sports for the original Xbox. Those are the last 2 European Xbox games that I need. And I think Ronald actually has them. There's probably other stuff that I'm just not thinking of off the top, but those are my highest priority because they're just like, once I have those, I'm done with the PAL Xbox sets. That's the only reason those come to mind right away. But as for other ones, I don't know. I'm sure there's exclusive stuff that I'm just not thinking of. PS2 is always an interesting one because it has so many that it's like, oh, I didn't even know that existed. How much would you say the Pluto is worth? So that's hard to say because there's only 2 in the world. The other one was sold at right before the pandemic, and it's sold for $84,000. So the general assumption is this one's probably worth about $150,000. I'm just going to call you Finish Peanut. Finish Peanut super chats. Shout out and Merry Christmas to all my fellow peanuts from Adam's server, Finutty. Well, there's only one other peanut, and thank God he's not here. But I appreciate you, Finnutty, for being the superior peanut of the Discord. That's indisputable. You're the better of the two. Not even close. But to get serious for a second, I know Finnutty was kind of getting emotional this morning because he was like, said he was having a bad year, but being in the Discord really like kind of helped him. I'm assuming mentally and socially and as far as emotionally. Your mental health and all that probably improved in there, even though you're willing to be the butt of jokes at times, but everyone in there is. And so, yeah, the Discord is kind of fun if you're looking to just kind of make friends, but as long as you're willing to understand that it's not, people aren't just sitting there exclusively talking about video games. We talk about everything, but, and everybody kind of makes fun of each other, but that's kind of the nature of how dudes make friends with each other is we kind of bust each other's balls, and that's how you become friends with people. And you can do that very well in that Discord. If anybody wants to join it, there's a link in the description. It can be a fun time. Why did Jimmy Carter send you a card? Actually, the reason for that is he didn't really send it to me. He sent it to my late mother. So the Jimmy Carter Library just sends Christmas cards across the country to people. If anybody ever donated to them, that you get a Christmas card. So my mom donated once to him like 10 years ago. And still gets a Christmas card like every year, even though she's now deceased. So I got the card as a result. It's actually a neat little card. I showed it in the Discord. It's a painting of a bird, which apparently Jimmy Carter himself painted. Obviously not that, they reproduced the same image. And then inside it says like, Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays and all that sort of generic stuff. And then it's got like an artificial, like one of those print screen signatures of Rosalind and Jimmy Carter. Just cause. Two? I thought there were hundreds of them. The Pluto? No, there's only two. There's only two Sega Plutos. So I actually talked to people at Sega about this, and here's what they told me. They said we made 6, like, functional units. And they made, like, one white proof of concept unit that was not functional. Of those, the white proof of concept unit survives. It's in the Frisco Museum, the Frisco Video Game Museum in Texas. I've held it. It's a concrete block. It's ridiculous. Of the 6 that were functional, 1 was shipped to Japan for final proof of concept. And of the other 5, 4 were destroyed. And 1 was stolen. Well, guess which one I have? The one that was stolen. And the one that popped up, the other one that sold a couple of years ago was the Japanese one because it survived. A guy from Sega had it. He kept it after the concept fell apart. And then when he died in 2013, somebody was going through his estate and found it, and that person was the one who ultimately sold it in 2020. So as a result, there's only 2 left, plus the white one in Texas. So we did, like I said, we went down to Texas, we took this one with us, and we did a little family reunion of that one, the white one, and the Sega Neptune. I'm the only person in the history of the world to hold 2 Sega Plutos at the same time. I'm the only person in the history of the world to have 2 Sega Plutos and the Sega Neptune all in the same room at the same time. I did a video about all this. Nobody cared. It's like, it tells you something. Anyway, the Finutty says, gotta go, but one more final thing, Little Caesars. Yes, Finutty loves Little Caesars. He loves eating dumpster trash, just like all peanuts do. But thank you for the super chat. I still like the story of the Pluto. Yeah, no, it's fascinating, and Roger's side of it, of course, is fascinating as well. Hey, Adam. Hey, Project Shadow. Hi, everybody. If you're just joining us, I think we've been doing this for like almost 4 hours. I've got water here. I've got a couple of coffees laying around. I've had 1 pee break. Thank you to my buddy Ronald for helping me out with that. He tagged in for a bit so I could go to the bathroom. My girlfriend was here earlier on the chat, but she's gone to do family things. I hope you guys are having a nice, safe holiday season. And at any time, it's a live Q&A. There's really no show to this. It's just fat guys sweating in a Santa hat. And we can talk, hang out. I'll answer your questions as best I can. If you donate, then I will... you can do it through PayPal or Super Chat. I will prioritize your comments. But aside from that, it's not necessary. You just get top priority because that's really the only thing I can do for your generosity. Wait, Little Caesars is amazing. No, it's not. It's not edible. We're not going to go into the pizza thing again because we had like an hour long. Like, I would actually argue probably 20% of this stream was just people arguing about pizza, which is mostly my fault. But Little Caesars is disgusting, inedible slop, not meant for people. I wouldn't even feed that to a dog. Like, that would be cruelty for a dog. Like, maybe whatever the stuff that goes into dog food, whatever little bits of animal goes into that, feed Little Caesars to those things, like the rats and stuff. Rats can have Little Caesars, that's fine. But aside from that, it's not meant for life forms. Fast food pizza is awful. Completely agreed. Original Xbox tour. Will it happen when you complete set? Other than the Dreamcast, I never really did that for any complete sets, but that's probably because I only have 3. The Dreamcast I did do, but I didn't want to. I did it as a promise, and then I regretted it. The Jaguar CD, technically I did, because there's only 13 games, and I showed all in one video. But Wii U I never did, but nobody really cares. Dude, I feel like Pink Hat triggered right now. Why? Did you forget there's also sauce on a pizza? I don't know what's going on now. Now you guys, people are arguing about pizza, which is fine. I embrace that. That's like, again, like 20% of the Discord is people arguing about pizza. Dave's like, DM me next time you need me to call. Dude, I was yelling at a screen. It couldn't be more personal. You were watching the screen and me yelling at you. Why am I so sexy, man? I'm not. I think that's just like objectively true. I'm not, but thank you. I'm getting a lot of spam bots lately. Yeah, Dave, thank you for being on top of that. Dave, any account like shows up and does that, just ban the account. I don't give a shit. I would not eat Pizza Hut. You could not pay me to eat that crap. I've said this very openly before, but if like Little Caesars or Pizza Hut or whatever came to you and they're like, hey, we'll do a sponsorship thing, I would tell them to go fuck themselves. Like, I would never eat that. Like, that is not meant for people, and I would never want to pretend that people are supposed to eat it. It's not food. Leafy Poo, are you still around? Tell me if you're still around, Leafy Poo. I just noticed you messaged me, but now Josh, I don't know why I said Josh. Roger is now responding to me. Oh no, you're good. I'm currently live streaming, so I've got the Pluto set up here. I'm talking to the fans. People wanted to talk to you a little bit, but if I'm honest, I had nefarious intent. I really needed to pee, so I needed someone to tag in and be on the live stream and entertain the folks for a little bit. But maybe I'll tag you in later if people want to have you, because some people are asking if you could tell them the story of the Pluto, but maybe I'll wait till another pee break if you're willing. Yeah, see, that's how you guys know I'm transparent. I'll just openly tell other people and have public conversations. I don't care. Who cares? Do you know doner? Like as in doner kebab? Like, I don't think you put doner on a pizza. That's more of its own standalone thing. Turkish stuff. Doner is not actually that common in the U.S. It's more of a... You'll see it very commonly in Western Europe and Canada, but you don't see it that much in the U.S. Maybe in New York a little bit, but... Have you ever tried doner kebab from... You can see? I just said... Yes, I have. Actually, the last time I had it in any significant way was in Amsterdam. So in the Netherlands. Would you eat Pizza Hut with Mikhail Gorbachev? Depends on the circumstances. Just to hang out with Mikhail Gorbachev? No. If it was to end the Cold War? Probably. So context is key. But then again, I would think if I was like, hey, like for some reason I'm Reagan now, I guess, whatever, I'm president, and I'm like, or in that case, it would have been Bush, Bush Senior. So you get together with Mikhail Gorbachev, you're like, we're going to talk about the closing out of the Cold War. I'm going to invite you over to America. I'm going to introduce you to Pizza Hut. I think he would just, that's when the nukes would go off. Because if I was Mikhail Gorbachev, I'd be like, I thought this was a reasonable, sane person. We could have a sit-down conversation and end the Cold War. But then he introduced me to Pizza Hut. This society doesn't need to exist. I was right all along. Blow it all up. Nuclear weapons. And he would be totally justified in that. Because if anybody eats Pizza Hut, they understand that humans have no reason to exist anymore. Like, we're not a worthwhile species if we produce Pizza Hut. It's not human food. It's just not. Silk Nix, Merry Christmas. Thank you. Merry Christmas. Play Excite Truck for the Wii. I'm good, thank you. Beyond Shenmue, what retro games do you currently play often? I don't play much anything, man. I don't really have the time for it. You want to rephrase that question to, like, what are some of my favorites? If you could eat any historical figure, who would it be? Oh, you mean eat with? Because I was like, I don't want to eat anybody. Dave, you weirdo. If I could just, like, have lunch with anybody, that's a good one, man. Michael Jordan. Yeah, I mean, in Chicago, Bulls fan, come on. Do they have to be dead? Because he's obviously alive. They have to be dead. Probably Chris Farley. I think that would be fun. Do you prefer retro games or modern games if you must? Oh, easily retro. I mean, look at the nature of my channel. How often you guys hear me talk about, like, all right, guys, Xbox is going to come out with this. Bleh. Like, it's not, I don't really do modern stuff all that much. Like, I'll cover it occasionally when it really aligns with my interests. But my general interest is what came before and what people might have missed or what they didn't know about and studying. I like history. What can I say? Not counting Turkey, have you been to the Middle East? No, I've never been to Turkey either. No, I've never been to any part of the Middle East. My girlfriend has, technically. She was in Dubai, but that was really just to change planes. But no, I've never been there. I've been to, obviously, North America, currently here right now. I've been to Europe. I've been to Asia, if you include Japan. I've been to Australia, and I've been to Oceania, even though it's not really a continent, but I have been to it. But I've never been to Africa, mainland Asia, or South America, and I've never been to Antarctica. And people laugh at that one, but it's like, no, people, you can go there. Like, my mom went to Antarctica. It is very doable. I just haven't. Lunch with Jordan would be awesome. He just turned it into a competition. Oh, he definitely would. Jordan still has a steakhouse in Chicago, Michael Jordan's Steakhouse. It's fantastic. We went there. I've been there one time. I don't remember why. My mom took my sister and me over there maybe like 10 years ago. And he just has this really fancy restaurant. We're talking expensive. Like, my mom put down money on this place. Like, each steak's like $100 type of thing. Like, just ludicrously expensive. But she was like, this is happening. We're doing this. Just to experience it. Because that's kind of how my mom was. She was like, you need to experience things in life. Otherwise, you'll end up liking Little Caesars, which is what happens to people who suck. Yeah, I'm saying it, JD. I'm watching you. I'm just busting your balls. But no, she was like, you have to experience things like this every once in a while. And so we went to the Michael Jordan Steakhouse. And that place is interesting because it's all super fancy and nice and everything. But Jordan has his own specific table. Not surprisingly, it's table 23. And if you want, you can sit at it. But to sit at it, you have to pay an additional $500 just to sit there. We weren't going to do that. But, like, aside from that, it was amazing. It was unbelievable. Really, really good food. Expensive as hell, but really good. It also has, like, a list of Michael's favorites and stuff like that. It's really cool. Ronald, I was just talking to you a minute ago. They were asking me about PAL exclusives. Oh, okay. Ronald says, so I remembered besides eating pizza in Austria, I do recall you being attached to this Mongolian barbecue place, and you went there several times with Mrs. Claus. We did. We went there a lot. That place was great. There was this great Mongolian barbecue place in Linz, which sadly, the last time we were there, it was closed, like completely closed. They were renovating, so we couldn't go. So my girlfriend has a lot of, like, food allergies, and this place just had stuff she could eat. but it was also cheap, and it was also just like they kind of just had everything, so you could just eat as much as you want. So we were just like having a good time every day. Plus, it was one of the few places we went into where they recognized us. Like every time we would go in there, they were like, "Oh, it's those two that only like Felipa speaks. My girlfriend, she speaks Portuguese and she speaks English. I just speak English. My girlfriend speaks a little bit of French, a little bit of German, a little bit of European. They have to speak a little bit of everything. I'm a stupid American. I can speak one language, and so but every time we go in, the one guy who was like, okay, I speak English. He would always just be the guy to deal with us, and so we always knew we were gonna get like quality service because it was always the same guy who would specifically come over to take care of us, and he just have conversations, and he loved it because he was like from Hong Kong, and he never really got to speak English in Austria, so he was like happy to talk about it because his German wasn't very good, but he was like, oh, I get to work and just speak my like a language that I'm actually good at. So it was kind of awesome for everybody. Oh, we got a super chat from Cameron Allen who says, Merry Christmas. Do you have any early predictions for the next Nintendo console? Do you think they will stick with the hybrid concept or they go in another direction? Love from Australia. Thank you for that. Yes. So historically, Nintendo does their consoles in families. And that's something you can only really notice when you pull back on them. So like their first three consoles are really one era of Nintendo. It's Nintendo. The NES is them building themselves up as like this dominant force in gaming. The second one, the Super Nintendo, is them continuing that but losing their grasp a little bit. And the third one, where they're still sticking with cartridges in their old original model of we can bully developers, is where they pushed it too far. And so then they decided, okay, we need to change things up into a new evolution of technology and a new mindset. And that's when you get the GameCube, which evolved everything. I would say the GameCube is the most interesting console they ever made because it's Nintendo not being Nintendo. It's them trying to do something else, which is why it's so damn good. But they kind of kept the technology in, hence the Wii is literally just a GameCube with like a couple extra bits and a shitty ass controller. And then they kept that same ecosystem going into the Wii U, kind of keeping it all grouped together, which is why even now, if you hack a Wii U, it can natively play GameCube games like ISOs. It can't play the actual hardware of the discs, but it's all kind of grouped together. I believe the Switch is the next one. It's the beginning because it's not backwards compatible with anything. It doesn't share anything really with any previous console other than it's kind of relatively easy to port Wii U stuff over to, but that's about it. And so I think that the next iteration of Nintendo hardware will be something in that vein. It will probably be Switch backwards compatible. Think Game Boy Advance to DS, where it supported Game Boy Advance stuff, but had its own entire different ecosystem about it. I think it's going to be similar to that. That would be my guess. They want to keep all the Switch content because it's like one of the most successful things they've ever done, but also really drastically advance the technology all the way to the point where maybe it's like a PS4 in your pocket. I mean, that's by Nintendo standards, that's a huge improvement. I'm guessing that's how it's going to be, but you're not going to get like a PS5 in your pocket or anything like that. I do not think that. And I do not think they're going to just do a standalone console. I think they're going to keep with the hybrid thing. And then the success of that or the failure of that will determine what the third in that family line is. That's what I think, anyway. Thank you very much for the super chat, Cameron. Hello from Hungary. Hello from the U.S. Hey, Ronald and I actually went to your country a couple times. We went out to Sopron. You remember that, Ronald? I don't know if Ronald's like in and out of the chat right now, so I don't know if he's paying attention or not. GameCube's only problem was the mini disc. It had a few, but that was definitely the biggest one. I mean, that was really what set it up for failure was the mini disc because it severely limited the thing. It made it look like a toy. It limited what it could actually do as far as storage capacity. It eliminated the ability to play DVDs potentially, which was a huge marketing thing that Sony especially, but to a lesser extent Microsoft used. Even the new one was built around that. Granted, that's not a great example. But yeah, no, I agree. That was the biggest problem with the GameCube was the mini disc. And they did it entirely because they were afraid of piracy. Oh well. Wow, Adam and I think 100% the same on Nintendo's next gen. I actually wish he made a video on this. I did. You didn't watch it. I talked about it in a podcast for like an hour. It's all right. Nobody listens to the podcast. I don't know why. You should. It's just this. It's this, but you don't have to look at me, which seems like a huge improvement. You still enjoy the N64 controller? I do too. But it's just I grew up on it. Like I could understand why people going back to it hate it. It's the same thing I hear with Dreamcast. People are like, oh, it's terrible controller. It wasn't terrible at the time. It was great at the time. It was built around that. People don't like it now because they've gotten very used to the ergonomic design of like an Xbox 360 style controller. So when you go back to other designs, it just feels inherently weird to people. Ugh. I remember reading somewhere a long time ago the original Xbox was twice as powerful as the PS2. Twice as powerful, certainly not. More capable, most certainly. But twice, no. JD, you don't owe me an apology, man. You owe me an apology for liking Little Caesars and pizza and that kind of shit, but you don't owe me an apology for not listening to the podcast. That's totally fine. I'm just busting your balls, dude. Retro Fighters controller. Yeah, see, Dave said that the other day. Dave, did you get that because of my video, or did you get that on your own? If you say you got it from my video, then that's smart. But if you say you didn't get it because of my video, then you've hurt my feelings, which is probably what you're going for. When was the last time you watched a mini DVD movie? I never did. I know what you're talking about, too. It was this really very limited child format that, like, the only movie I ever noticed even existing on that format was Free Willy. I remember seeing that at a Best Buy once, and I was like, what the hell is this? Very gimped, limited version of DVDs. Probably because that technology, the concept of the mini disc, really wasn't that popular outside of the GameCube. So a lot of people just assumed mini discs like that were just meant for the GameCube. What if all Wiis were bundled with classic controllers and there was a different box art packaging for games that didn't have motion controls? Does it technologically work different? The classic controller isn't the problem. It's the classic controller itself still requires a Wiimote to function. Remember, you have to plug it in. Do you remember that? And the Wiimote requires batteries. Like, everything about it is just shit. It's not even rechargeable. And I actually have the official, like, European imported recharging station for the Wii that they released really late into its life cycle, like to the point where the Wii U is already out. And that shit just died after like a few weeks. It's fucking crap. Everything about the Wii U was just done wrong. Would you recommend, what would you recommend between the Brawler 64 and Tribute 64? Brawler 64. No contest. At least for me. The MTV VMAs 1999 hyped up the Dreamcast due to sponsorship. Well, that makes sense. I mean, if they're sponsored, then yeah. That's actually one of the reasons I never do sponsorships, by the way. So I don't get any, not that I need credit for this, but I would like some. Let me put it this way. You'll notice on my channel, you never see sponsorships. And it's not because I don't get the offers. It's because I just don't do them. I feel like if I'm doing a sponsorship specifically about something, then how the hell can you trust my word? Like, I'll review stuff, but the stuff that's sent to me for review is always done with the understanding that, look, you're not paying me to do this, and I have every right to shred this apart if it sucks. And I'll do that if it sucks. I only talk about something positively if I actually legitimately like it. That financially hurts you a bit, but I'm like, if I came out right now and I was like, not that I would ever do this, but let's say I was trying to review this like bottle. I was like, hey guys, today we're gonna talk about this bottle. Now, this, just so you know, this video is completely sponsored by Ubisoft and their bottle company and all that. So, but trust me, why would you believe me? So and that's why I don't really do sponsorships in general. I just don't like it. But still, the funny thing is though, lately I'm noticing that, so like at the beginning of videos now, I've started saying like, hey, can you guys like, comment, subscribe before we start? And that actually helps people actually do that. But you're getting more and more people who are bitching about it. Like, I instantly disliked the video because you asked me to like it. And I was like, cool, man. It's very mature. It's like, at the same time, I'm the sellout for that. Okay. Because I've heard that too. It's hilariously stupid. I finished the first coffee, by the way, so we're officially on the second one. Have you ever heard of the Xbox to HDMI adapter from Electron Shepherd LLC? I've heard of it. I have not used it, so I can't say anything else beyond that. When is the Castlemania Games PS1 digital review coming? Does he have those in stock? Because I don't even know. The last thing I got from Ryan that I did anything on was the X Station, which I already put out the video for. I know I wasn't going to review this bottle, but one thing I will admit about these things, it's great. And the same goes with the Blockbuster Bend one. It has nothing to do with Ubisoft or anything. These are actually really good at keeping your drink hot. Like, this was poured hours ago, and it's actually still too hot for me to drink. Yeah, now I gotta let that cool off a bit. But yeah, if you guys, honestly, dude, if you guys can do me a solid, if you haven't done it, please like this video. I appreciate that. But my new channel, Flying and Eating. I'm telling you, if you like me rambling like this, you'll like that too, because it's me rambling all over the world, like showing you guys restaurants and random bits of geography and just showing you the world through my eyes. Then we got Dave, for example, has been on 2 episodes. We had fun. We had adventures. We went to Mary Mac's Tea Room. And we had like bomb ass fried chicken. And I mean, we literally, Dave, if you remember, I flew down specifically for that fried chicken. That was the whole point. And then we went over to the World of Coca-Cola, which is a really cool museum that I feel like people should see. That was like the whole thing. We just had fun doing it. Thoughts on gaming on drugs? Oh, well, and I was going to say you should subscribe to that channel if you haven't done it. Thank you, Infected Jello. I appreciate the support. Thoughts on gaming on drugs, specifically weed and psychedelics like LSD, shrooms, DMTs, and mescaline. I've never done any of that, so I can't really say. The only story I know that's kind of amusing about that is how, what the hell's the name of the game? I'm spacing on it. Rez was the Dreamcast game was specifically designed to be compatible with LSD. Like, we're supposed to intentionally trip you out if you've done LSD. It's the same game that included a vibrator in Japan. I'm just saying. It's a weird game. Yeah, see, Dave knows what's up. Oh, yeah, and then Dave and I went over to the Jimmy Carter library. We paid our respects. Hail Jimmy Carter. Oh, yeah, so Jay Realize says, I've seen Flying and Eating, and whenever I get bored, I go back to the Coca-Cola variety taste thing, and I watch them for some laughs. Dude, we had the worst soda I've ever had in my life at that place. The Chinese, like, sour plum garbage. I still, to this day, cannot believe that's real. Like, it tastes like sugary barbecue sauce. It's the worst, horrible thing we've ever had. Like, Dave and I were both hunched over in pain drinking that crap. Flying and Eating in Chicago went, well, I'm already here. It's funny you mentioned that because you're not the first person to bring that up. Like, why don't I do something like that in Chicago? And it's like, I feel like the show needs to be a little bit older before I do that because, like, I'm still going places. You know, maybe if it was like, oh, I haven't done a video in, like, months or something. That's part of the problem with that channel inherently is that it could be long breaks between episodes only because you have to have a trip somewhere first. I've got 2 completed episodes that have not been released yet. One for Kansas City and one I just did the whole thing out in Sacramento and all that. So those will get, I'm thinking Kansas City will probably come out before the end of the year. And then the Sacramento one will probably be the first video of 2022. We'll see. Yeah, that shit was rancid, Dave. Sorry, Dave. You're not worthy of being Jimmy. I apologize for comparing you and putting you on his level when that's clearly not the case. Hail Jimmy. Oh, yeah, the vibrator thing? Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah, in Japan, the PS2 version of Rez came with this weird vibrator. They call it a trance controller, but it's straight up like a vibrator. Like, people have done videos on it, and they're like, the only function of this appears to be to play it with your girlfriend and put it near her. Let's put it that way. If Jimmy Carter and Betty White had a kid, do you think it would cure mortality? I think is what you mean. Probably. I hope so. Jimmy Carter's 98 years old. He's building people houses. Did you have a bad reaction to playing Polybius? There's a good reference. So if you guys didn't, I don't really do the YouTube Shorts thing much. I tried for a bit because YouTube's like, you better do them. And then nobody would watch them and stuff. So I was like, all right, fine. So I got like a hair in my mouth. Get out of my mouth. Yeah. Okay, there we go. It's my own hair, obviously, but why the hell is it in there? So when I went out to Astoria, Oregon, a buddy of ours, shout out if he's watching, Marcus, who has a channel called Sunset Hotline. He has a Polybius arcade. Now, it's obviously not original, but he made an arcade out of it. And I had the Sega Pluto with me, so I thought it would be kind of funny to put them all together and just be like, yo, I dimension hopped and stuff. And I made a YouTube short about how I found this arcade, and they had a copy. And as soon as I played it, the video ended because the joke with Polybius is that nobody survives playing it. So I'm glad you actually watched that. Jimmy Carter is so funny. I talked about him today with my dad, and he said he should run again for the lulz. It's funny you bring that up. So he was on, like, I want to say it was like Jimmy Kimmel or something in like 20, 19, and Jimmy Kimmel gave him a shirt that said the same thing. It was like, Carter 2020 still constitutionally eligible. And Carter was like, oh, no, I can't. There's an age limit on the presidential run. And he's like, wait a minute, I've never heard of that. I know you have to be 35 to go, but you're saying there's once you reach a certain age, you're not eligible anymore. What's that age? And Jimmy said, whatever age I am at any given moment, that's the cap. So, good guy with a sense of humor. Barbecue soda sounds delicious. No. You have no idea how bad it was. Like, it was legendarily disgusting. The Chinese sour plum crap that they had at the World of Coke. Oh, man. Gross. Just gross. Man, I still have nightmares about it. And I had to watch myself drink it because of the footage. And I watched Dave drink it over and over again. And it's like, man, just nastiness. But yeah, try it. You'll love it. I don't know if you saw the one where when we went out to Washington. I found a bottle of turkey and gravy flavored soda. And everybody tried it, and it was like to me it tasted like sugary gasoline, and it was still better than the barbecue sauce crap. You have no idea. Is Jimmy Carter secretly Jesus Christ? Well, they have the same initials. No. That's a joke he's made, I think. You should watch some Anthony Bourdain episodes sometime. I've heard that. People have said that to me before, that I could do like an Anthony Bourdain style show. But I almost don't want to, because I don't want it to inspire me in the direction where it feels like I'm cloning it. As it is, I'm completely ignorant of whatever he did. And so it's just kind of easier to just, is Jimmy Carter your favorite president? Like all time historically? I think Jimmy Carter is the greatest ex-president of all time, bar none. I like him as an entire concept. I don't really have any interest in debating like what he actually did during his actual presidency, because this is not a channel for politics or anything like that. But as like an ex-president who's just like, I'm going to build everybody houses at 98 years old, how could you not respect that? Has nothing to do with political parties either. If Bush Jr. or Trump or whatever was doing the same thing, I'd give him praise for that. If like for some reason Trump came out and he was like, hey, I'm going to start building everybody houses, the man would deserve credit. I mean, any human being that does that, that's a good thing. So it doesn't really matter what their politics are. Jones Soda, yes, Raiji got it right. Jones Soda did a turkey and gravy dinner soda, and it was horrific. You guys, I'm going to switch my hat for a bit, because this one's kind of getting a little itchy. Scratch for a second. I'm going to put on the... Alright, we're going to pretend like I actually mean this, but I'm going to put on the Bah Humbug hat. The black one. This is one a little more fluffy. This was, like I said a couple times now, this is my mom's hat. This hat is over 50 years old. This one is far more recent, so it's a lot fluffier. Do you have pets? Not currently. I had a dog as a child, but he's been dead a very long time. I like pets. I just don't have any. If I had a pet, I would be a very irresponsible pet owner, because I'm never home. So the thing would have been long since dead. So, nah. Emo Santa hat. Ugh. Bah humbug and all that. Ugh. How are you guys doing? How's everybody out there? You guys having a fun Christmas Eve? Or not Christmas Eve. Christmas. It's an eve of Christmas. Are you having a fun Christmas this evening? At least if you're in this time zone. Have you had fun? Anybody get anything cool? What are you guys doing? Tell me stuff. While you tell me stuff, I'm going to have a cookie. Kelsey Lewin, my friend, my BFF, she sent me a box of cookies that has not survived, really, because I've been kind of nibbling away at it. My cousin and I really just destroyed these. There's some really good ones in here, too, and there's like these weird, like, I don't know what the hell they are, but they're really good. Little, like, crunchy things. They didn't really survive the shipping process, thanks to USPS. But they're good. And I'm fat, so it's okay to eat this. You know where I can find a 2DS XL for cheap? Depends on your repair skills. It was just out in Sacramento, and my buddy Jesse ended up finding a couple of them, like $20. But they're broken. and he's got the skill set where he can actually fix those. You're not going to find a cheap one that's like operational unless it's literally just some guy has no idea what he has, or somebody's just giving you a really good deal just to give you a really good deal. Like, oh, it's Christmas. Oh, it's your birthday. Here you go. Like, outside of that, probably not. Dave says, I got $85 worth of eShop money I can't redeem. What? This is why you don't support digital. This podcast made it. Getting Skyrim finally on Switch set up. What? My brain's not working. I don't know what anybody's talking about anymore. Pawn shops. I got mine there. Yeah, see, that's luckiness. But it depends on your budget, because everybody has a different interpretation of what cheap is. Thoughts on Matrix Resurrection? I'd love to talk about it, but I don't want to ruin it for people. Plus, you're not the first person to ask. I brought it up a couple times. I will read to you my very, very publicly safe review of it that I posted on Twitter, and hopefully that gives you a sense of my thoughts. Here's what I said. So, Matrix 4 was in some ways great, in some ways terrible, in some ways safe, in some ways challenging. I can't tell yet if I loved it or hated it. I guess that's something. Overall, probably I would say I liked it, but I question a lot of its choices. That's my very safe, non-spoiler review. Believe me when I say I'd love to just dive into lore and just talk about it and all that sort of stuff, but I try to actively not ruin movies for people, because I hate when people do that. Too many people have ruined movies for me over the years where I'm just like, oh, fuck you. I don't want to do that to other people. It's not cool. Oh, so eShop is down. Well, Nintendo's not really built on the strength of their internet capabilities. Are they? Spider-Man No Way Home thoughts. Kind of the same thing. I'm not going to ruin a movie for people. I didn't write something as poetic as that for No Way Home, but I did see it, and I will simply leave it at it. I like it, but certain things in it amused me in ways they shouldn't have. Other things are like, well, why didn't you just do this? You know, the normal movie kind of issues. I would say while it's an imperfect film, I genuinely enjoyed it. And it was the only time I ever recall in my entire life being that asshole in a movie theater who started a round of applause for a moment and then realizing, oh shit, I started a round of applause. That happened at one part. Because yes, out there, if you're not American, we do that. You will be in a theater and people will applaud at stuff. And this is always baffling to people from other countries, because you're right. The people who made the movie cannot hear you. We know that. But the difference is we're not depressed in this country. We're pretty happy. So we're like, yeah, something cool happened. Because America kicks ass. What can I say? we happy. Deal with it. Are my messages visible? Laughs? What are you talking about? I mean, I see you talking right now. What do you mean? Did you watch Batman Returns with your family this Christmas? No. I think you asked me that earlier. I haven't watched anything. I've just been doing the stream all day. I got up. I got food together. I, watched a couple of YouTube videos, just kind of get my energy up. And I set up the show, and here we are. Mike, who says Tom Holland is Iron Man Jr. I don't want you to ruin it for anybody, and I have no intention of ruining anything at all. But did you actually watch the new one? I would love to know that. Shadow Mask Super Chats, he says, please come over to Emerald Nova Saturn Homebrew Comp. What the hell is that? Or is that just a plug for whatever that is? Anyway, yeah, everybody go to Emerald Nova Saturn Homebrew Comp. I don't know what that is, but it sounds like a very mistranslated store or something. Tell me what that is, Shadow Mask. I'm very curious. I'm assuming since you said Saturn, it probably has something to do with the Sega Saturn. And if that's the case, best I can do for you is be like, hey, look, the Pluto. The Pluto endorses Emerald Nova Saturn Homebrew Comp, maybe, depending on what it is. But I legit don't know, so I don't know. Did I ever get into Command and Conquer? No, I did not. Also, Shadow Mask, thank you very much for the super chat. And if you guys want to super chat or donate through PayPal, whatever you like, PayPal's preferred for me, but whatever you guys want is totally cool. I appreciate the support. And it's not required. All I can really do is throw your comment to the top and make it my priority, but I appreciate you guys. I'm not going to answer questions specifically about the Spider-Man stuff because I don't want to say that stuff out loud because I don't want to ruin things. That's why I'm talking very vaguely. Did you know Buzz from Home Alone was arrested recently? Yes, I did. That's a very sad story if true. Like, I know the story. I just don't know if it's true. Christmas in Vegas experience? Never did it. Although I was in Vegas a few days ago. But that was just to change planes. Yes, you did. So, Mike, again, I don't want you to ruin things for anybody, but does the end of the movie kind of negates your comment? That's kind of the point. The point of the end of the film negates your criticism because it essentially sets up the opposite of what you're upset about. Think about it for a second. I'm trying to be very vague because I don't want to ruin things. Can you use a USB GameCube controller to play backwards compatible GameCube games on the Wii? I don't think so, because that would be smart, and the Wii doesn't do smart things. It does trash. If you have a hacked Wii U, then you can actually do that. You can play digital GameCube ISOs on a Wii U using something like a USB-based controller. But again, the Wii U doesn't suck, so that's why. Did you see Venom 2? I did not. I don't support the Sony Venomverse crap. I saw that first one, and it was painfully droll. It was just so cookie cutter bullshit movie. I was like, stop pretending like you guys have any talent. I legitimately feel that the stupidest thing Sony does is pretending that they have any right to really be making Spider-Man movies. Like, I know they own the character's option, so yes, legally they have that right. But the smartest thing they could do is be like, look, we suck at making movies. We're not good at it. We clearly have no real talent. But we own the rights to this character. And we make a bajillion dollars if we just let Disney make these movies for us. Just keep doing that. Just be like, here's our deal. We'll retain a share of the profits. Disney, just keep using the Spider-Man character. Do whatever you want with him. We're just going to keep cashing a check every time you make a bajillion dollars and do all the work. That's the smartest thing Sony could do. Instead, they constantly go out of their way to make terrible movies and degrade the value of their own franchise. They're not smart. Their film division is famously stupid. And you don't have to take this from me. Like, go watch anybody who really does a lot of movies about cinema and history. Like, Sony is the most disrespected film studio of the major five, and it's because they always do crap like that. Look at what they did with the Ghostbusters 2016 and all that. The biggest unsung hero of getting Spider-Man into the MCU, it's going to sound weird, James Franco. James Franco and Seth Rogen are the two biggest heroes of that because they made The Interview, which led to the North Korean hack of Sony, which led to everybody learning how bad of a dumpster fire it was behind the scenes and eventually forcing their hand into letting Disney, cutting a deal with Disney. Just let Disney make Spider-Man movies. Even if you don't like Disney, you got to acknowledge they're way better at it than Sony is. Just don't let Sony make Spider-Man movies. They're not good at it. They can make Sony-based product movies, which is like half of what their movies are. You guys know the story about Amazing Spider-Man 2, the second Andrew Garfield one? So did you know that movie, part of the reason it's so terrible is because Kaz Hirai was personally involved in the editing process. Now, if you don't know who Kaz Hirai is, he is, or at least then was, the CEO of Sony entirely, the entire corporation. Now, it's not his job to get involved in the minutia of how little things are handled on those individual divisions like Sony Pictures. But because Spider-Man is so big for them and they wanted it to succeed so much, he felt it was important to be involved. And so what he did, he flew out to Los Angeles, he got involved in the editing process. Do you know what his notes and contributions to that process were? Oh, scenes like where people are talking. You don't see any Sony products in those scenes. Get that out of there. Get those scenes out of there. So character development just gone. And in favor of scenes that are like, no, that scene has, you can see advertisements for Blu-ray as a format back there. Oh, that guy's got a Sony Handycam. Make sure that shot stays in. Corporate product placement, vastly more important. That's a company that should not be making movies. They just shouldn't be. Yeah, I'm just surprised that they didn't have a scene where Spider-Man himself was talking about how great PlayStation is. You know what I mean? But whatever. At least just cash checks from Disney. Just stay out of the making movies. Um, Guru, why ask me a question and ignore the answer? Shadow Mask, I'm not ignoring your answer. I'm just rambling. What was your answer, buddy? You said cover the Emerald Nova. Yeah, the Emerald thing. I haven't seen. Oh, there it is. Okay, so I said please cover the competition on your channel. Lots of good community homebrew projects will be competing for cash prizes. I have to plead ignorance, Shadow Mask. I have no idea what this is. Can you elaborate on it beyond that? 'Cause I've never heard of this. Does anybody know what this is? Thoughts on the Ghostbusters 2021 film? My next podcast, which comes out in like 2 days, the last hour of that is just Keith and I talking about Ghostbusters Afterlife the entire time. Long story short, it gave me Force Awakens vibes. Force Awakens was not a good movie, but it's set up for what could be a good movie. It gave you a lot of potential options and everything. It was kind of, it played it safe with the familiar, changed a couple of things to try and make you feel like it was a new adventure. It left out some really key information to kind of expand on the world. But while in and of itself it was just kind of okay and did some stuff very wrong, it at least set out the potential to like, look, we got all that out of the way. Now we can do a new thing. So I'm concerned because if the next Ghostbusters movie is called The Last Ghostbuster, I'm done. Let's put it that way. That's what I'm telling you about it. Lots of folks on the Shiro Discord are involved. Knight can tell you about it. Oh, okay, so this definitely is Sega Saturn related. What, you want people to go join the Shiro Discord? If you guys are into the Sega Saturn homebrew community and you like things like the Sega Pluto, yes, go check out the Shiro Discord and this homebrew competition that I've never heard of up until this moment. Why not? More homebrew is always good. I'd love to see more Saturn homebrew. What's the stream hour record? I want to say, did we go 10 and a half hours once, or was it like 12 hours? I legitimately don't remember. It's not going to happen. We're not breaking that this time. There's no chance. Let me take a quick look here. As I look at the records, the last one was 5 hours and 5 hours, 10 hours. Yes, the longest one ever was 10 hours, 22 minutes, and 16 seconds. No chance we're getting that. Hilariously, that is the most highly viewed one I've ever. Wow. Check this out, guys. I did the stream that has 10,000 or 10. Sorry, has 10 hours, 22 minutes, and 16 seconds. Actually has over 10,000 views. How the hell did that happen? I appreciate it, but it's probably just people clicking, watching for a few minutes, and then clicking off, and then clicking back on to continue, and then leaving and coming back. That's all it is. I'm sure the retention rate on that is like less than 0.01% or something, but that's one of the stupidest things about YouTube, by the way. So we're doing this stream right now, right? YouTube encourages us to do live streams, but at the same time, their algorithm does not. Their algorithm is like, don't do live streams because the average retention rate is really small. So it just interprets the video as a video that nobody liked. So like right now, it's even telling me the average view duration on this stream is 4 minutes and 48 seconds. That's not very long, especially when your percentage, as a percentage, because this video already is like 5 hours long. So the algorithm interprets the video as just bullshit, like nobody liked it. And so as a result, not only will it bury the video, it'll bury like my next 3 videos. And it'll be like, and it'll like probably unsub. I think the last one I did, it like mass unsubbed like 50 people from the channel. It's just what it does. That's why nobody really does live streams on YouTube anymore, because they have not fixed that bug, and it looks like they're never going to. I only do them now on special occasions. Like I'll do it on my birthday, I'll do it on Christmas, because I know there's a lot of you guys who are just like, I'd love to have something to do, and I'm here, I got you. But aside from that, I used to love doing these. Like I used to do these like every month, but they're too deadly to the actual channel. So you gotta kind of do it sparingly. So I appreciate your guys' support, because that's the only thing that offsets all the damage of the actual show. So thank you for the super chats and the PayPal. Much appreciated. Is Ghostbusters Xbox 360 the true Ghostbusters 3? Yeah, I guess I would say narratively it is. It's too bad that game so like, all right, so I made those like Back to the Future edits on this channel, and the Jurassic Park edit and stuff. People have asked me to do that with Ghostbusters. I'm like, the Ghostbusters game doesn't work for that. it just doesn't have enough story. Too much of the game is you wandering around as like this generic character who never even speaks. It just wouldn't work to be cut into a film. And if you just took the cutscenes directly, there's not enough material there for a cohesive narrative, because essential plot elements happen in the gameplay. Whereas with the Telltale stuff, that's not really the case, so it can function. Yeah, which is sad, because it means you really do have to play those if you want that story. And unfortunately, the story that they actually created is not really that complex or an interesting of a story. It's just good, and that's all it really had to be. Wired or wireless Brawler 64. I personally like wired stuff, which I know makes me old, but I just kind of like the idea that I don't have to charge anything. I think that's more interesting. Into the Spider-Verse single-handedly justifies all of Sony's other shenanigans. I see. It's funny. You're not. I actually said basically the same thing to my cousin yesterday. I was like, "Look, everything Sony did just objectively wrong. It was only possible to make this movie because they made all those mistakes, and that's good. You're making something out of the disaster that you created. You got a positive, and I'm happy for you. But now you've corrected the mistakes. Maybe now just let someone else make those movies. Oh, and you have them. They're called Disney. Just let them do it and cash a check. You should make another account exclusively for streams so it doesn't hurt your main channel. That's what Review Tech USA did. I know, but the truth is Rich is much more successful than I am on YouTube. Like, he's just shy of 1 million subs, so he can just do a single tweet and, like, a lot of people will go over there. I mean, look, I literally just launched a new channel. I'm telling you guys right now, like, I have a brand new channel with all types of new content on it. And while a lot of you did show up, a vast majority of you did not. It's just the law of percentages. So, like, the amount of people I would actually have show up to a dedicated live stream channel, I really don't think would be all that high. And it just wouldn't be worth the effort. Like, just not that many people would watch. And I don't have a big enough sway for that. But I thought of that too. Emoji Movie to Spider-Verse was a hell of a jump. Yeah, again, because they hired talented people. Spider-Verse, I think, was an interesting... I'm glad that movie exists because it basically convinced Sony that concept works. And it also convinced them you can be successful with a good movie instead of having to make just absolute terrible trash. Like, the Emoji Movie is like the Wii of animated films. And it didn't need to exist, and it shouldn't have existed. But it was just a cheap thing they could produce. Sam Raimi making a film. Sign me up, day one ticket. Well, Doctor Strange, Multiverse of Madness is made by Sam Raimi. So there you go. Incidentally, when they renewed the Spider-Man deal, Spider-Man would get his own film within the MCU. That was Sony's condition, which is what we just saw. The other side of his Disney gets to use the character for one of their own films in that deal. The common assumption is that one cameo, if you will, is going to be Multiverse of Madness. And that would actually make the most sense, given the narrative of the film we just saw, but also because Sam Raimi himself is making it. Just saying. All I'm saying is if you watch Multiverse of Madness, I would expect a Tom Holland Spider-Man cameo. Maybe even other Spider-Man cameos. Just saying. I didn't know you had a YouTube channel about flying to new cities and eating food. Even then, I wouldn't want to watch it. I'd rather be in an episode. I don't know what to tell you. If you're not willing to watch it, then I don't know what to say to that. Are you going to remove the cat from my name on Discord? It's your own fault, dude. You came into the Discord and started going off about Garfield. So when you're in my Discord, I typically like to put some sort of little character identity next to you just because it gives everybody more personality. And that way you can kind of give each other emojis and stuff like that. But when you come in with something generic, like just your name or a name of a character like that is not really, to be honest, anything I'm familiar with. It's an anime thing, right? You're from Indiana, that much I know, but like aside from putting an Indiana state flag or something next to your name, there's not really, you haven't developed the right type of personality in there that there's anything else to do. But you started talking about Garfield, so you're Garfield now. That's just how it works. It can change, but you haven't developed any sort of other interests to offset it. All you've done is complain about the fact that you don't like Garfield. So, fine. The Garfield next to your name represents that you don't like Garfield. I mean, yeah, look at, like, Dave is a peach because he's from Georgia. Nikolai is an island. And it's a long story as to why, but there's always some sort of story. Yours so far is that you don't like Garfield. And that you're from Indiana. Well, I can't do anything with Indiana because they don't have Indiana as an emoji. Garfield's from Indiana. Boom! Dave fucking making sense. Dropping the science. If anything, that just solidified your position as Garfield. Hey, at least I didn't rename you Garfield. So how you guys doing? You want me to keep going, or are you about done here? How would I rate the live-action Garfield films? Terrible to awful. They're the only thing I like about those movies is the story of why Bill Murray is in them in the first place. Do you guys know this story? Do you even care? I'll tell you anyway. What the hell? So Bill Murray kind of famously doesn't have an agent. He just kind of, when stuff is presented to him, he either just thinks, oh, that's interesting or whatever, and he just does it. So in his case, somebody went to him with a script for Garfield, and the script said it was by Joel Coen. Now, Joel Coen is one of the Coen brothers. Like, they made Fargo and all these other, like, legendary films, whatever. So he just saw that, and he was like, oh, this is a Coen brothers movie called Garfield? Didn't even read it. He was just like, done. Joel Coen's doing it, I'm doing it. And he signed on that basis. That's all it took. What he didn't realize is that was a different Joel Coen, just a completely different guy who happens to have the same name, and he had no idea he was signing on to be the voice of a CGI cat in a stupid kids movie. He had no idea. That's why it's funny. And then he was contractually locked to the second one for that reason. Finnut, says, shout out to the Republic of Finland. Shout out to a Finnish peanut who is the son of Dave, who at one time hooked up with a bottle or a jar of Finnish peanut butter. And thus the JV Hufflepuff, or whatever your name is, was born. Thank you for the super chat, JV Hufflepuff, Finnutty, whatever. Jennifer Love Hewitt. She's easily the best part of those movies. Actually, the best, other than, you know, the joke around that is, if you ever watch Robot Chicken, so what's his name? What's his name? He was the lead in Rat Race. He's done a lot of Robot Chicken sketches. He was the lead in those movies. He makes jokes about being in Garfield all the time. Why can I not remember his name? Somebody's got to know his name out there. What was his name? Somebody tell me. The lead in Rat Race, the lead in Garfield. God, I can't remember his name. It's like right there on the tip of my tongue too. Whatever. Anyway, that guy, he's in a lot of Robot Chicken sketches, and he plays himself a lot of the time. And when he's on the show, he'll make fun of the fact that he was in Garfield. No, not Seth Green. Although Seth Green was obviously in Rat Race. No, it's not Seth Green. It's the other guy. As soon as I see the name, I'm gonna be like, God damn it, I knew that was it too. I'm just gonna look it up because I can't remember now. Rat Race. Breckenmeyer. Thank you, Sabo. Yes, Breckenmeyer was the lead of the Garfield movies. He was the lead of Rat Race, or one secondary lead, whatever. He's on a lot of episodes of Robot Chicken, and he makes fun of the fact that he was in Garfield like all the time, because the Garfield movies were just trash. And JB Hufflepuff, or whatever your name is, yeah. Do I like the OG Spider-Man movies or the newest ones? I like them all except for, well, the original Spider-Man 3 I hated when it came out. I've come around to being like, it's fine. Amazing Spider-Man 2 is still the worst Spider-Man movie I think ever made of those three eras. I think overall I've had the most fun in the Tom Holland era, but that's also because it's also connected to the greater MCU tapestry, which I enjoy. All three have something positive about them, and we'll just leave it at that. CCH 3900, who is a Canadian maple imperialist, says, "Hey Adam, don't have too much time. Just thought I would pop in and say Merry Christmas to you in the chat. If anybody is in here and doesn't do the Christmas thing, Happy Holidays." Thank you very much, man, and go enjoy being an imperial Canadian maple warrior or whatever. In the Discord, Canadians are usually referred to as maple warriors. I wouldn't rank the Japanese Spider-Man. Although he did get a little cameo on one episode of Flying and Eating, because we went into this toy store and we saw a whole bunch of car toys, and for some reason there was this Spider-Man toy, like with his car. Spider-Man, I think is what it was called. Ugh. If it wasn't for Disney Plus, would you have watched the Disney Star Wars series, or do they not interest you? So when you say that, do you mean the shows or the movies? Because the shows exclusively exist on Disney Plus, so you don't really have a choice, except for sailing the high seas of the internet. But all 5 of the theatrical disasters, except for Rogue One, I saw in theaters. So I didn't see them on Disney Plus originally. I have access to Disney Plus because the evil Rob Thanos has a membership and he just gives me access to it. So I don't pay for Disney Plus. I have watched things like The Mandalorian on there, which is good. I like The Mandalorian. I mean, we could talk about Star Wars forever, but long story short, in my fantasy universe of Star Wars, the Disney trilogy is not canon. It never happened. It does not exist. The Kathleen Kennedy is fired, and preferably everyone in America gets to throw like lettuce at her for having ever made those movies. And just America, by the way, the rest of the world, sorry, that's too much lettuce. The world doesn't have that much lettuce. But anyway, yeah, so we kick her out, and then we put Jon Favreau in charge of Lucasfilm. Him and what's his name? Guy with the hat. The guy who always wears the hat. You know what I'm talking about. He did the Clone Wars stuff. The two of them, they run the show from now on. And just Disney just gives them carte blanche to do all the good things. And then they just remake things like Galaxy's Edge and Los Angeles and just fix it all. How many Xbox games do you have out of the 1,002 games? So it's funny because your number isn't the same as mine. I calculated it around like 997, but it's probably because there's like little variants we are or are not counting in each other's numbers. And off the top of my head, probably like 500. Like most of the ones I'm missing, pretty much every single one I'm missing is the American stuff. I'm only missing 2 of the PAL ones. I have all the Australian ones. I have all the Japanese ones. I have the Korean one, and I have the Singaporean, is that even a term? One. Did the stream just crash? Give me 1 second, guys. I think that Firefox needs a restart. I'll be right back. Okay, are we back? Are we back? Is everything okay? Yeah, it's like clockwork, man. Like every 4 hours, the stream just needs to be restarted, or you have to crash Firefox and restart. I don't really know why, but it seems to be a thing. And yes, Dave Filoni is who I was talking about. Yeah, I liked Rogue One too. I mean, I've talked about Rogue One extensively in the past. I think Rogue One is, of the 5 that they've produced, is easily the best one. But it's not without its flaws, but it's fine. All right, can everybody confirm we're back? We're good. Okay, great. VGL YouTube channel showed off all 1,002 games today. I'm assuming he's including variants because that number isn't accurate. Unless he's including things that normally don't get included, like the Burger King trilogy or something like that. The South Korean karaoke game. Yeah, Zillernet. I've got it right over there. Do I believe in Bigfoot? No. Should I? Do you want me to? Rise of Skywalker was not that bad. Are you crazy? That's not even a movie. That's just like some fan fiction bullshit written by a 9-year-old. Is one of the stupidest things I've ever seen. Rocco Sandwiches Super Chats. Merry Christmas, Adam. Did you get to see the Power On dock from Microsoft on the Xbox brand? I really enjoyed all 6 parts. No, I haven't seen it yet. I'm very open to watching it. I just have not had time. What is that on? Like, what can I watch that on? Like, legitimately, without going to the high seas of the internet. Like, what does Xbox have their own streaming service now? Did they launch one just for that movie? Like, I never know with them. Thank you for the super chat, by the way. You're not a fan of Solo? Solo was not terrible. It was just pointless. In some ways it was terrible, but in a lot of ways it was just pointless. Like, it's a movie that really didn't need to exist. Like, you're essentially kind of demystifying the character of Han Solo for really no benefit. I did not need a movie to be like, this is how Han met Chewie. It was really not anything I was worried about. It's just like a random side story in a video game. It's not a theatrical experience. It's not a movie that should have existed. Like, I was actually totally for the idea of smaller stories within the Star Wars universe that doesn't focus on the main lore. But you don't start with such an iconic character, especially one who has a normal, like, face. Like, you could have done... the only one I would have totally been on board with was like the Darth Vader biopic. James Earl Jones is still alive. You can actually do like a Darth Vader specific series that I think would have been fantastic. They didn't do it. If you had to stick with an iconic character, you just, I don't know. I mean, this is like an entirely different discussion that would just be ranting on Star Wars for hours. We're crying over spilled milk at this point, but at least Solo mostly did not hurt the canon, except for like L3 being like integral to the Millennium Falcon. But to be fair, even C-3PO admits in Empire that, you know, the Millennium Falcon was kind of a lunatic when it tried to connect to it, so I could see that. I threw away my Last Jedi UHD Blu-ray. Can't say I blame you. Last Jedi is one of the worst things that was ever made. It's just absolutely terrible. The documentary's on YouTube? Okay, then I'll check that out when I get around to it. I'm hoping to kind of got a little bit of time off before the end of the year. I got to do a couple other videos and all that, but yeah. But all you babies whined about it, so they gave us Rise of Skywalker. I got news for you, man. They're both piles of shit. They are both terrible, terrible, unwatchable films. Each one of them is a stupid course correction from the other, because Disney did not think it was important to plot out a trilogy. It's one of the most basic logical moves anyone could make, and they fucked it up. They fucked it up beyond reason. And let's go back in time a little bit here, before Rise of Skywalker existed, like right after Last Jedi came out. The second Last Jedi was over. Where did you expect the series to go? It had a finality to it as if it was the end of the series, and Rian Johnson's own admission was, I didn't make a piece of a trilogy, I made my own movie. He had no interest in continuing part of an established lore, nor trying to set up anything. Because Rian Johnson is a shit filmmaker who should never... He should not even have been allowed in the parking lot of Lucasfilm, much less allowed access to that film franchise. Fuck that guy, he sucks. Super chat from James. I'm from the UK and a black flag, so I guess you're kind of a pirate. Who's your favorite British actor? Dude, that's kind of a tall order, man. I mean, you guys invented acting. Like, oh, Jesus. Man. I don't even know, dude. Like, pretty much you name like any really legendarily great actor, there's like I'd say at least a 90% chance they're gonna be British. I'm just gonna say, like, you don't even have bad actors. That's the difference. You go to Hollywood and you see American bad actors, like, you'll notice them. They're in the room. But you watch, like, the worst British actor still can win an Oscar. You know what I mean? You guys are just on a different level than the rest of us. So let's just say every British actor ever is the best one. Rian Johnson made Knives Out, which was great. Rian Johnson should have been stabbed with Knives Out. No, I'm exaggerating, but fuck that guy. Shouldn't be making movies. Kylo Ren became the head bad guy. They set it up perfectly. Instead, they brought Palpatine back. No part of me disputes that bringing back Palpatine was the stupidest decision that could have ever occurred. But setting up Kylo Ren as the ultimate big bad guy does not make sense with his overall arc, because the whole point is supposed to be redemption. It doesn't go anywhere. He wasn't even like, plus he was a non-threatening big bad guy. He lost to Rey in the first movie on their first encounter. He's a shit villain because he's not really committed to it. You could have done that correctly, and the original sin of that is Force Awakens. Force Awakens is a pile of shit, but it is the least shitty of 3 piles of shit. The Last Jedi, I will admit, is the most contained, but that's by design. But it's still unwatchable and is insulting to anybody who ever liked Star Wars, as it does everything canonically wrong with the lore. It's just, and Rise of Skywalker is just so stupid you can't help but just laugh at it, because you're just watching people shitting on corpses at a funeral. Like, it's just so bad. It's unbelievable. To me, Last Jedi and Rise of Skywalker are basically Jurassic Park 2 and 3 syndrome, where they're both horrible in 2 totally different ways. Like, Jurassic Park Lost World is a better crafted film than Jurassic Park 3, but you hate it because it does everything so competently incompetent. Meaning it's so smart about how it destroys the lore and the universe, and how it's just so perfectly crafted in everything sucking. Whereas Jurassic Park 3 is a dumb monster movie. It's like, it's boring and stupid, but at least it knows what it is. It's just like, oh, let's all run from the dinosaurs. That's basically what happened with Rise of Skywalker and Last Jedi. Last Jedi was specifically crafted, by its own admission, to destroy Star Wars. Throw away the past. Let the past die. Blah. Let's not care about anything. Fuck you, Rian Johnson. You're an idiot. And everything you produce is trash. So the guy set up, specifically crafted a film to destroy everything we ever loved. Then they had no choice but to course correct, because that's just what you do with a major franchise. And Rise of Skywalker is the disgusting, stupid mess. It's just, let's chase the thing to do the thing to MacGuffin, blah, 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 blah. And you make an entertaining but horribly terrible pile of shit, because by that time, you're not invested anymore. You're just watching a dumpster fire and watching it burn. Again, 2 terrible films, completely different in both ways that they are, in fact, terrible. Just the worst. And yes, I am passionate about these things, but I'm also passionate about a lot of stuff. You can't do, almost 5 hours. You can't ramble on YouTube in a live stream for 5 hours and not occasionally have an opinion about something. Having a stormtrooper go rogue was a cool idea. I agree. Force Awakens was the only one with any real potential. All right, so I'm gonna let's pretend Force Awakens is still the movie we're supposed to get, right? Like, without saying, all right, I'm gonna completely rewrite Episode 7, so it's absolutely nothing like what we got. You can fix, in my opinion, you can fix Force Awakens with just three moves. The first one, the opening scene with Max von Sydow, right? He was the old dude who's like giving Poe the piece of the map and all that sort of stuff. That scene, just change that scene so it's not Max von Sydow. He's a great actor, but he had absolutely nothing to do with the lore of Star Wars. He shouldn't have been there. Who they should have had was the guy who played Wedge Antilles, okay, in the original trilogy. Now, the reason you change that is because now you have this immediate audience connection as well as narrative connection to a character that actually knew Luke Skywalker, and you have this nice little, like, passing the baton transition phase. Then, in that same time, he gets killed by Kylo Ren. Thus, the audience instantly hates, in a good way hates, the antagonist, the Kylo Ren, the villain, right? So we instantly have a connection to the character, connection to the universe, we understand where stuff's going, and it just builds up the next set of characters by setting them up. Great place to start. Wedge Antilles, by the way, did eventually appear in Rise of Skywalker in one single shot that he never spoke or did anything. Just stupid. It should have been him in that scene. Okay, that's first change. Second one is there is absolutely no understanding of the stakes of the galaxy or the state of the galaxy when you start Force Awakens. All we know as an audience is this takes place like 30 years after Return of the Jedi. And the problem with that is that every single one of us has built up some sort of narrative to what happened to Luke, what happened to Han, Leia, what happened to the Empire, all of that. All of that stuff, we've all wondered where it went. Now, it was the job of Rise of Skywalker to give us a very clear understanding of that. And when I say that, I don't mean you had to have half the movie be about people in like the Senate things and the prequels, like acknowledging like, here's the political state of blah, blah, blah. You just need a few lines here and there for us to understand what is going on. You have to have what is the First Order? Oh, they're just like the Empire, but bigger. Well, how the hell does that make sense? They lost the war. There's no longer rebels because they won the war, so now they're the resistance. What the fuck does that even mean? What are you resisting? You won the war. Now I realize some of this is expanded upon in the books and blah 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 blah. It doesn't matter. The movie itself has to address this, and it never does. A few scenes, just a couple of scenes, would have easily fixed this problem so we understand the stakes, the situation that exists in there. I actually saw one guy made a brilliant video talking about this, and he basically said, like, you could have done this with a few scenes where the First Order seems kind of ragtag, this, that, and the other. And they have scenes where they're actually on, not Coruscant, but like the central government planet. And they're trying to make demands and no one's respecting them, this and whatever. And they have like a conflict there where you actually see the state of the First Order, but you also see the arrogance of the Republic and why they think because a bunch of rebel terrorists won the war for them, that they're just in control. Meanwhile, you have characters like Leia and all the quote unquote resistance who are like, look, the First Order is still around. The First Order is the remnants of the Empire, and rather than destroy them off, kill them off, you're allowing them to exist. So we're going to do like underground terrorist shit to the First Order so that they don't re-rise. All of that should have been in the movie and explained, but it's not. Instead, it's just, we want the Empire because the fans remember the Empire, but we can't have them, so they're just a bigger Empire. It's so stupid. All of that. That's point 2. Point number 3 is the whole Star Killer base. First of all, you should never have done that. You should not have had another third Death Star. It's the stupidest thing you could have done. But let's pretend for a second you are insistent upon having it. For a minute there, the movie actually kind of handles it correctly because they're like, look, there's a big super Death Star weapon. This is what happens. Let's compare it to the old one. Han Solo, Harrison Ford, has the only good line about this where he straight up just says, why don't we blow it up? There's always a way to blow it up. That should have carried for the entire mentality of the Resistance, is like the arrogance of the Resistance. Like, yeah, we've blown up Death Stars. We do this all the time. We know what we're doing. That should have been their position, where the audience and the characters understand we're going to go blow this thing up. Everyone knows this is going to happen. So it's all built up like that's what's supposed to happen. So we as the audience are sitting there kind of groaning, being like, okay, so they're just doing the Death Star again, just like they actually did. And you have it keep going. You play it all out. You even do the scene where Kylo kills Han Solo. That was all fine, blah, blah, blah. But at the end, they fail. They don't blow up the Death Star. Or the Star Killer base, whatever it is. They barely escape. They fail. And the Star Killer base is the indestructible Death Star that they can't figure out how to destroy. That way there's a looming threat for the next few movies. And if you think that idea is kind of silly or crazy or whatever, I invite you to look up George Lucas's original notes on the Death Star. The original trilogy, before it was a huge success, his plan was have the Death Star be an ongoing threat for all 3 movies. But by the end of the first one, he realized he didn't have any other great big ending, and he needed that movie to be a hit, because if it wasn't, they would never have made any other sequels. But if it was a hit, he would be able to come up with something else later for the end of that trilogy. But where they ran into the conflict of that problem was Return of the Jedi, where they had no other great idea, so he just did the Empire. They just did the Death Star again. So this time you could have done George's original thing, because you no longer have the problem of nobody knows what Star Wars is and it might be a failure or whatever. You could have had the Star Killer base be on and be successful that entire trilogy, and then somehow they find a way to destroy it in the third one, if it even needs to be destroyed. And that's only if you actually keep Force Awakens as it basically was. That's a much better starting point. And then, of course, on top of that, you don't have Rian Johnson make your second movie. You have intelligent filmmakers come in and plot out a trilogy. We didn't get that. So and try watching Force Awakens again, by the way, after you've seen its sequels. Go watch those, then watch Force Awakens and tell me it isn't even worse than it was before. Because once you know where that series goes, it just has no point. Personally, what I would have done with Rey, because Rey's like OP, right? And then like, how did you do that? I can't do that. Like, she's persistently described as a Mary Sue. I give her a pass on the first one because I thought they were going somewhere with this. And where I would have gone with it, that I don't think anybody really expected, she's the reincarnation of Anakin Skywalker. She should have been the reincarnation of Anakin Skywalker through the will of the Force, whatever, because Anakin represented both the light and the dark, and she's supposed to represent the absolute neutrality. And then the conflict is within her to which side to pick, but then she finds out she is essentially his reincarnation, hence you never see his Force ghosting around or any of that sort of stuff. And then Kylo, his conflict is like, oh, I'm totally into Vader, finding out, oh my god, that my opponent is Vader. You know, and then that explains why she inherently is good at everything, but then is too strong in the Force in ways she doesn't understand. All of this would have been vastly more interesting than what they did, was she's nobody. Wait, no, she's somebody. She's Palpatine. I don't know. I got nothing. It made no fucking sense. And it wasn't even that hard. Like, any one of us could have done this. It's just so depressing that that's the direction they went. So in the end, Finn, who was the best idea they had, again, I love the idea of a rogue stormtrooper, but even Force Awakens doesn't treat that well. So what's Finn's big thing? He's like, oh man, I'm a stormtrooper. This is not cool. I got to get out of this. So he has like right there's that one scene with the blood on the on the helmet. He's like, oh my god, my brothers are dying. This is terrible. He kind of wakes up, right? He awakens, which clearly they intended for him to go some sort of Force sensitive route that Rian Johnson threw away. You could have kept all that, but even in Force Awakens, only like a couple scenes later, he's like openly just killing stormtroopers, and he's not even doing it with like any remorse or like I have to do this to survive. He's doing it with like, yeah, one hell of a pilot, kill all the other pilots, yeah. He's just it's so poorly crafted on so many levels. I cannot believe it's real. Like, I keep wondering if it's all like some big cosmic joke that SNL made all these movies, and we're about to find Disney's gonna be like, all right, guys, we were kidding. This is the real episode 7 now. It was just a really long, like that. What was that sketch with, Kylo Ren? He's like works there for a day. It's like, hello, Matt. My name's Matt. I'm a technician. Like that. Like that's the whole thing. That's as canon to me as the Disney trilogy is. Rant over. Hopefully you guys enjoyed my new little Star Wars narrative. Bat Conquer Super Chat says, Merry Christmas, Adam. Thank you very much, Bat Conquer. Merry Christmas. I'm Otaku, or Emo Otaku. I know we've had this discussion before. Super Chats, and he says, hope your day has been good. Have some Trudeau bucks. Thank you for the maple money. The maple Monopoly money. It smells great, and it's made of plastic. Thank you very much. Oh, by the way, here, look at the Sega Pluto. Why not? I have it sitting in front of me. Everybody look at the Sega Pluto. Ooh, prototype Sega Saturn thing. You'll never see one again unless you go to one of the conventions where I'm at. Ooh. The Koralik cut. Can't cut it if they never shot it, man. I wish they did. Much better story. I would have done the same thing with the DC universe. Like, I can already tell you my pitch for that would have been way better than what they did. Like, if you keep Man of Steel, I actually don't have a real problem with Man of Steel, like certain minor issues, whatever. But basically, you can keep that movie. But Batman v Superman obviously just destroyed that. But Batman v Superman started right. It started exactly like what it needed to be. Every single movie in that universe should have been all started with the response to the Superman incident. And the incident being like the attack, like when Superman showed up, he was the trigger for the Justice League eventually, because that's when everybody knew they were aliens, there's bigger things, blah, blah, blah. All that sort of stuff. And every movie should have started with their adventures get going because they have to react to everything they just saw. And that's how you do the phase 1 of the DCU, and then it all ends with them culminating in some sort of Justice League. Like, it would have been vastly superior to then, oh, we need to jump all the way into a Batman v Superman, which makes no sense, and then we have to do a really bad Justice League, then we'll let Zack Snyder kind of fix his own movie, and then it just stops. Terrible. Don't get me started. Not to be rude, but why don't you spend Christmas with your family? Well, my mother's dead. My sister is with her boyfriend. My cousins are all doing their own immediate thing, and there's a little bit of like pandemic fears. So I got together with one of my cousins last night and we hung out, but that's about all we did. Yeah, it kind of sucks Colin Trevorrow didn't get to make his Star Wars. His would have been vastly better than what we got as far as Rise of Skywalker. But you know, the big problem with that was Kathleen Kennedy. She shot that down because she wanted Leia to be alive in the last one, even though at that point Carrie Fisher was dead. That's a whole fuck Kathleen Kennedy. She fucking sucks. The whole, like I said, all of America should be allowed to, every single person, every American citizen, as far as I'm concerned, has every right to throw at least one piece of lettuce at Kathleen. Not like a whole ball, just like an individual lettuce shard. And just, but you have like 300, have that happen to her 330 million times, it's going to slightly sting. You're getting me excited, Adam. I hope not in a bad way or a good way. I don't know what you want. But either way, I'm glad. Speaking of Disney Star Wars, thoughts on the current state of Indiana Jones? I haven't really followed the narrative of what the new one's supposed to be, but I'm just hoping it's not like, oh, Indiana Jones has a daughter and she's never done anything, but she's amazing at everything. And her whole, like, it turns out the whole time that Indiana Jones is actually shit at everything he's ever done, and she's just far superior than him. And then we find out there's like the movies about time travel, and she goes back in time and goes to all of his previous adventures, and it turns out the only reason he was ever successful at anything is because she was there and she just kind of moved something or just did something. And so technically the only reason he was good is because he had this super strong daughter who is just the bestest ever at everything. I'm a little concerned that's the direction Indiana Jones 5 is going to go. Where's Lee Harvey Oswald when we need him? Fuck Lee Harvey Oswald. Actually, it's not that there's any real reason to bring up Lee Harvey Oswald all that much, but we were Dave, are you still here? We were in the Discord, and I don't remember exactly what happened. Somebody posted a photo of O.J. Simpson, and somebody responded, "Is that Lee Harvey Oswald?" And I was like, "You might be the only person in history to think of to get Lee Harvey Oswald and O.J. Simpson confused as the same person." I don't think anybody's ever made that mistake before. Guarantee that's what Indy 5 will be about. God, I hope not. That would just suck on so many levels. Do you think Indiana Jones game from Bethesda will have potential? I didn't even know they were getting one. That's news to me. Is that true? I hadn't even heard that. Thoughts on the prequels? I don't hate the prequels the way everyone does. They're certainly flawed, and let's not pretend that they're not. But that was actually, if you ask me, the only moment of Last Jedi I actually legitimately liked was the one time they really referenced the prequels, which was Luke was talking about the prequels slightly when he talked about the rise of the Jedi and how at the height of their power they let Darth Sidious rise and blah blah blah. I'm like, the problem, one of the many problems with the Disney era movies is they just pretend like the prequels basically didn't happen. But there was so many great ways to integrate their lore. Like, even if you don't integrate like specific characters or whatever, like, why have this stupid new government planet, the one that we only see when it gets destroyed in Force Awakens? Why not have that be Coruscant? Why are you avoiding that? You know, why not have Luke go back to Coruscant and like go into the Jedi Temple or something? Like, why not explore? You have such a rich universe there of like, what does the Jedi Temple look like in a post-Sidious world? Like, how good was his propaganda campaign where he made everybody think the Jedi were these like monsters? So now you get Luke going back there or whatever, and people are like throwing eggs at him and stuff because they're like, "You should die, Jedi. It was your fault." You know, like, which is totally wrong. We, the audience, know that, and we sympathize with Luke's plight even more. Like, why ignore all that just to prop up a character like Rey, who's just, I'm the bestest ever at everything, and by her own admission, I don't know how. I've never done anything. Fuck those movies. Just fuck them. They suck. Are you excited for the Obi-Wan series? That entirely depends on who's making it. If Kathleen Kennedy has anything directly to do with it, then no, I'm sure it'll suck. If Kathleen Kennedy is directly involved with Obi-Wan, not just a producer credit or whatever, because she has to be tied to that in a technical sense. If she's actually narratively and creatively involved in the Obi-Wan series, I can almost guarantee you the Obi-Wan series will be about Obi-Wan meets a girl who's just way better at everything than he is, and every single situation he's in, he can only solve because she's there. And then we'll find out through a series of retcons that the only time he ever won stuff or did anything successful again was because Obi-Wan has a girlfriend somewhere. It's just, that's not how you do female empowerment, by the way. That's just how you piss off everybody. It's not how that, like, if I was a woman, I would think I would find it really embarrassing that all the characters that are meant to represent me are just flawless at everything. First of all, I think that would insult me as a person. I would be like, so I have to be this good to be anything? That's insulting, point number one. But point number two would be like, I really don't like that the characters that are meant to represent me are illustrated as having no struggles in life and being very uninteresting. Like the Wonder Woman who exists in Wonder Woman 1984, not the other Wonder Woman, 2017 was fine. The 84 version of her was just like, oh, she's just amazing at everything. Like you can't. And to be fair, it's the same when it goes in the male perspective. Like, look at Space Jam 2. Did anyone relate to LeBron James's character? Like, yes, he's playing himself, but he's just like, as a guy, do I look at that and be like, man, he's so good at everything and flawless. That's me. I feel represented. No, I looked at him like, wow, that's a shit character with no flaws. And his only flaw in that movie is that he's an asshole of a father. And his goal is to not be an asshole anymore. Fuck that movie. And fuck terrible writing. You can have... It's a common understanding of narrative that you have to have characters that have some sort of flaws and overcome them for us to relate to them and like them as an audience. When you just making your characters so OP that they're just perfect entities, they're all Mary Sue's, whatever. That's not how you represent empowerment. That's a 4-year-old playing with their toys and saying, I have the power, I'm the bestest. That's not how imaginations work, man. I can't believe I have to explain that to somebody. But apparently that's where we're at. I want Ewan McGregor back too. I'm very happy that he's doing it. I just hope that he's not making a big pile of shit. Did anyone actually go see Space Jam 2? I didn't go to see it, but I did watch it on HBO Max. And I was like live tweeting about it as I was watching it, which was that was the only fun I had with that movie. Was I was watching it on an Xbox One, and like multiple times during the movie, the Xbox One just shut off. It's never done that before. And I was convinced that it was only doing it because the Xbox was trying to kill itself because it didn't want to watch this movie anymore. I did one of my podcasts, I did like an hour-long rant about how bad that movie is. But there's only one moment in that entire film that doesn't suck, and that's the not Michael Jordan cameo. I'll put it that way for anybody. Does anybody give a fuck? Can I spoil it? It's the only moment in the movie that isn't terrible. Space Jam 2 is legitimately, I think, the worst movie in 2021. That one, I think, is hands down. It might be one of the worst movies. It's probably the worst movie of the decade so far, which granted we're only 2 years in. And if it weren't for like the newer Star Wars movies, it might actually be the worst movie of the last 10 years. It is really bad. Like of that caliber, like where you get a big cast together, you put a lot of effort into it, where you do all that, boom, that's it. It had Big Chungus in it, and that makes it good somehow? I don't think so. Admittedly, though, and I was defensive about this, they did make like a weird Streets of Rage clone for Space Jam 2 as a game, and it was a free game they gave away. That was actually kind of a fun game. It was the only good thing that came out of that movie. So how are you guys doing? I've been going for 5 hours now. Does anybody want me to continue? Or are we done? Because we're kind of getting to a point in the evening, time zone wise, where most Europeans are asleep and most Americans are now sitting down with their families to dinner. Like, how many of you are still actually like here? Space Jam 2 was terrible. I agree. Very bad. Very, very bad. I thought Welcome to Raccoon City movie. I haven't seen it. I don't really care. Like, it takes a lot for me to watch a video game movie now. Like, there has to be some real motivation there. Have I done a video of my video game collection? I think if I had, you'd have noticed, buddy. Shut it down. Shut it down. We got 2 people telling me I should shut down. Do you think I should shut down? Continue, please. 24 hours. I'm not doing 24 hours. That's insane. A 24-hour stream, man, I would have to really prepare for that. Like, I'd have to have people on standby to tag in and when I need to use the bathroom or whatever. I'd have to have a lot more coffee around. But, yeah, I'm not doing that. Hey, Adam, I've been enjoying your content for almost 10 years. Thank you. I appreciate that. I've been enjoying my content for... Well, it hasn't started yet, but one day. I kind of like my Back to the Future edit. But I can never watch it again. Doom is the best video game movie. Well, I wouldn't agree with that, but it's hard to really argue because they're all pretty bad. My favorite is probably still the first Mortal Kombat movie from like 95 or whatever it was. These are getting itchy. I'm going to switch hats. We're going back from the Bah Humbug hat to my late mother's Santa hat. We'll do that. See if anything significant is happening over here. Oh, sorry. We got multiple messages from people. What do we got going on here? Does anybody want to hear from Roger? He's the guy who owns the Sega Pluto. I guess he said he would be willing to tell the story of how he got it. It's up to you guys. Got a super chat from James. Would you have bought Tatooine back in new movies? Do you mean would I have brought Tatooine as a planet back to the new movies, like narratively? Because technically that happened at the end of Rise of Skywalker, and it was dumb as hell. As many people have pointed out, the idea that I guess they're buried on Tatooine is stupid. Luke hated that planet. He referred to it as, if there is a bright center of the universe, then that's the planet it's farthest from. So he didn't want to be there. It was a planet he was dumped on. That's not a place that he would have any great joy in. And the only time Leia was ever on Tatooine, she was the sex slave of Jabba the Hutt. Why anyone writing those movies thought, yeah, you know what? That's where they would want to be. Fuck you. Fuck you, Disney. You had no idea what you were doing. Mostly Kathleen Kennedy. I'm just going to say Kathleen Kennedy had no idea. All right. People are saying they want to hear from Roger, so let me give him. I'll text him, make sure he's still around, because he apparently texted me like an hour ago and I didn't notice. What about the film with the power glove? The Wizard? I am not a fan, although I do enjoy that Tobey Maguire cameo when he was like just standing there as a little kid. It's very weird. It's like he's framed like he's famous, but he was nothing yet. It's just kind of interesting. Okay. Merry Christmas, Adam. You're my favorite YouTuber because you're so genuine, man. Thank you. I appreciate that. That was the only question I heard anybody ask Ronald when I was out, when I went to go use the bathroom. Somebody asked him if I was anything like, because we've hung out in real life, and somebody asked him, like, is he the same way in person? And I guess Ronald said yes, which I think is true. Give me 5 mid-call right now. Okay. I told him to call me. So you guys will hear from Roger. Roger Vega is the owner of the Sega Pluto prototype. And you guys can ask him questions about the Sega Pluto if anybody's interested. So let me understand this. Disney sucks at making Star Wars movies, but they're good at making Spider-Man movies. Yes, because Disney is a parent company. They're not individual film management. Marvel management is handled by Kevin Feige, who is in charge of the overall tapestry of where those films go. Thus, he's in charge of hiring the directors and the producers and the writers and all those teams. He's just a figurehead overseeing what his will is on that side of the film division. Whereas Star Wars is handled by Lucasfilm, and specifically Kathleen Kennedy, who decided film important stories, good stories are not important. What's important is I have a speakerphone and I'm going to yell out about stupid causes that are irrelevant to the point of the narrative that will ironically hurt the narrative, because now everybody associates your fucking political message with terrible filmmaking. You don't help yourself. That's not how that works. She's an idiot. She should never have been allowed to run that company. And unfortunately, that was actually George Lucas's fault. What are my thoughts on Ewoks? I really wish George had not meddled in Return of the Jedi. I really wish those had been like the more violent creatures they originally considered them to be, instead of the like children-friendly teddy bears. That was because Ewoks are badass animals in concept. But obviously that movie is kind of like, oh, all right. Let's see here. But yeah, Disney in general, they're just essentially a corporate owner. Like, let's say you work in a store. You're the cashier at a store. You work for X store, and X store in this case would be Disney. You sell products in the store, but you're not responsible for making those individual products. So like, that would be like if I bought, I bought I bought a phone that I really liked at the store that I also bought for some reason some cookies that were really shitty, whatever. And I walk into that store, do I yell at you, the cashier, for my cookies being shitty? No, you had nothing to do with those cookies. You didn't make them. You just sold them. And the same goes for the phone. I don't go in and credit you with how great my phone is. You didn't make it. You just sold it. It's kind of Disney's position here. They technically have the power, but they stay the hell out of the projects. Spooderman is Sony. Not exactly. They own his film option, but they don't own the character. Disney still owns the character. Did I watch the Star Wars Christmas special this year? Technically, it's the holiday special, not Christmas special. I've seen it like once ever. I've tried it a couple times. It's not an easy thing to get through. Could have George Lucas made better if he didn't sell Star Wars to Disney? I mean, obviously he could have, but he wasn't going to do it. That's the difference. Like, George was done. He wasn't making anything anymore. Part of the reason he sold, there's actually a couple external factors that people don't really talk about. There was two major reasons outside of the fact that he wasn't producing content anymore. His company still generated a ton of revenue, but corporate tax rates were actually about to go up. So he would have had an additional like $500 million tax on his company, which wasn't producing new products despite that. So it was best in his financial interest to just get out at that point anyway to avoid that tax increase, despite the irony that he ended up giving away the $4 billion anyway. That was one factor. But the biggest one was he had all of ILM to employ, and ILM was famously getting outsourced by Weta, which is the Australian special effects house that does a lot of visual effects for movies. Everybody was just outsourcing to Weta because they were cheaper. So ILM's employees weren't working. And so when Disney was bought Lucasfilm, one of the conditions was that ILM has to be the company that's always doing visual effects for Disney productions. So like all the MCU stuff now and all that, it's all ILM now. He mostly sold the company just to keep his people working. And that was actually one of the biggest reasons he kept updating the Star Wars movies. Like, oh, we need a CGI thing in the background, because he wanted to employ people to do it. It was kind of like a jobs program. It's kind of interesting. George Lucas is actually a fascinating guy. Did a lot of really cool shit. He just didn't get a lot of credit for that because people were like, oh, you made Jar Jar. It's like, shut up. James super chats. But he said himself he regrets selling Star Wars. Oh, I agree. He probably regrets it now. Because I'm sure he thought at the time... We know now that what he thought was going to happen was when he put Kathleen Kennedy in charge, that she was going to do what he wanted. She was going to keep the dream alive. She was going to make his content. And she essentially lied to him and said she was going to, but she did so because she's a corporate cocksucker who decided, oh, I'm going to get up the ladder there. And then once she got there, she just decided to shit on the legacy of way more talented people. I have absolutely no respect for Kathleen Kennedy. She's a fucking idiot, and she should not be in charge of anything except maybe a fucking gas station, which she would probably yell at you for showing up. How dare you use gas? I'm going to yell at you. You should use the female gas pump. What the fuck are you saying? Get out of here. You should be homeless. Anyway, fuck her. But yeah, no. I agree that I'm sure he regrets selling it, but I don't think if he had kept it that he would have actually started making Star Wars movies again. I'm sure it would have just sat there and basically sat idle. I mean, one of her first moves was to cancel the Clone Wars, which was an actively successful property. And she did so because Warner Brothers had a stake in it at the time. They had a distribution stake. So it was much easier to cancel it and not deal with it until they renewed it because the fans were demanding it. But by then, it was like, oh, look, we'll put it on Disney+. No, fuck her, seriously. No respect for that woman. It was funny, speaking of George Lucas, I was just out in Modesto, California, which is actually where he's from. That's where all like the pod racing inspiration comes from, as well as all like the American graffiti stuff, because they have like all the quote unquote classic cars and all that stuff. It all kind of comes from there. Roger, would you call already, man? What are you doing? Yeah, he said he would call in a few minutes, but he hasn't done it yet. Eventually. Why does a money-cranking company like Disney hardly use practical visual effects and resort to CGI? Cheaper. Womanizer? Dude, my girlfriend would slap the shit out of you for that accusation. She is making money for Disney. Not really. I mean, first of all, Solo actively lost money, like badly. And most of the Star Wars movies actually really didn't do all that well when you consider all the reshoots and the budgets for advertising.
It's part of the future, babe.
Yo, what's up? All right, I'm gonna put you on speakerphone. Hey, everybody. So this is Roger. Roger is the owner. Yeah, they can hear you now. Roger is the owner of this. This is the Sega Pluto prototype that we've talked about many times, but I'm just kind of reintroducing it for everybody. But Roger
Cool,
here is
cool.
actually the guy that owns this, not me, despite how much it's just sitting in my possession and how many weird places I'm constantly taking it to. But I thought you guys would like to talk to him because people have been asking, like, how did you get it? What is its story? So I don't know if you can see the chat, but I'll try to read it to you, or you can read it yourself, or whatever you want to do.
So hi, I'm Roger, 5'3", at 120 pounds, so like long walks on the beach. I found it. Okay, so here's the origin story of the Pluto.
Before you do that, I will not interrupt you again. I apologize. I'm gonna go.
You're good.
I'm gonna go pee. You tell your story, and then you guys have questions, and I will answer. I'll tell him those questions. So you go ahead and tell your story, and take at least a few minutes to do it.
Okay. It was a bright, sunny autumn day, and I was at the flea market, one of the local ones. I think I was in Stockton. But anyways, there was this dude, and I remember he had these kind of makeshift tables where there was just like plyboards and like some other little like stands for them. They're just those cheapy stands. But he had like an array of random crap. Because I remember he also had one of those the Sega Channel plugins, the one that you would plug into the console and you used to have a hook up to the cable and all of that. He had like one of those and just a bunch of random crap. But I'd seen it. It was a big black box and it had the Saturn symbol on it. And that was the only way I knew that it was something Sega. There was nothing identifying outside of that. Obviously, I got it exactly as I found it. Because I went up to him and I was like, hey, how much is that? And he was like, $5. And he thought it was a VCR. So I was like, well, I'll give you 3. And he was like, yeah, okay, cool. And that's how I got it. And I sat on it for a long time. I got it like in the late 90s. Because I think it was when I was in high school that I got it. Yeah, I think so. Not early 2000s, late 90s. I graduated in 03, and I used to have these plastic bins full of different consoles and stuff, but I just had it sitting at the bottom of one for a really long time because I tried researching it online, and back then there wasn't like any information on it really, outside of like the prototype of what was it, the Katana. That's what they called the that white mold one that they made. They brought to CES or something.
The Dreamcast Katana. I'm back, by the way.
Yeah, the Katana. That was the only picture I could find at that point. And then I talked to somebody online. They were like, yeah, it's a knockoff. It plays Japanese games. And so I played Japanese games on it, which doesn't work because it's American. And so it just sat. I literally just sat for years.
Is that the end of the story? Did I time it really well? Oh, no, you got more? Go.
No, you're good. You're perfect. Yeah, it sat for years. And then that guy who owns the other one in Japan, he worked at Sega, and his buddy died, and they worked on it. And he was like, I want people to see it. It was on Destructoid or something. It was on some site. And then I brought mine out, and I was like, hey, I have one of those. And people are like, oh, you made one, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, I'm not that smart to just slap together a prototype. Like, I'm pretty dumb. Like, I'm not doing that kind of shit.
Roger's cool. But yeah, I agree. He could never build this thing.
No, I wouldn't know where to fucking start. Just the shell alone, let alone, like, the components.
So, let me ask you this, because I'm not even sure I ever asked you this. So, when you had it, well, I mean, you obviously still have it, but, like, before we met, had you ever got a game to run on it before?
No, because like I said, I shelved it, because he told me it was a Japanese knockoff, and I tried running the Japanese game on it, and it didn't run. It just, like, spun over. It just turns over, you know what I mean?
Right. So, the first time you saw it running was the time we met, and I was like, can I tinker with this? And I got it working, right?
No, because then I knew what it was. Because that's when I talked, that dude was like, oh, I have mine, so then I put the American game in it. Because when I had that video that I posted of it originally, I had something running on it because, like, 3 Dirty Dwarves or something.
Oh, so that's what I'm saying. So, like, the first time we met was in 2019. So, by then you knew it read American discs.
Yeah.
Okay, so that I did not know.
About it. Yeah.
So, Canadian Duck asks, what is the Sega Pluto? Well, it's this prototype I'm holding in my hands. This is owned by the guy on the phone. Hi, Roger.
Hey.
This is a one of 2 in the world. It's basically a completely upgraded version of the Sega Saturn. It does stuff the Saturn can't do. It also can't do some stuff the Saturn can do, which is a little weird. It has a built-in modem and a built-in hard drive. Like an actual IDE hard drive is inside this thing. There's a lot of mystery around it, but there's a lot we have figured out since. And I asked people at Sega, and they told me they made one white proof of concept unit, which is the one that's in Frisco, Texas. It's just a plastic thing. And then they made 6 functional units. One is the one he was talking about that ended up in Japan. 4 were destroyed, and 1 was stolen out of the California office, aka the one that I'm holding. There you go. And now there's only 2 left in the world because of that. So
Yeah, that shit's crazy. Again,
it really is.
I never anticipated any of that. It's just happened chance. Again, I used to run into crazy shit too. I used to have a lot of those ones we were talking about, those Dreamcast, the original, not the ones that you use on the prototype, the one that you used to like develop them.
Oh, like development discs and SDK discs.
Dude, there was this guy, he had a different flea market I went to, and he had boxes full of them. I bought 1 box just because I was like, what the fuck are these? And I was trying to run them on the regular Dreamcast, and I was like, oh, they don't work.
What happened
And
to
I
those
was sitting
discs?
on them. I tossed them, dude. I used to go through so many CDs. I know. I'm telling you, I used to have like stacks of 32X and all that kind of shit too, because you could find them for like $0.25 each. Nobody wanted those things back in the day.
God, you're killing me, Roger. Why would you tell me that you used to...
Dude, I'm telling you, that guy had all kinds of them. Like, he just had all these boxes full of them. I bought a whole box.
He must have been a former Sega
work.
employee. There's no other way. There's no other way.
No, I think, dude, like I said, between mine and that one, they're probably from the same storage. There's a lot of stuff that goes through, like, this valley, because we're so close to San Francisco and San Jose and all of that.
Yeah. But the
Especially
idea
with
that
Modesto.
the idea that you once had a box full of Dreamcast prototypes and just tossed the box out, I kind of want to strangle you. But like,
oh, dude, I've tossed a lot of consoles. Again, that was the thing. It was just like taking up room, especially like when I was in high school and shit. Like I couldn't just keep a bunch of stuff.
I know.
Like I can now.
It's too bad that we didn't know each other back then, because I would have been like, I'm coming. I'm gonna take all that.
Oh, dude, I'm telling you, I could have hit that dude up. He probably would have cashed me out for all of them. And I'm telling you, it was a lot, dude.
Yeah.
Whatever he had was all prototypes and whatever. Like shit that's never gonna see the light of day now.
I'm watching James cry because he's like, oh, that could have had Shenmue Saturn in there somewhere.
Oh, dude, it probably did. I'm telling you, he had a grip, and they didn't run. I remember fucking with them, and I was like, none of these boot up, and I was using all the bootloaders and everything back then.
Yeah. Well, the problem is you need what's called a system disk too. Otherwise, it doesn't run.
Yeah, because they use them on those big ones, the ones that develop on and all that shit, right? They're like coded.
Yep. And I have those development hardware. I have all those kits.
I've seen that. We were talking that one time. You showed it to me, and I was like, oh. I was like, again, it was fucking years ago. This is before internet was like worth a shit. You know, it was just like basic ass information then.
Yeah. Well, anyway, anything else you'd like to say to the folks? If anybody else has any questions or anything like that? Because mostly it's just like, what the hell is... Oh, here's one. Could you please link the only 2 Plutos via their built-in X-Band and play a Saturn game with NetPlay? Well, first of all, we don't have access to the other Pluto. It's some guy in Japan owns it, or did own it. He sold it through Heritage Auctions for $84,000 like 2 years ago. I even reached out to people at Heritage Auctions. I'm like, who bought this? And they refused to tell me. So I have no idea where it ended up.
It's probably done.
Yeah, and second of all, it doesn't use X-Band. X-Band was specifically a third-party thing for the SNES and the Genesis. It uses Netlink. However, this doesn't have Netlink built in. We tried, but you could use Netlink with this. If you theoretically had the other operational Pluto, you could get 2 Netlink cards and play with them together, but the actual built-in modem on both of them doesn't support that function, so it's just kind of pointless. But technically, yes, if you had the Netlink cards, it would have worked.
I wonder if the other one's ever going to pop up again, because it's in cold storage. It ain't seeing the light of day for like
I have no
never.
idea, dude. Like, so the funny thing about Heritage Auctions is they were really transparent about what happened to the Nintendo PlayStation prototype, but they were just totally unwilling to talk about what happened to their Sega Pluto when they had it. So that being the case, this Sega Pluto is the only known operational one left in private hands, basically. It's the only one you'll ever see. So we've been taking it to, well, with Roger's consent, I've been taking it to conventions and stuff like that. So the next one it's going to be at, if anybody wants to see it, is Mo GameCon Jr. in St. Louis on February 26th. It will be there. You can see it. You can play it. It'll be available to the public there. And if you ever want it at a show near you, all you got to do is talk to your show and have them reach out to me, and we'll work something out. But that's what you got to do.
Yeah.
And I know, Roger, you deserve a big round of applause because you've been cool enough to, let me do that so that people can go see it. Because one of the coolest things, I really wish you had time to have gone to that Sacramento show, because when people get to see it and it's not behind glass, they lose their shit. Everybody wants to take a photo of it. They want to get near it. They're just super excited about it. And I feel like when it's not behind glass, then it's super exciting to people. When it's behind glass, it doesn't feel real. It just feels like a photograph.
Yeah.
Anyway, all
No,
I'm trying to say is...
go Sunday, but like, yeah, work, man. I know I all want to go.
All I'm trying to say is, Roger, you, without even realizing it or even intending it, you've made a lot of people very happy. A lot of nerds have really enjoyed your contribution.
No, that's dope. I'm super stoked. Again, I never anticipated finding something like this. That's cool that, again, like, you're taking it around and other people actually get to see it. Like you said, it was like a folk legend before, people would sit around the campfire and be like, hey, you ever hear the story of the Pluto that never was?
Mm-hmm. Actually, so one guy in the chat, James, says he will buy you a coffee if he ever meets you.
Oh, dope. I drink tea. Coffee makes me shit.
James, will you buy him a tea instead? No, that's a deal breaker. No, we'll see what he says.
Fair. Like a man who sticks to his principles.
Yep. All right, well, Roger, thank you very much for joining me for a bit here. I appreciate it. Just give me a pee break, frankly.
Yeah, no problem, dude. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, and have a good one.
You too. Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
Hope you guys enjoyed that. Thank you. So, yeah, I'm back. I had a little pee break. Kind of getting hungry, but I'm not going to do anything. Oh, that's right. I have... So, Kelsey Lewin made me some Christmas cookies. I'm going to have one. I'm going to have this little sugar cookie with, like, a little chocolate bit in the center. Let's go with that. Not bad. Very good. How you guys doing? Do you guys want me to keep going? I can't really tell. Because, like, comments are slowing down, but concurrent viewers is not. So I don't really know if anybody's still watching, to be completely honest. That one had, like, a fruit center. That was good. Oh, I should probably move the mic back to this position so the sound's a little bit better, huh? But yeah, tell me, guys, if you want me to keep going. Thanks for responding on the Xbox HDMI video. I picked up one in mClassic on Stone Age Gamer. Oh, I'm glad that worked out for you. It was funny, actually. So in my video, I talked about how those things really made a lot of sense together. And I even said in the video, I'm like, Stone Age Gamer, you guys need to make a bundle of this because together these things are amazing. So they emailed me. They're like, we thought that was a great idea, so we did it. So they actually like knocked off like $30 if you bought them together. So I'm glad you got to enjoy that. I'm listening and gaming at the same time. That's totally fine. It's a Q&A, so if nobody's asking questions, I got nothing to talk about. James is heading out. Have a good night, James. Merry Christmas. Oh, this coffee's empty, right? That's the bad one. That's the empty one. What the hell is that? I think somebody's calling? Who's calling? My phone's like vibrating, but nothing is... I'm not being notified of anything. Oh, the evil Rob Thanos. Yo, what's up?
Merry Christmas, you filthy animal.
You're on the live stream. Excuse me. You're on the live stream. What?
I assumed so.
Okay, well, I'm going to put you up here then. You just missed Roger. He was talking for a minute. Hey, guys, it's the evil Rob Thanos. He killed all life in the universe or something.
Or something.
Are you in the chat? Like, are you participating?
No, I literally just finished dinner with my folks and everything. So they just left.
You're one of those normal people.
I figured I'd give you a chance to use the bathroom if you needed to.
It's hilarious. I just got off the phone with Roger like 5 minutes, not even 5 minutes, like 2 minutes ago. So I just peed then.
Good for you.
Thank you.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. I'm full of urine.
I'm full of something.
I'm full of coffee that is becoming urine. I'm a machine that makes urine.
So how long have you been going?
5 hours and 36 minutes.
Don't think you're breaking the record tonight, are you?
Oh, hell no. No. I'm not trying to.
I was here last time. I helped you break the record last time. I was very proud of that.
10-hour, 33-minute stream, whatever it was.
Yeah. It was. I think it was your birthday, or yeah.
No, the birthday show I just did was only like 5 hours. We were actually crunching the numbers earlier. Let me take a look. Like the record holder live stream is from March 20th, 2021. I don't even know why the hell we did a show that day because there was no specific reason to. It was 10 hours and 22 minutes and 16 seconds. That's the longest
Jesus.
one. Last year's Christmas special, by the way, was 8 hours and 3 minutes. So this one is not going to reach that.
Nah, I don't think so.
But I also started that one earlier, I think.
I just looked at the live chat. It's like, don't let Rob near the Pluto, or else he might snap it out of existence. You took a picture of me like fondling the Pluto in a bed.
He did. He tickled its balls. He basically made balls for it just to tickle them. Go for the record, dude. It's another 5 hours, and already like chat's kind of dying off. Like there's not that many people here anymore. Like nobody's asking questions. It's kind of hard to keep going when nobody's watching.
By the way, Tina's here too. She says hi.
Hi, Tina. The superior Janos.
So when are you going to Guam?
I haven't quite figured that one out yet, man. But I'm not going to talk about that on live. But like, there's little issues. Let's put it that way.
I assume it's not the easiest to travel right now, but
yeah. Well, let's just say that pandemic is not making life any easier.
I believe it.
But anyway, but yeah, I'm still planning to go, but it's more of a logistical nightmare than I wanted it to be. But we'll deal with that later. But yeah, you missed Felipa was here earlier. She wasn't on the show, but she was in the chat.
Please give her my regards. I only really see her on Instagram, so it's
yeah. She's now she's sleeping, but she was here in the chat hanging out for a while.
Yeah, can't wait for her to come back stateside. We can do a double date. Yeah,
that'll
go
be
for
cool.
Some good food.
Double date in Manhattan, man.
Yeah, last time we did Indian food, right?
Yeah, we did
that sounds familiar. Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to take her to another steakhouse.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? We got to take her to Fogo de Chao.
Fogo de Chao?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a chain, yeah.
Well, here's the thing about Fogo de Chao that's good, because she has a lot of dietary issues. Everything in Fogo de Chao is totally safe, because it's either all salad or meat.
Yeah, it's like nothing in between.
Yeah, there's no cheese, there's nothing like that. So it's just like, yeah, just eat all the meat. We got a super chat from Adam Yeager. He says, Merry Christmas, Adam. Great name. It's not bad. Thank you. Have you played Christmas Nights today? Looking forward to 2022. It's funny you bring that up, Christmas Nights, because I've got the Sega Pluto here because I've never talked about it before. But I have Christmas Nights sitting in the Sega Pluto at this very moment. We had been playing it at conventions and stuff. Kansas City Retro, you could play it. I have the long box here, actually, of Christmas Nights. There you go. And we had it playable at Sac Gamers Expo. You could play Christmas Nights. But did I actually play it today? No, I did not. But thank you very much for the super chat.
I have not played Christmas Nights today, but I did play Mario Party with Tina, my sister, her boyfriend, and my mom. And my mom totally fucking won Mario Party, and I'm so proud of her.
It's good, man.
First time playing, she fucking won.
My mom never had gaming skills. I think the last game I ever got her to try, hilariously, was Call of Duty 2. We did, the Normandy level. We had her play the Normandy level, where you storm Normandy, and she would grab the controller, and she had no idea how to play a video game anymore. So, the gun would just go straight in the air, and it would just be, cycling in, a loop, around and around like a tornado. And she just, I cannot do this. I was just all right. Although she loved the Scene It games, the Xbox 360 Scene It games, because she loved all the movie trivia stuff. But to her, that wasn't really a video game; that was just a trivia game.
My mom's last video game that she played, I actually brought one out to see if she wanted to play it. But her last video game system was the Atari 5200.
That's a minute.
So she's like, "Is this real sports baseball on the Atari?" I'm like, "Yeah, it's just like it." Don't.
Yeah, it's just like it. Not much has changed. Wait, this actually looks like a real sport. Exactly. There's a question for you. Are you looking at the chat, man?
Yeah, I just pulled it up.
By the way, thanks, Adam, for the super chat. I like your name, but it sounds better on you.
Let's see. What are your thoughts on the Retrovision cables for Sega Dreamcast? I've never used the Retrovision cables for Dreamcast. I have.
They don't exist yet. That's why.
Yeah, I have a Bahar Bros. What was the? It's not. It's the Akura, right?
You either have the
first,
Akura or the Toro, probably. Maybe the Gecko.
Yeah. No, I have the Akura. Is that one?
I don't know which one you have, man. Akura is one of them.
Yeah, so that's the first one. Like, it was your first like HDMI box.
Yeah, then the Akura, because the Gecko was the smaller redesign.
Yeah, I definitely don't have that. So, like, I use that through kind of a similar setup to Adam, like a 4K TV. So, I don't have a component solution for really any of my consoles anymore. So, I mean, that's amazing. I fucking love the Akura, but I mean, I'm sure the HD Retrovision cables look fantastic, especially through like a CRT.
Well, they don't exist yet. That's the whole problem. HD Retrovision has been working on them for years.
Yeah, I mean, like, if and when they do them, I'm sure they're going to be amazing, because all of their cables are amazing.
Yeah, I agree. They've never done a bad product. Did we ever hear of the Intellivision Amico?
Yes. I mean, there's not much to hear about, but yeah, I've heard of it.
Well, if you guys don't, I think the chat is not moving, so I'm guessing nobody has any other questions. So if you want, we can wrap it up.
Yeah, let Adam go to sleep or something.
I'm not tired. It's more like, honestly, guys, the only reason I'm stopping is nobody's asking questions anymore. So if nobody has questions, we're kind of done. So it's up to you guys. I'll give you another minute, unless the chat's just stalled for some technical reason.
Yeah, the last question I have is about price increases on this gen, which is like, it sucks, but it's necessary, and it's not unprecedented before, but yeah. That's about it. And then the Amico, which I think we talked about on the podcast at least a couple times.
Yeah, we've done that a few times. By the way, you've got homework for the next podcast. You need to go watch the new Spider-Man movie, you need to go watch the new Matrix movie, and you need to go watch the Hawkeye show.
You ain't gonna watch the Matrix.
I'm not going to watch the Matrix movie. I don't like the Matrix.
Oh, then that's fine. Well, that can be your position. I'm fine with that.
I did just see the Spider-Man movie last night, though.
Okay, good. Really good. Keep it to yourself. We're not talking about it now. It'll be podcast fodder, probably.
I can't. My favorite part was when Iron Man comes back from the dead and punches Venom in the face. That's my favorite part.
We know, but you weren't supposed to talk about it, dick. Okay.
Oh, and the emo dance, Iron Man does Peter Parker's emo dance from Spider-Man 3. I loved that.
I just ruining everything.
I spoiled everything for you guys.
There's no point even seeing the movie anymore.
Oh. And they're all dating. They're all dating. I'm not gonna lie. I might have watched the porn version.
What's the porn one called?
I don't know. I did a really fun game with a friend a couple of years back where we just went on Facebook and then tried to one up each other with fake porn.
Is it probably called
spoof titles?
Is it called It's called Spooger Man Come From Home?
Yeah.
Let's go with that.
All the way home.
All the way home.
There you go.
Yeah.
Well, whole spell, like a hole.
Yeah. Adam, how was your Christmas? You're watching it. This is my Christmas. This is what I've got. We're talking about Spider-Man porn. That's my Christmas.
Tina's asking why you didn't come over for Christmas.
I wasn't invited?
You're always invited.
Well, how am I supposed to know that unless I'm told that?
You don't need an invitation at this point.
Well, how am I supposed to know that? I'm just like, hey guys, I'm here! That is literally the basis of Christmas Vacation. Uncle Eddie shows up and they're like, what the hell? We can't have that. We gotta talk about that in advance. You can't be mad at me retroactively.
Uncle Adam just shows up and fucking...
Hey guys, pick me up at the airport!
Pick him up at the airport, drinks all of my poop weasel coffee.
Yeah. Alright. We have a few questions here for you. What's Rob's favorite movie?
I'm going to say the original Japanese Godzilla film, 1954.
That's a good one. I like how people actually call you Rob Thanos. Rob Thanos, what is one console in your collection that you do not have that you would love to get someday? Okay, what console do you not have that you want?
I don't actually have a Neo Geo AES because I'm poor and I can't afford one. I have a Neo Geo CD. I have a Pocket Color. But I don't have an AES. That would be nice to have one day.
All right, Lodmod, if you're listening, go buy Rob a Neo Geo AES. I'm tired of hearing about it.
Okay, please.
Yeah. Should I listen to the 2019 podcast? Of course you should. Everything we've said is always relevant for all time.
Don't watch Adam's videos.
Yeah, don't.
That's what he wants.
You might be entertained briefly. Here's a question for both of us. This is a good one, Rob. So honestly, guys, how good was the country fried steak at Babe's Chicken in Dallas?
It was pretty fucking solid.
Yeah.
The steak itself was really fantastic. The breading was amazing. I was not too big a fan of the sawmill gravy, but the fried chicken itself, the steak itself and the fried chicken itself were really good. The corn, Brett Weiss, hyped this fucking corn up, and he did not disappoint.
He was
really
totally right
corn.
on that.
It was more corn. It was more butter than corn.
Yeah, as you always say, it's the mechanism for delivering the butter. I've never had that be the case with corn, but that time, yeah, you were just using corn as a delivery mechanism for butter.
Yeah. Absolutely.
It's fantastic. How did you find out Santa was fake when he gave me a microscope?
What, did you not ask for a microscope?
No. I was like, why am I getting one year my mom thought I wanted, she got me a potato clock and a microscope, and I was like, what the hell was she thinking? She bought everything at a children's, one of those edutainment stores or whatever. And
totally.
the disappointment on my face was probably way too much for her. And I don't know. I'm pretty sure that's when that conversation happened.
Oh man.
What age do you think you should tell kids that?
Okay, yeah, so Tina has a question. I guess that's the closest to a super chat you're gonna get.
Okay.
So Tina asks, what is the earliest age that kids should be told that Santa doesn't exist?
I don't know if there's an age you have to tell them. It's more you have to, unless they believe it when they're in high school still or something. It's just weird. I've never thought okay, as soon as a kid turns 10, we have to shatter their dreams or whatever. They kind of come to that conclusion on their own. But if the kid's really weird and still believes about it at way too old, then you just go dude, what are you doing?
My brother-in-law just told my nephew who's 7 that Santa doesn't exist, and I'm like, good, Santa doesn't exist.
Mm-hmm.
Break his heart.
Yeah, I guess it depends on how committed they are to it already, or whatever. If they're there's cracks in the armor, or what the case is.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't have kids, so I have no idea. I'd probably be a terrible father. I'd be like, "Hey, get me coffee."
Fowler 002. I do not, and Abdullah does not appear in the 2019 podcasts.
I think you did one random episode once.
I did one. I joined the Patreon for a month at that level. I think it was 2018 or 19.
Yeah, like I said, once.
And then I did once, and then I started doing it regularly during lockdown.
Yeah. Super chat from Laughs. He says, I rewatched the 6th Gen recap monthly to this day. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed when I added the new one into that.
Honestly, I kind of do too. I actually do rewatch that 6th Gen recap. Oh, here or there. It's kind of because that's my favorite generation. GameCube's my console.
Yeah.
And I love the Xbox and the Dreamcast and the PS2 and I guess the new one. Yeah, whatever. So I actually do rewatch that from time to time.
Thank you. Rob, have you ever bought a mystery box from eBay or at a flea market?
No, I haven't. I've heard people just get royally screwed with those things, and I'm too much of a pussy to do so. So
at a flea market, I might consider it, depending on the context. eBay, no way.
It's gonna be a muffler and some Christmas decorations. That's to be honest. Yeah. So Tina has another question. So, what is the best Christmas gift you ever got?
I think the one that was the most inspiring would probably be the time my mom got me a Sega Genesis.
Yeah, right? I think, we need to figure it out. I think both of us got a Genesis for Christmas the same year.
I got Christmas 93.
Did you get the Genesis 2 bundle with Sonic 2?
I think so. I think I still have the box for it, so yeah, probably. I probably can verify it. Yes, I do. Yes.
Yeah, because we were born the same year, and I think we both got a Genesis as like our first like real system. So, like, I think like we might have got it at the same year, and I would be inclined to agree. I remember I got Aladdin, I got Ren and Stimpy's Invention, and I got Sonic 2.
Oh man, Laudmott's here. Laudmott, we were just talking about you. So Rob needs a Neo Geo AES, and it's my understanding you can easily afford to get him one.
Give me... I mean, like, you know what? You don't even have to get me the system. I'll buy the system. You get me, like, a dozen games for it.
Laudmott is super wealthy, dude. The guy makes, like, an estimated $2 million an hour. I think he'll be all right.
But you know how people get wealthy, right?
By not buying stuff. For not buying people random entire Neo Geo collections.
Yeah, exactly.
It's much more financially sound to reinvest that money.
Weren't you at like some crazy like retro expo and they just had like a ton of AES
stuff? Yeah,
Too
Many Games. There was a guy at Too Many Games this year who had a full Neo Geo AES set for sale. And we were asking him all sorts of questions about it because it's not something you see very often. And I was like, what is the most individually expensive game in there? And he was like, oh, Metal Slug is like a $30,000 game.
Yeah. This is fucking insane. It's like even the multi-cart is what, like $500 for that thing? Yeah.
Oh, Cradley, dude. Sorry. You apparently said something that upset Cradley.
Oh, did I?
I'm not going to repeat it. I'm not going to repeat what happened because that's the whole problem. I'll tell you later. Sorry, Cradley.
Oh, Santa thing? I bet it's the Santa thing.
Stop talking.
Sorry, not sorry.
I am sorry. But Rob's a bad person, so it's fine.
Yep. I made half of your childhood disappear.
Jesus, Rob. We got a donation on PayPal from Adam Buzzkirk, who, again, wears that name better than I do. Merry Christmas, Adam. 2 questions for you. 1, with it being difficult to find/get both a PS5 and Xbox Series X, do you see this generation lasting longer or closer to the 7th gen? 2, if you could have one video game remade, what would it be and why? Actually, I think we talked... First of all, thank you for the donation. I think we talked about both of these exact questions on a podcast once. But long story short, it is kind of philosophically interesting to think that these this generation might last only because it's still impossible to get any of them, so it's just going to last longer. I think that was our general consensus. We actually completely agreed with that. We'll see. It depends on how mass-produced they become later. But I could actually see that being the case, because they're still successful despite the fact they're totally impossible. And the second part of that is, I said the number 1 game I want totally remade from the ground up would be Silent Hill.
Yeah, Silent Hill would be really good. I'd probably go for like Snatcher or something like that. Yeah, like a game that's like so incredible that like nobody gets to play because it's super expensive and it's on a system that nobody like has except for nerds like us. Mm-hmm. Snatcher would be really cool.
Yeah. Laudmont says, Adam, imagine if you were given the Sega Neptune for Christmas. I mean, first of all, I'm the only one that... Rob and I held it. Rob was there. Laudmont, you're the only one who could afford to buy it.
You held 2 of them.
Yeah, you can just make another one.
Laudmont is obviously the guy that bought the first one off of...
No, you mean the Pluto. Laudmont bought the Pluto. Laudmont actually bought the other Pluto, and he bought the Nintendo PlayStation prototype, and then he invented a person named Greg McLemore to pretend to own it.
Yeah.
Laudmont's got sick money, dude.
And then he hired hardware engineers from Sony, Sega, and Nintendo to make like his own like Retron 3 system that plays all 3 of them at the same time. Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's him.
Yes. You guys don't understand. You think we're kidding. Laudmont is exceedingly wealthy. It's like ridiculous. Laughs is asking, Laudmont, are you rich? Yeah, dude, it's crazy. His name in the Discord is Lot of Money, and he just has like a bunch of money bags and stuff next to his name.
Laudmont, like, he super chatted my house once.
He just bought Rob. That's how Rob has a house. is because Lodmot's just
Yeah.
like, here's a house, I'm bored.
Lodmot, thanks, bro.
Yeah, one time, what was it? One time, I think it was like last year on a stream, Lodmot like offered to buy everyone in the Discord a mode, and nobody took him up on it because they didn't think he was serious. But he was drunk, and he was like, "I'll buy anyone who wants one. I don't give a shit." But nobody took him up on it.
I got like 3 modes right then. Yeah, it was so good.
Duck boat. Yeah, no, this isn't duck boat. Chip's not here.
Duck boats are totally real, though.
Duck boats are.
I might think that Wonder Woman '84 is a good movie, but like I also believe that duck boats exist.
You lost a lot of credibility with that. That still comes up, but to Chip's credit, he actually took the trouble to build a website debunking duck boats. It's like duckboat.org or something. I don't remember what the hell it was, but he made a website where the only thing that happens when you go there is just this like picture and says that this isn't real and there's no such thing as duck boats. It's like, it's pretty funny.
Successful.
Is Lodmot secretly Elon Musk? He's actually the guy that helped fund Elon Musk's like trip to space.
Yeah, Elon
Like,
Musk
he's
is
the guy.
basically homeless compared to Lodmot.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, do you remember there's an episode of The Simpsons where like Mr. Burns is too rich to hang out with other rich people because he's like they're all in the millionaires club and he's in the billionaires club? That's kind of what Lodmot's life is like. He's too rich to hang out with the other rich people because they're all poor by comparison.
Rob the Canadian, totally not Canadian. I'm from the best part of Canada, America.
The southern part, America.
South Canada.
South Canada.
Without the universal healthcare.
Yeah. I helped Adam become Sega president.
That's actually so. If you look up the Adam Koralik LinkedIn page, there's 2 of them. One's real, but mostly inaccurate, and then there's one that's completely fake that Lodmot made that claims I'm the president of Sega, which is just kind of funny, but actually led to some real world bullshit, and not from Sega. They thought it was hilarious. But like, there was this company that has been reaching out to me called like the Chicago 500 Club or something like that. And they referenced that page. And they've been asking me to come to their like meetings and stuff because they legitimately believe I'm a Fortune 500 CEO that lives in Chicago because I run Sega according to this fucking page.
You should
And
totally go and
I actually responded to them once initially because I wasn't sure what I was looking at, and then I was like, "What the hell? No." So I'm just ignoring it now.
To be fair, Adam, since you started getting involved like with Sega, like collaboratively or kind of like being friends with Sega of Europe or whatever, have you noticed like since you started doing that, Sega's been like much better? You know, like they do Sonic Mania and then like they give Shenmue like the rights to use Suzuki to do Shenmue 3 and they do Panzer Dragoon and Streets of Rage 4.
Your timeline is not completely accurate, but I appreciate where you're trying to go with this, but to give me any credit for any of that is not correct, but thank you.
I'm just saying, like there was a moment in time where you were not working with Sega, and then you were, and then Sega got better.
Okay. Thank you for this very specious argument.
Thank you for Streets of Rage 4. That game's fucking straight fire.
Yeah, sure, no problem. You do know Lodmot funded all that, right?
Yeah, well, Lodmot's obviously the guy that owns Nintendo, Microsoft, Sony, and Sega, you know?
Yeah. I just don't think... I think he's too drunk to remember that he owns all these things.
Yeah. It's the reason the Intellivision Amico is a dumpster fire, because he doesn't own a television yet.
Yeah, I guess when Lodmot doesn't own a company, that's how you get, like, the Pippin. It's before he owned Apple, obviously. Okay, Rob, favorite repair channel for like systems? Mine is Borderline OCD. Great channel, highly recommend him.
There's this guy, like I don't even know his name. Like he buys like junk systems off eBay, and just like silently repairs them. Like the videos have like no like voiceover or whatever. And he refurbishes these like really disgusting, like dirty and broken consoles.
Is it those?
Like,
is it the ones that are like super yellowed and whatever?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you do that too.
That guy
Like,
does
but
it to
it's
a
like
way
this
more
guy-
extreme.
Yeah, it's like he'll buy like a Game Boy that's been at the bottom of like a reservoir for 30 years and just like fix it, and it works. So like that's probably my favorite. I don't know his name, but I definitely recommend it.
I know exactly what you're talking about. That guy, in a sort of in a weird way, not intentionally, has kind of screwed up my my cleaning videos, because it used to be like, oh, I would make a cleaning video. It's like we take the thing apart, we clean it up, we restore it as best we can, whatever, and people would be totally on board with it. And because of that guy's videos, now it's like when I do that, people are like, "This isn't restoring it. This is just cleaning it." I'm like, "Shut the fuck up."
It's just like you doing like the first hands-on fucking examination of the Sega Neptune and the Pluto, and then it's like, oh, I've already seen Lady Decade do this.
Yeah. Can we get an Adam Koralik and Scott the Woz crossover episode? We did.
It's happened.
I showed up on one of his videos. Oh, he says he knows that happened, but that was more of just a cameo. So the funny thing about that is,
this video is amazing.
so the thing is, I know Scott, and I've we met at too many games. I think I've told this story multiple times that he told me he grew up watching me, and that was before I knew who the hell he was. Whatever. So actually, he and I had a conversation a couple of years ago where he was like, "Hey, do you want to come out to Toledo? Because that's where he's from." And he's like, "Do you want to film some stuff together?" And I was totally on board with it. But then COVID happened, and it just never came back.
Yeah, he probably just wants your like Apple Pippin to do a video on or something like that.
Okay, we're banning this dipshit.
Yeah, ban them all. I got in trouble on the Discord for doing that.
I'm not talking about that. This is some guy who keeps doing racial slurs and other bullshit in the general,
Oh,
or in
okay.
on the stream. Some inbred moron.
Oh yeah, Alex Moreri or
Yeah.
whatever. Yes, it's Odd Tinkering. That's the name of the channel. Absolutely, everything's on like a white background or something like that. His videos are like they're like visual porn. Like they're just it's so great. You know, where he just does like these disgusting systems and like makes them work and everything. I love it.
You do you and stop worrying, Adam. I'm not. What am I worried about?
Stop worrying, Adam. God damn it. Stop it.
Hey,
Stop
Phobius
it.
is here. What's up, man? All right, so here's an old reference for you, Rob. You remember? I have some old videos on here about when I was getting European Sega Saturn games, and like there was a dude sending them to me, and he would like include like candy in the box. You remember that? Ring a bell at all?
I do.
So that's Phobius. He's in the chat right now.
Thank you for your service, Phobius.
Okay. Actually, Phobius is the dude who found my Apple Pippin for me.
Thank you for your service, Phobius.
Okay.
Will we ever get Shenmue 4? Probably.
I believe
Shenmue 5
Shenmue
probably.
4 is kind of inevitable. It's Shenmue 5 I'm worried about. But I've said that many times. Shenmue 4, I'm not too concerned with. Sega funded Shenmue anime? No, they did not. That's made entirely by, well, it's essentially AT&T money behind that, because it's Warner Brothers behind that, who's Cartoon Network behind that, which is Crunchyroll behind that, blah, 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 blah. Sega just essentially said, yeah, it's fine.
And then Lodmod behind them all.
Yeah, at the end of the day, if there's any big amount of money being involved in anything, just look to Lodmod. He paid for it, whether he realizes it or not.
Follow the money. Follow the money.
For as much money as he has, he's also equally as drunk. So he often forgets all the things he has bought. Oh, Phobia says he has 2 weeks off, so he's going to send me those games. So here's something you're going to like, Rob. He has... So there's only 2 European Xbox games I still need. Phobius bought both of them, and he was going to send them to me last year, and just like forgot to do it. So I guess he's going to do it now. So I'm going to finally have all the European exclusive OG Xbox games. It'll be done.
That's really sad, man.
Thank you. Fuck you. I don't know what you want me to say to that. That's a good
Anyway,
thing. I'll be done with it. I don't have to deal with it anymore.
Tina's sitting on the porch with me, like listening, and she's cold, so she's going inside. So she says bye.
Bye. Well, why are you making your wife sit in the cold? What's wrong with you?
No, because I wanted to.
Oh.
Yeah, because it's like 50 degrees out. It's not too
But
terrible.
I finished my whiskey, so.
Mm.
Yeah, she finished her whiskey, so she's going inside.
Well, bye.
Well, bye. Anyway,
Adam, there's a lot of footage of Shenmue 3 on Dreamcast. Do you think that would have been better for Yu Suzuki to release that content instead of making Shenmue 3 the way he did? There is absolutely no footage of Shenmue 3 on Dreamcast. That is not a thing. It never was. I don't know where you got that. If you're thinking of Shenmue Online, that was a Korean RPG that never came into existence for PC. There is, I promise you, no Shenmue 3 on Dreamcast that was ever even attempted. Justin Silverman poked me again. Okay. Poke him back. How many European exclusive games are there for the OG Xbox? I want to say off the top of my head like 88, but I'm not 100%. I haven't looked at the numbers. But I think it's 88. Hello from Serbia. Merry Christmas. Hello from America. Merry Christmas. I have the evil Rob Thanos on here in case anybody wants to talk to him, but it sounds like nobody does. For confirmation,
my family's from,
Yeti
my
Sports.
family's from.
Oh, they're there? Okay. Phobia says, for confirmation, that's Yeti Sports and Knights of the Temple 2. Yes, that is correct, sir. And then once that's done, that'll be the last of the European Infinity Stones.
I see Bread Troll posted, what's better, Sonic Adventure or Sonic Adventure 2 in your opinion?
Sonic
on the
Adventure
GameCube,
1.
Sonic Adventure 2. On the Dreamcast, Sonic Adventure 1.
You know what? I actually agree with that assessment. Sonic Adventure 1 loses all its charm on the GameCube for some reason.
Yeah.
I don't know. I
The
can't
game's
really
kinda
explain what it
cheap on both
is.
of them, but it feels better on the Dreamcast for some reason.
Yeah. Bread has to go. Good night, Bread. So, Rob, I have some Christmas cookies here that Kelsey Lewin made me.
Ooh.
You can't have any.
I have Christmas cookies that my wife made me.
Oh, good, but you can't have these.
What kind are they?
I don't know. I don't know cookies. They're just good.
How do you not know what cookies are?
Because they're all like weird shit I've never seen.
I don't know. I mean, like, are they chocolate chip? Do they have...
No,
nuts
that's
in
really
them?
basic. I would know that. This is all like shit I've never seen.
I look at them and I see colors that I've never perceived before. You know?
Pretty much. It's like the exact opposite reaction one has when watching Wonder Woman 84. Dude, I love these thermoses I've got because the coffee just always stays hot. It's great.
Oh, I forgot. I met a subscriber of yours at Digital Press yesterday.
No autographs.
He came and traded in like a TurboGrafx 16 collection, and we were talking, and like we're talking like somehow the video game museum and like the prototypes came up, and I mentioned that I was just down there, and he's like, "Oh yeah, like I just saw like Adam Koralik did a video." I'm like, "Yeah, I was in that fucking video."
He's like, "Oh right, the Wonder Woman 84 guy." That's gonna be your. That's your only. That's gonna be your legacy one day. Is you're the guy who liked Wonder Woman 84. What's on my shirt? This is Marty McPrime, Back to the Future, like if DeLorean Transformer. Before they actually did that. Adam Yeager super chats. Hey Adam, great name. Keep it up with the live streams. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Thank you very much. Merry Christmas and all that fun stuff. Like I said, the name's not so great, but you do wear it much better than I do.
Adam, favorite coffee from Progressive G.
Oh, Poop Weasel coffee all day long.
I like to poop. I had some today actually. It was very very good. I have to go with Hawaiian Kona though. That's probably my favorite.
That's too generic. That literally just means any coffee from Hawaii.
Yeah, but like this Hawaiian Kona from McNulty's, you remember that like
now you're narrowing it down. That's the point.
It's really good.
Because Kona coffee literally means any coffee grown in the state of Hawaii. That's too vague. Well, are you going to
Adam,
elaborate?
do you love CRTs?
Fine,
Shadow
McNulty's,
Mask.
blah, blah, blah. Okay, what?
Shadow Mask asks, do you game on CRTs
No,
besides
never.
your Divers
The
2000?
Divers 2000 is the only CRT I even own, and absolutely not. I have no respect for gaming on CRTs. I'm sorry, I know it's a controversial opinion. The only thing to me that's of any use is light gun games. If you're gaming on a CRT at this point in time, it's because you're not connecting shit correctly. I'm sorry. People are like, no, it doesn't look as good. It doesn't look as good because you're not connecting it right. You're not using the right pieces. You can make it look way the fuck better, and you're not doing it. That's perhaps a budgetary reason, and that's totally fine. We don't all have Lodmot backing us up, but it doesn't mean you actually need to use CRT. CRTs are fucking garbage. I'm sorry. I hate them. I don't understand the appeal of having a giant fucking bulking TV when you can make shit look way better on modern displays. You just can. You're just not doing it right. That's the end of that.
I'll play with composite on my 4K television.
And it looks bad. Why does my game look all bad? It's because you connected it wrong. I peed in my cereal. Why my cereal tastes bad? It's that's how stupid it is when people say they play on a CRT. To me, in my mind, I'm like, oh, yeah, okay. Fuck that. Anyway, so, check this out. Speaking of Lodmot, guess what just happened? On PayPal, Lodmot donated $50, which, by the way, kind of crushes everybody else. I'm just making the point. Lodmot rich. Adam, this is the start of your funding for the Dreamcast 7 launch. He's also drunk, which is where he gets these numbers. Remember, we have 60 launch titles, and Shenmue 6 is one of them. I'll reach out to the president of Sega of Japan tomorrow to get our revenue estimates for 2022 quarter one. Also, you better invite me to that fancy employee party at your mansion. I want to try me some of those Sega presidential hors d'oeuvres, or however that word is spelled. LMAO, Merry Christmas, dude, Lodmont. Well, thank you.
That is the best Tommy Tallarico impression I've ever heard.
I don't think he was doing that for any comedic intent. And Lodmont just drinks a lot, so I think he thinks that's real. But thank you very much, man. I appreciate you.
Rocco Sandwiches, would Digital Press be open tomorrow? Yes, Digital Press is open 365 days a year. We are open today, actually, on Christmas.
Yeah,
I was not working.
Oh.
With doors open.
Well then. 85 still watching live. Impressive for a Christmas Day stream. Yeah, I find that Christmas Day, like, usually that's kind of about average. You know, people jump in, they pop out, and it's been about sitting around between 80 to 100 kind of consistently. It makes sense. Like, it started off with a lot of European viewers, and now you're getting down to the point where it's mostly, like, American viewers, logically so. Although Phobius is still here.
I am going to split.
Okay.
If anybody has a last question, I'm going to go inside. Because it's cold.
I would prefer somebody ask him to justify his absolute adoration and love for Wonder Woman 84.
It's not adoration or love. It's just acceptance. The movie is good. It's dumb fun. It's different than all of the Marvel movies because all the Marvel movies are the fucking same, Spider-Man included. Yeah, I mean, it's stupid and it's for kids and it's like, don't take it seriously. And fucking, is that Pedro Pascal?
Pedro Pascal.
Whoever is like, yeah, like, he's good in it as like some televangelist. It's fucking stupid. I dig it. Whatever. It's not the best movie, but it's okay. It's totally watchable. It's better than Space. It's better than Space.
Any defense of Wonder Woman 84 is basically saying it's the greatest movie ever made, in your opinion. So that destroys any sense of credibility, unfortunately.
All right, I'm outie. Merry Christmas, Adam.
All right, night, man. Have a good one. Bye.
Peace.
Well, that was the evil Rob Thanos, everybody. I hope you enjoyed his absolute adoration and unbridled love of Wonder Woman 84, which is to him the GOAT. To him, the Michael Jordan of films. Not Space Jam, which actually had Michael Jordan, but to him, he just loves it. Yeah, I don't know. Rob was just willing to make a cameo. Actually, he was on for 40 minutes. I can't really... That was a surprisingly good amount of time. Let me rephrase this here. So do you guys want to keep going? Who is still interested? Are we done? Does anybody care anymore? How are you all feeling? Has everybody been having a nice Christmas, etc.? Band backup says Santa equals Satan? Sure, why not? Rio RGB is not letting the CRT thing go. Dude, don't take it that serious. Don't take the jokes too serious. You'll live longer. Lodmot says, dude, this stream is literally almost a full 8 hours workday. I mean, I guess. Sadocles wants me to drink more water. I guess he's doing it on my girlfriend's behalf. Fine, we've got the Warner Brothers water mug thing. There you go. You're having fun watching this. I appreciate that. Lodmot just got here. Well, are you sticking around, Lodmot, or do you have to like go embezzle from a company or something? What'd you get for Christmas? I got that bag of... well, not bag. I got this little thing of cookies that I showed you before. It's kind of it, because I really didn't see anybody. Because the only person I saw yesterday was my cousin, because like everyone else in my family, it was like COVID concerns, or they have COVID or whatever. So it was just like, we're just not really doing anything. So my cousin and I were like, yeah, whatever, we'll get together. And he gave me like a pre-made dinner, which I'm going to go have, which is like, excuse me, it's just like, wow, I'm burping a lot all of a sudden. A bunch of scalloped potatoes. If you include that as receiving something for Christmas, we'll go with that. But really, gift-wise, nah, nothing. Merry Christmas, Rio RGB. You know CRTs are better. No, I don't. I pretty much believe everything I said. I was just being more intentionally harsh with it just for the sake of comedy. Rob Thanos enjoys the Michael Bay Transformer films. He might. He's not here to say no, so let's just assume he does. Everything bad out there, let's just assume he likes it. Get your copy of Home Alone on PS2 out. Actually, it is right over there. But I'd have to go all the way over there. You understand the problem. Oh, Adam Yeager super chats again. He says, Merry Christmas, Lodmot. Thank you. It was he out Lodmotted Lotmot. He raised Lodmot by $1. He did 50. So wow. I didn't know you guys were in a bidding war. You don't have to do that, by the way. But thank you, Adam. Which, yes, and you still are the superior Adam, obviously. But I got to admit, the dedication to that joke is impressive. He out Lodmotted Lodmot. I don't know if you want to do that war, man. I mean, Lodmot makes a lot of money. I mean, that's his name, a lot of money. That's actually what it means. He's just drunk and he wrote it wrong. But yeah, Adam, if you have a question, I'd be happy to answer it in the middle of that, because that's pretty nice, very generous of you. Thank you. Sunshine. Oh, hey, by the way, we have a celebrity in here. Sunshine right there is actually the sun. Like, he's asleep in North America right now. He's like, I don't know, you're hitting Australia currently or whatever. But that's the actual sun. Like, our Earth's sun is a fan of the channel, Sunshine. We're constantly mad at him because he's been having a lot of gas lately, and that's why we have all these, like, you know, those coronal ejections and all this stuff. That's his fault. He hangs out in the Discord a lot, and we're always upset with him for his harmful rays hitting all of us. It's like, dude, could you chill a little bit? The super Adam. No, you're the superior Adam is what I think I said. Merry Christmas. Phobia says Fahrenheit/Indigo Prophecy is his Christmas game of choice on the original Xbox, of course. That's fair. Adam Yeager is the super Adam, but Adam Koralik is the king of Sega kids. I guess. You guys kind of anoint me with that title. I don't really feel it's deserved, but thank you. What's your opinion of the Daniel Stern Bushwhacked Home Alone spinoff? So, okay, I know exactly what you're talking about. First of all, Bushwhacked is a terrible film. But second of all, it is funny. That was actually, you're right. It was originally intended to be a spinoff of Home Alone where Marv just got his own movie. And they kind of made it, but then scaled it back so it wasn't actually canon, nor is that the name of his character. I legit wonder if it would have been better if they kept it that way, but I'm kind of glad they didn't, since that movie ended up being such a piece of crap that it probably was better that they never did that. Because it's not like Home Alone has no shortage of terrible sequels. Did we need another one? I would love to see, and I talked about this before, I would love to see the next Spider-Man movie called Spider-Man Home Alone, based on the events of the movie. It'll make sense. But the main villain has to be Hydro Man, who's an actual Spider-Man villain. He does a lot of robbing banks, and he can turn into water and all that stuff. I want him to be played by Macaulay Culkin, and I want that to happen just so he can at least be one time referred to as the Wet Bandit. Boom. James Super Chats, have you watched Avengers Earth's Mightiest Heroes? Is that a... Do you mean like the Avengers movies, or are you talking about like one of those animated things? Either way, if you're talking about the movies, yes. If you're talking about the animated stuff, no. It seems like PayPal actually deducts money now, which is annoying. There's a transaction fee. Last time I PayPal'd you, I got the... It depends on how you do it, dude. If it's money that's already in your account and you send it friends and family, there's no deduction for either party. But if you don't have money in the account already, it has to withdraw from your bank account or your credit card, and that's when it penalizes either the recipient or the sender. Although that still is a lot better than PayPal, YouTube's cut of Super Chats. Let's put it that way. Merry Christmas from Adam Yeager says, thanks Adam for the stream. Thank you for watching, and thank you for the generous donations. Very much appreciated. There's a lot of Europeans on your Discord server. I've been hanging out with them recently. Nice people. Nice. They're people, at least. But, no, I'm just kidding. Yeah, we have a couple of Germans in there. At least Vanessa is German. So you guys can all do German stuff together. Whatever Germans do. And, yeah, there's a lot in there. So I'm glad you guys hang out. Phobius, I do wish, though, that you were more of a regular in there. I've only ever seen you pop up in the chat a couple of times, like in the voice chat. I don't think I've ever seen you comment on anything. But I wish you would, because I'm just going to put it out there that we could use another moderator, and you obviously are trusted as a mod on this, so having you in there would be nice. We could use a European moderator, I'm just saying. Do you feel like PS5 is a significant upgrade from the PS4 Pro? Just like I said in my review, no. It feels like the best PS4 ever made, but not necessarily like its own platform yet. It'll get there, I'm sure, but not yet. So, is that it? Are we done? I'm not getting that many questions anymore. I didn't even know there was a Discord, not gonna lie. Check out the description, man. I got Twitter, I got Instagram, Facebook, Discord, Patreon. I got all these things. Go check them out. Join, hang out. They're free, and I appreciate the support. Except for Patreon, obviously. And I appreciate the support, but it's not free. You know what I'm saying. But you get early access to videos. Man, I kind of want those potatoes I was talking about now. Not done. What's not done? Me? I might be done. Nobody's talking. It's kind of hard to have a live Q&A when no one's talking. Did you enjoy your Christmas? Laughs. I answered the first time. You're watching my Christmas. This is my Christmas. You're seeing it happen. I do realize your biggest fans on your Discord are also your biggest critics. I don't give a shit about that. You can shit talk me all day in there. I don't give a crap. It's fine. That's the whole point. Go in, have fun. It's fine. Who would be the next person you would torture to watch Home Alone 4? I don't know, man. I did that to a friend of mine once. We're still friends, but barely because of that. No, I'm just kidding. I did do that to a friend of mine once because I was pissed at him. But I don't think there's anybody else I would put through that pain. Why don't we have store console kiosks like we did back in the day to test out new consoles? We do. Like, there's a PS5 kiosk. You can go to a Best Buy and check it out right now. Is the Tales of Symphonia GameCube the only PAL GameCube you have, or do you have others? I have a purple, like, standard GameCube that's a PAL one. But aside from that, I think that's it. You're probably the oldest person on it. How old are you, dude? Did I enjoy it? Yeah, I'm having fun. If I hated doing live streams, I wouldn't do them. The only reason I don't do them as frequently as I used to is just because YouTube really punishes channels for doing live streams because they're idiots. Where can I get good hot wings in Chicago? we're not really a hot wing town. I mean, like, unfortunately, there's going to be some good bars and stuff that'll have like pub ones or whatever, but there's no place in Chicago I can think of off the top of my head. I'm like, oh, dude, like the best chicken wings I've had are probably in like Texas, honestly. Not that you can't get them here, but when Buffalo Wild Wings is kind of a standard answer, it tells you something. What will you buy with the money we give you? I will pay my bills. Being an adult sucks. Can you do a video on the Famicom Twin? Oh, the Sharp one? You know what's funny? I forgot I even had one of those. I bought it in Japan in like a junk bin or whatever, and I totally forgot I even had it. It needs some repairs. So there's not really anything else I can do with it at the moment. I just haven't got around to dealing with it because, frankly, there's other stuff I'd rather is working first. Fancy talking about the vision correction surgery you've gone through and the difference between the different types of surgeries. One's oddly specific. So I used to wear glasses pre-YouTube. I think actually in the first couple of videos that have ever been on my channel, you can see me in glasses. And in like 2010, I got laser corrective surgery. So most people think of it as LASIK, right? I didn't get LASIK. I got what's called PRK, which is a different, more invasive procedure only because LASIK is kind of the McDonald's one. Like anybody can do it. It's faster, whatever, but it's not quite as good. PRK, they thought would be a little bit better in my case because my vision sucked so bad. So all that really happens from what I recall was that, they sit you in a chair and you're all kind of drugged up and you're like looking at this, like, I guess it looks like a stick almost. And then as far as it's concerned, it turns the light, they turn a light on. And as soon as the light is on, you're like, oh, and all of a sudden it's like a camera ring when you do the focus. All of a sudden you can see. It's really bizarre. And I was like, oh, wow, I can see stuff now. This is crazy. And then it was like a couple of days recovery. And then over time, it's just kind of gradually gets better. I did have to get it tweaked, though. I think in like 2017, I went back and had them kind of upgrade it, like a firmware update. So it's something that you're supposed to do like, maybe once a decade or something. So I probably will check in on that in a couple of years. And as you get older, it's going to get, more frequent or whatever. But I don't need glasses, and I hate glasses. Should I get a backwards compatible 60 gigabyte PS3? I have a backwards compatible 80 gigabyte PS3 that I modded and mostly works just fine, but I have trouble playing one specific European game. I can't really say that with any great confidence because all I know is that the 80 gigabyte doesn't run PS2 games as well. So that depends on how much you care. The 60 gigabyte one is better for that purpose, but they're both expensive, unreliable things. So that just depends on how much of a super fan you are, to be honest. Force Kathleen Kennedy to watch Home Alone 4. No, she'd probably be like, oh, this is what people like. I'll remake Home Alone 4. Because it's Disney, too. YouTube hates people that do things outside the algorithm. They really do, man. You can make a second. We talked about the second channel. I'm not doing that. I don't have Rich's type of poll. Like I couldn't do that. I watched your Ultra HDMI N64 video. Will you upload one about the Pixel FX and N64 digital video? If I had access to it, sure. Like the thing is, you have to actually have those things to do videos about them, and I don't really seek them out. They either find me or something to that effect, or somebody loans me one or whatever. Like that's usually how that happens. Who's more powerful, Mace Windu or Palpatine? Palpatine's more powerful, but Mace Windu obviously bested him, and he would have won were Anakin not to interfere. Is Missouri GameCon Junior worth going to compared to the normal one? That Cax for you. I mean, you got coming all the way from Madison, maybe not. I mean, you have to drive too, right? Like I'm going. I'm gonna be there. I'm a guest. I'm gonna have the Sega Pluto with me. It's right over there right now. It's gonna be playable, so that's really up to you if that's worth your time. But it is a much smaller show than Mo Game Con 1, or the regular Mo Game Con. So if you like the Mo Game Con, it's that, but it's just dealer tables and less of them. Not like a ton less, just less. But it doesn't have, like, other than me and I guess the Pluto, there really aren't going to be any other, like, guests or activities or any of that sort of stuff. Go to Duff's in Buffalo for wings. I would totally be down. Have I ever visited the Olympic Cauldron in Vancouver? Not when I was there, no. Wow, 5 hours live. Adam doesn't need to eat or go to the bathroom. I haven't eaten anything, but I did go to the bathroom twice, but I found substitutes to kind of talk to you guys for a few minutes while it happened. We've officially reached the point now, by the way, where people are coming back in being like, holy crap, you're still going? This always happens. I don't know how you do this so long. You're a madman. Dude, I've got like 3 of these coffees just sitting here to the side. That's how that works. Well, it really only goes until you guys stop caring. That's usually that's what happens. The chat kind of dies, and everybody just starts asking the same like questions, like, so, what's your favorite game? Like very basic vanilla questions. You're like, okay, I guess we're done because it's not interesting anymore. Super chat from Hugo. Sorry, it just jumped. Hugo M9270. Merry Christmas, Adam. Stay safe. Merry Christmas. Thank you very much for the super chat. Why not just get a slim model and run PS2 games through homebrew? Dude, emulation versus original hardware? Are you kidding? OG hardware. Like the PS3 60 gig model has the actual hardware in it to replicate PlayStation 2 functionality. It works far superior to a fucking pirated emulator built into a PS3. Like, come on, man. Just got Under Defeat for the Dreamcast. That game has insane graphics plus running 60 FPS. Best transparency effects I've ever seen in a Dreamcast game. Crazy smoke effects and particles. Yeah, those late official release shmups for the Dreamcast do not get the kind of respect they deserve. They are really, really, really cool. I'm glad you are one of the few that's ever even acknowledged them, much less really appreciates them. You have way more pull than Rich. I appreciate that, but that's not even close to true. Rich has almost 1 million subscribers. I'm lucky if I get like a few hundred a month. Like we're not on the same level. If you can bring the loopy, I'll play that. No, I'm not bringing the fucking loopy. Like there's priorities, man. Like I'm willing to risk a one-of-a-kind prototype at a con, but my loopy, that's mine for all time. That belongs exclusively to me, and no one else is ever allowed to be near it. Like, I would break up with my girlfriend over that. She's like, let me play the loopy. I'm like, well, get the fuck out of the house. No, I'm just kidding. Sometimes you just have to really commit to the loopy joke. Favorite color? I guess black. If we count that, technically it's a shade of gray. So if you have to use that argument, then I would say Green Ranger green. Merry Christmas, Adam. Merry Christmas, RK. Don't you have a family family dinner, Christmas party? My mother died a year and a half ago, and then the rest of my family is either like, some have COVID, some are concerned about COVID, and it was just like, let's not. So I got together with a cousin of mine yesterday, but that's about it. So I've got dinner waiting for me in the fridge. No big deal. What the hell is a loopy? Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out. Get out! No, I'm just kidding. What's the best way of plugging a Wii into a modern television image quality-wise? I have the mClassic, but those cheap HDMI adapters are so bad. First step, take the Wii, put it in a dumpster, then like preferably a dumpster that has like one of those big mechanical presses that just destroys everything in it. That's step 1. Step 2 is get a Wii U, a far superior console, and then connect an mClassic to that. Like, if you actually mean original OG Wii hardware, like, in all seriousness, there really aren't any good solutions short of modding the console with those Wii dual boards, because the, like, HDMI output options, like the Hyperkin cables, those are all just trash. They're just shit. Don't use those. Where's your PS4 and Xbox One X after they replaced? They're in the hutches with all the other consoles. Can't believe we end with Rager Adam. Who said we were ending? I mean, we can. Do you guys want me to go? Grrr, Hulk smash. Is FPGA like in the mode way better than emulation? Typically yes, because I mean FPGA is technically emulation, but it's hardware emulation instead of software emulation. Software emulation is usually buggier. Hardware emulation, typically, especially when done correctly, is the far superior option. Yeah, I'm a little disappointed in you, Sick Nick. I thought you knew the joy of the loopy. I've got a video about the loopy. You should watch it. Laudmont Super Chat. Sorry if anyone asked earlier, but watch any good Christmas movies today. No, I've just been doing this all day. Like, when I woke up, I just kind of got myself together. I had some breakfast, all that sort of stuff. I watched a couple of YouTube videos, but I wasn't really watching them. They were just background noise while I was, like, getting set up or whatever. And this is what I've been doing all day. What do you eat to be this handsome? Lots and lots of pizza. It brings out the extra jowls and the extra chest muscles, or which are not muscles, they're in fact titties. They bring those out. Actually, you can watch all that on the Flying and Eating channel. Like, it's literally just me going around eating stuff. Like, you'll like it. I'm telling you, if you like food and the idea of seeing other places that aren't your own house, Flying and Eating, go check it out. There's a link in the description. I may have watched it. I just forgot easily. That's the loopy. It's not that memorable, but it's just kind of funny. I love talking about it because it's just, to me, is such a hilarious joke. And it's funny too because I'm actually one of the bigger defenders of it. I think it's an amusing thing, and it's not just, oh, it's just shit. But you know, whatever. Ugh. Water. Favorite Rankin/Bass Christmas movie? I don't even know what the hell that means. Sadocles, you have stumped me. By the way, Sadocles, everybody, is the dude who kicked cancer's ass. He had cancer and he beat the shit out of it. So the cure for cancer is Sadocles. Any decent halal food spots in Chicago? Maybe? I've never actually looked into that. That's actually possible. I don't know. Funny thing about the Wii is both of the compatible disc-based games are better looking on previous gen or next gen consoles depending on the game. Oh, that's such a beautiful point. So GameCube games look better on a GameCube than they do on the Wii. And Wii games look better on a Wii U than they look on a Wii. The Wii is trash. It has no redeeming qualities. Wii, go fuck yourself. I hate you, Wii. You're the biggest piece of shit ever made. Cherry Coke is my favorite soda. What's your favorite soda? A German Coca-Cola in a glass bottle. Very specific. James, Super Chats. How big of a failure was Wii U? Well, it lasted 4 years, and that was with Nintendo basically giving up on it 2 years in. It only lasted as long as it did because they basically lowered all of their production requirements so that indie devs could just make anything. Like, there were months where the biggest release was like Runbow. Ooh, Runbow got a physical edition. That's our big release for all of November for the Wii U. Like, it was not a successful hardware console, and they jumped ship on it as quickly as they possibly could. I mean, put it this way. The Switch has basically already outlasted the Wii U at this point. Think about that. Yeah, time flies, guys. They sold just over 10 million units, which was the same amount that made Sega give up on hardware. So there you go. Wii is goat. No, the Wii smells like a goat. It's disgusting. Is the Dreamcast more powerful than the Wii? No. However, it is funny because the Dreamcast, almost all of its games output 480p, and even the Wii can barely do that. Like, half of its games just don't support that, which is really kind of funny. Did you complain to Kelsey about the lack of loopy representation at the Video Game Museum? She has nothing to do with that museum, so I don't know why that would be her problem. She sent me this, though. This is a box of Christmas cookies. I've been kind of devouring them. There's these, like, chocolate, like, brownie things. I don't know what the hell they are. They're not really brownies. They're like cookies with like this creamy caramel center. They're unbelievable. I basically texted him like, dude, these are God tier. Jesus, you're still streaming? Yeah, that happens. I told you guys, this is we're at that phase where people come back around. They've had some dinner. Family parties are kind of breaking up. And they're like, oh, let's see what's on YouTube. Jesus Christ, the fat nerd is still talking. Yeah, I do that. Do you think Nintendo will wait till 2025 to release the next system? Hard to say. I'm guessing you'll hear more about a legitimate competitor in like a year or two, and then probably launch in like 2 or 3. That would be my guess. Do you like pineapple on pizza? I don't do it. but I also don't find it to be a mortal sin like a lot of people do, unless that pizza is from like Little Caesars or something. You know, like you have to first of all eliminate all pizzas that are not real pizza, meaning they're not made in Illinois, New York, or New Jersey. The rest of the country doesn't know how to make pizza, and they shouldn't even have it. They don't understand. So if you're getting pizza in one of those three states, if you want pineapple as an ingredient, that's your choice. I have no problem with that. What I have a problem with is Wyoming thinking they can make pizza. You know what I'm saying? Did you ever smell Canadian money, and does it smell like maple syrup? Of course, and no, it doesn't. But it should. I want them to have little scent receptors on every Canadian Monopoly dollar and have it smell like that. Is the OLED Switch a total waste of time? Probably not if you're like into portable side of things, but I am not, so it doesn't mean anything to me. How can I get GoldenEye 64 to look good? I have an Ultra HDMI console and it's by far the worst game graphically. It's ultra blurry. Nicholas, do you have access to a hacked Xbox 360? Because what you should do is there was Rare made a GoldenEye remake out of the N64 game. Like they took the original assets, they completely remade it, and it was never meant to come out. Like it was all they canceled it. But the game leaked on the internet and is totally playable on a hacked 360. That's the way to do it. It's so much better. I know it's not the answer you want, but a hacked 360 running the leaked GoldenEye remake, vastly superior. Dark Master, you've asked me like 3 times where the PS4 and Xbox One is. I told you, they're in the hutches with all the other consoles. Have you ever had authentic Native American food? I don't really know what that would entail, so I guess not, but I have been to a lot of areas where natives are and like reservations and all that, and I've eaten in those places, but I can't claim for a second that that's eating authentic anything, much like just because you're in a part of America that you've had authentic hamburgers or whatever. Do you care about the analog pocket? No, I don't care. What if I only like cheese pizza? Then just eat cheese pizza. I'll fight people on like the quality of their pizza, but their ingredients are their own choice. Like personally, I think green peppers should never be on a pizza. That's disgusting. But do I have any problem with people eating them? No, just don't mix them with my pizza. What I do have a problem with is when people are like, "Hey, why don't we order a pizza together and we share it?" Fuck off. Just fuck off. I don't want to share a pizza with you. First of all, I'm fat. I can eat my own pizza. I don't need your help. Second of all, your shitty ingredients are going to blend in with my pizza and ruin mine. Plus, no, go fuck yourself. I don't want to share pizza with you. Order your own. That's how it has to be. James super chats and says, how is Sega and Atari still making games? I thought they went bankrupt. I don't know where you got that. I don't know why you think that's the case. Atari is not the same Atari that you remember. Atari is just a name that was bought out, and now there's a different company that essentially just owns the rights and can relicense stuff. Sega is still the same Sega, however, they never went out of business. They just changed their business model. Sega is actually an extraordinarily profitable company, but that's only because people in the West tend to think of them only for video games, while they're a Japanese company that owns like hotel chains. Like they're super successful in Japan, and that's where the majority of their money comes from, is the Japanese market. But yeah, no, Sega ain't hurting. Let's put it that way. Peanut butter, pickles, and hot sauce is king for pizza toppings. That sounds like a pizza the Ninja Turtles would make up. I think that literally is an episode where Michelangelo is delivering pizzas, and he delivers a pizza to a pregnant woman who ordered extra peanut butter and pickles. Fucking gross. Can you give us a guided tour of your house game bunker? Absolutely not. You're aware that pizza started as a snack in the 1950s and now considered a meal? I'm sure the Italians would debate that. As would, what's that place? The place in Manhattan that basically claims the origin of westernized pizza, which goes back to like the 1800s. So I don't think what you're saying there is remotely correct. Stay at any Sega hotels in Japan? Well, so it's the thing is, when you hear that, you're probably envisioning like Oh, Lombardi's is the pizza place in Manhattan I'm talking about. When you're envisioning that, you're probably thinking, oh, you go in and Sonic's in the lobby. No, it's nothing like that. It's just like they're the corporate owner of it. It's just a very silent thing. I think for one of the Sega events, that's technically where they put us, but you would never know. It's not like it's branded Sega anywhere. They just happen to be like the corporate owner. Frozen pizza. Yeah, that's actually Hitler loved frozen pizza because he was an idiot. So, same thing. What company would you own if you could own it? I think you mean own. I don't think I would really want the responsibility of owning an entire corporation. Plus, I don't even think that's possible. Because corporations have public shares. So you can own like a fraction of it by buying stock. Any one of you can do that. Have you ever visited Joe's Pizza in New York? You mean like the most generic? It's like that and Original Ray's. Like they're just two generic ass names. Do you have cable or satellite? I have whatever the hell AT&T provides for RCN. I got my internet for free through a lawsuit. So it's just whatever the fuck system. I don't even know. I'm in an apartment building, so whatever the hell their system is. All I know is that I don't pay for it. Is the plan for your last video to still be a game room tour? I guess. Who the hell is planning for their own demise? That's like suicidal thoughts. No, I'm good. I'm not going anywhere. At least I'm not planning to. You guys tell me. You want me to quit? I can quit. Okay. No. Is there anything you would rather do less than watch a game of Hand Egg? Yeah, watch a game of Hand Egg and the only food around is Little Caesars. That's pretty much nightmare fuel right there. How the hell did you get free internet? Oh, I just told you there was a lawsuit. Basically, so I live in an apartment building, right? And my apartment building did like the stupidest thing ever. They signed a 99-year lease with AT&T with certain guarantees that they meet certain minimum internet thresholds. Let's just say, long story short, they didn't. And so it was agreed by both parties to end the contract, but because AT&T failed to meet up to their end of it, they had to start compensating everybody. And the way to compensate it was they agreed that the new internet provider, which in our case now is RCN, as long as you remain living in the building, AT&T pays RCN from my internet bill. The greatest thing about that is that AT&T owns Warner Media, which owns HBO, which has HBO Max, blah, blah, blah. So I have free HBO Max as a result of this. So in a long story short with all that, AT&T pays RCN to pay Warner Brothers, to pay HBO Max, to pay AT&T for me to have free internet and HBO Max. But if I ever moved, I would lose that, obviously. I can't believe Square Enix doesn't have the 2D Final Fantasies on current gen. All right. It's not my genre. It's not my franchise. So I haven't really paid much attention to it. Do I think that the PS Vita could run GTA 4? Maybe. Maybe like a really watered down version of it. The Switch could. I'm sure of that. Maybe the Vita could if it was like really watered down, like the way that they kind of had to water down The Witcher 3 for the Switch. If you went to it with that kind of energy, yeah, maybe. Thoughts on RHCP? I don't know what that is. Spider-Man thoughts. We already talked about it, but long story short, I'm not really willing to talk much about it because I don't want to ruin it for other people. Same with The Matrix. What would you do if you stopped doing YouTube? I don't know, dude. I'm too ingrained in now. Like if tomorrow YouTube just announced, hey, we don't exist anymore, I have no idea. There's no plan. I'm just kind of here assuming it will always exist. Well, okay, so Lodmot super chats. I would basically go to Lodmot right away and be like, look, you're super fucking rich. You make like $1 million per minute or whatever the hell you do. Can you just pay for my existence? And I would hope that he would say yes. That would basically be my plan. But he super chats and he says, "You should be hired as the remainder of Sega's hardware division. I think it would be the most fitting." Dude, you're the one who owns that company. It's up to you. See, the thing is, you get so drunk you don't remember these things. But thank you for the super chat. Thoughts on Chris Pratt playing Mario? I don't really care. I mean, it's an animated movie, right? Like, whatever. Mario barely speaks. I just kind of don't need to hear him talk. He doesn't. I don't know. We'll see. You know, if he's cast that way, it's probably for a reason. I mean, it could just be marketing reasons, but it could also be like that's what fits the character best in the whatever the director thinks is the message they're going for. So, I don't know. It's hard for me to judge without knowing it because there are certain casting choices historically that people are like, what the hell? And then they see what the director was going for and they're like, oh. Like, for example, the best example of that ever is Heath Ledger. Like, before he was cast as the Joker, and before people saw that movie, they're like, the guy from the rom-coms is going to be playing Joker? No, boycott the movie. We want Jack Nicholson back, blah, blah, blah. And then it was like, the movie came out, and they were like, oh, my bad. Sometimes you just got to trust that the guy was cast right. And then other times, yeah, it's a complete fuck-up. It happens. You could be the lead singer of Gorgoroth? No, I can't because I don't understand music. Is Gorgoroth a band? That's how little I know about music. Merry Christmas, Adam. What is a non-expensive game but is priceless to you? I would probably have to say my copy of Donkey Kong Country 2 on the SNES because it's like my childhood copy. I've still got it just sitting over there. That or my childhood copy of Super Mario All-Stars for the SNES for the exact same reason. Like, it's just part of my OG, like, I got it very early on set of stuff. And I could easily go back and play it anytime. Cax super chats and says, who is better head of Sega America, you or Peter Moore? Well, only one of the two of us ever actually had that job, so you got to give it to him by default. Even though I don't really like his time there. But thank you for the super chat. Everyone felt sorry for Ledger before the movie came out. That's because he died. But there was a phase there when he was cast in the movie, but the movie hadn't come out yet and he hadn't died yet, where everybody was like boycotting it. People tend to forget that. What do you usually listen to? You mean like music? So my entire grasp of music is music only means something to me if it's associated with things I like outside of it, like external sources like video games or movies or TV shows. If you hear me listening to a song and you're like, oh, dude, that's this song by this band. Do you like that band? I have no idea what the hell you're talking about. I only like it because I saw it in a movie, and it makes me think of the movie. Music in of itself has almost no meaning to me. It's just noise. I tend to like it because of the external experiences. It's just how my brain is. Music just doesn't mean anything to me by itself. There has to be a secondary reason. And that's, I know, kind of weird because I actually have like a ton of vinyl records and stuff, but all the ones I have are not like, hey, this is X band and you should listen to them because they're great and they're very good at making music. It's like, oh, no, I got the Godzilla OST because I love the Godzilla movies and I can hear the movie in my head, if you will, when I listen to this. Which consoles and games do you plan to collect for in 2022? Dude, it is not that organized. I never know what the hell is going to show up or how I'm going to get it. Just random things happen. You just go right on and you can go for it. Have you watched the Xbox Game On documentary on YouTube? Not yet, man. Trust me, a lot of people have asked. It's on my list. I didn't even know where to watch it. I know now you can watch it on YouTube. It's on my list of things to do. Trust me. Kind of want to take the hat off because I'm getting itchy. I show you guys. I had this hat last year. Oh, I didn't realize it was saying my mom's name and all that. So this is my mom's hat. She got this in like, God, it must have been 50 plus years ago. And yeah, I already told the story a couple times, but I wear it now because A, I need a Santa hat, and B, just do that for my mom. But I need a little bit of. My head is just getting itchy, so I just kind of want to take it off for a little bit. I guess I could put back on the. I have the other one. I have the Bah Humbug hat. I guess I could put that on. We'll see. Right now, I just want my hairline wants to breathe a little. Okay. All right. All right. Do you ever go crazy trying to find a song you heard in a movie, but there's no information about it? You know what's really dumb about that question? It's not the question's dumb. I'm sorry. My answer is dumb. Short answer, mostly no. There's only one exception I can ever think of to that question, and it's really a really, 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 really stupid one to want. I apologize for this answer in advance, but the Roland Emmerich 1998 Godzilla, there is a sequence near the end where like the fighter jets are shooting at the Godzilla, which is not really Godzilla. But there's this great like score playing in the background that I've always loved. But because that movie was a complete flop, like you cannot find that piece of music. It's just some random score. But the movie wasn't popular enough for them to release like, oh look, the score of Godzilla. They released a soundtrack, and the soundtrack's like, you know, the Puff Daddy song or P Diddy or whatever the fuck he calls himself now. They have all that shit, but like that background music, I've never been able to find like a clean track of that. That's like the one where I'm like, fuck, I would love to have that. Do you ever drink alcohol? I do not. And people always hear that. They're like, oh, maybe there's a story there. Was he abused? Was there violence? Did he get drunk and hit a guy or something like that? No, it just fucking tastes like shit to me. It's like every time I've ever had it, I'm like, wow. And I know that's the common thing. People drink beer, nobody likes it right away, whatever. But I just genuinely don't enjoy alcohol and like anything I've ever had it in. So why subject myself to something I don't like that costs me a bunch of money and is terrible for me? There's no advantage to that. And honestly, and I don't mean to sound like an asshole here, but most people who typically really like alcohol, like Lodmont, are like usually upset about something, and you know, it's a good way to, you know, separate you from your current life. You know, it's a distraction. And to me, I'm like, I kind of like my life. I don't really feel the need to do a chemical infusion to make me feel better. I'm kind of happy. Plus, you know, Lodmont, you have a lot of money. You should probably not spend all of it on booze. Do you sneak candy and popcorn into cinemas? No. I actually really don't like when people eat during movies. I mean, it's a thing. In fact, it's even worse now because now they'll bring you food like out to a table and stuff, like we're hogs getting ready for slaughter. But no, I do not like it when people eat stuff in movies. It's just kind of gross to keep hearing all that shit and smell all that stuff while you're trying to just experience a movie. It's just as bad to me when people are like, you know, talking. Like that was my favorite part of the new Spider-Man movie. No spoilers here. But my favorite part of the whole new Spider-Man movie was they actually hired a family to hang out in the audience and just talk about totally unrelated things throughout the duration of the film. I thought it really added to the experience. So when Peter's, you know, doing this and he's swinging on that, I heard people talking about like, hey, did you guys want to go to that soccer game next week? That I felt really contributed to the overall narrative, and it really immersed me because of that surround sound like experience. I fucking hate people in movie theaters. Laudmont Super Chats again. I find it funny watching your candid nuances after you stream for 8.5 hours, etc. Your hair, your ears itching, all that sort of stuff. And other time where you were so tired you laughed like a maniacal Mickey Mouse on crack. Dude, that happens. I don't drink, obviously, as we just talked about. But the longer I go on these things, the more like chemically induced crazy I get because I'm just chugging caffeine, but I'm also just getting more and more tired. And your voice starts to burn out, and you're just kind of like, if you think about it, with the exception of the brief moments I've gone to the bathroom or whatever, I really have not stopped talking. My vocal cords have not stopped emitting noise for essentially now 7 hours. Wow, we're at 7 hours? All right, cool. Thank you for the super chat, Laudmont. Now, please buy something good and do something good in the world, and less alcohol, man. You drink too much. You know the Godzilla orchestral score soundtrack is uploaded to YouTube, right? Do you mean Godzilla 2014 or Godzilla 1998? 2014 I'm not concerned about. That's easy enough. I'm talking about one random piece of background music in Godzilla 98. If you have that link, send it. Drink water. Yes, sir. Zadocles demands it. Did my girlfriend ask you to be on top of this? Because I wouldn't surprise me if she did. Because you're not breathing healthily. That's probably true. You're suffering from some form of apoxia, I suppose. Fine, let's take a second, everybody. Okay. Remember that you're also a houseplant made out of meat, so drink some water. Have you ever been hungover? No, because I've never been drunk. 1998, not 2014. Then by all means, Sicknick, go into the Discord, give me that link, or Twitter, or whatever. I don't care. Send it my way. I'm curious if you're right. What would the response from consumers be if Nintendo created a retro division and started making new games from old systems like the N64 and SNES, for example? I'm assuming they would think that Nintendo lost their damn mind. It would be cool, but I can't see Nintendo ever doing it. And if you're going to bring up, well, Atari's doing it, Atari is not the same Atari anymore. It's just rights owners, and they're just trying to make something off of what's left of their fan base by mass producing stuff that already exists. Nintendo's not going to do that. Does your butt hurt? No, my butt's fine, man. I appreciate your concern, though. Why did Nintendo games come in cardboard? I'm assuming for affordability. It's cheaper. Favorite video game soundtrack? You know the answer to that is going to be Shenmue. Why even ask? Come on, man. Come on. Sup? Sup, Adam? Sup, Leatherface? You doing Leatherface stuff? I don't know what you do. Aren't you British? Are you doing British things? There's plenty of water in your Xbox mini fridge. Well, I'm glad. Those things suck. I don't know why you bought. I know you bought it just because you wanted it, but it's like, as an actual piece of technology, that thing is trash. It's just a cooler. It's an electronic cooler. Which model is better for the Sega Genesis? Model 1, Model 2, or Model 3? Depends on what you define as better, but I would say the Model 1 is my favorite, as it's got the most compatibility. It also has the best audio capabilities. A lot of people like the aesthetic of the Model 2. I don't know anybody likes the Model 3 the best, just because, unless they just like the tiny compact nature of it, but the problem with the Model 3 is incompatibility issues, just tends to keep people away from it. Laudmod super chats and says, I just finished walking 2 miles in my music studio. Also, my butt itches. Well, good. I'm sorry to hear that, man. But if you stopped getting drunk, passing out, and paying people to put stuff in your butt, you probably wouldn't itch too bad. But thank you for the super chat. Cax super chats and says, least favorite soundtrack of a game you like. That's actually a hard one because I don't really pay much attention to soundtracks I don't like. You have to understand, to me, music is just a form of noise. And it's only pleasant or unpleasant, typically, if I like the other thing it's associated with. So it's very rare for me to listen to a song in something I like and go, oh, what the hell is that? It's not really, it doesn't work. My brain doesn't work the same way on that one as yours probably does. So I don't really have a favorite a soundtrack of something I dislike in a thing I already do like, if that makes any sense. But thank you for the super chats. It's junk, but you only live once, so why not? Fair enough, man. Live it on the edge. Enjoy your Xbox fridge that's not capable of being a fridge. That's the second coffee depleted. This one's already done. This one is now done. Put that down here. So we have the only one left. I don't know if we're going to actually use it or not, but we'll see. Do you guys want me to keep going? Do you care? Is this interesting anymore? Adam, why do you think Nintendo fans will back any dumb business decisions Nintendo does, even when it negatively affects the fans? It is the member berries. Dude, I got news for you. That's every fan base about everything ever. It's really hard to find objectivity in a fan base. Like, I'm a super fan of certain things, but I'm very willing to chastise, which is probably what makes me a little unique as a YouTube entity, because even though I get accused of fanboyism, I've been accused of fanboyism for every fucking platform, even ones I'm not a particular fan of. You just get used to it. But the point is, like, people just do that. They feel I don't know, it's a human thing. People just have this psychological need to pick a team and defend it. People tend to treat everything like sports. Like, I'm a huge Chicago Bulls fan, right? And so I want to believe in all possibilities that the Chicago Bulls can win a title, even when it's ridiculous. And that forces me to dislike certain other franchises. I hate the Los Angeles Lakers. I hate the Miami Heat. I hate the Indiana Pacers. I think the Oklahoma City Thunder shouldn't exist. Stuff like that. But they're probably not any better or worse as franchises historically anyway, as far as like being good or bad or anything like that. You just pick a team and you kind of stick with it. With sports, it's kind of more funny. But with something like video games, people do that. They're like, hey, I grew up on Nintendo, so I have to blindly be loyal to them, as if they expect some sort of reciprocity from Nintendo themselves. So, like, Nintendo's going to call you up, like, Bill, when you were a kid, you were super loyal to us. And you defended us when we fucked over our customers left and right. We just kept fucking them. We fucked them so bad, Bill. But you stood by us. You got on Twitter and said, no, Nintendo good and not bad. And so now we're going to come to your house and we're just going to give you all of your favorite dream games to you all at once. People delusionally believe things like this. They just have blind loyalty to stuff they have no stake in. Let's keep it real. Nobody watching right now, other than maybe minor shareholders because you own like some sort of little share package, have any real stake in any of these companies except Laudmod, who owns all of them. With the exception of Laudmod, none of us have any real stake in how these companies do in that sort of way. We just want overall video games to succeed, which is why I consider myself more of a console gamer in general. I like kind of like everything, and I'm willing to talk about everything. I want to talk about all these, especially the obscure consoles where I have no, like, do you think I give a shit like how the Nuon actually did? Like, I like it as a piece of history, but I'm not going to sit there and be like, no, guys, you got to play the Nuon. It fucking kicks ass. You know, I have two of them. That makes me really cool. Like, I'm the Nuon defender. Hashtag Nuon defender. Like, it's just how people are, man. Human beings have this weird need to defend stuff that is not connected to them because in their own mind, they're psychologically connected to it and they just can't separate it, which is really unfortunate. But nothing you can do about it. Favorite Jaguar game? Rayman, the original one. Bulls have been playing well this season. Oh, hell yeah, dude. And as I just said, comically, I have Bulls title hopes. I believe the Chicago Bulls, we're not going to talk about sport ball very long, I promise everybody. I believe the Bulls have the potential to come out of the East. I do not think they can beat the West. I don't think they can beat the Warriors or the Suns. I think they could beat any other team in the West, but they cannot beat either of those teams. If either of those whichever of those two teams goes to the finals, the Warriors and the Suns, that's this year's title winner, short of like catastrophic injuries. That's my thought. Is anime for kids? I don't know. It's not for me. Let me leave it that way. I love the Switch, but Nintendo's online is garbage. The Wii U had more functionality than the Switch. That might be true. I never play stuff online. You do think the Dreamcast kicks ass. Yes, I do, but I don't say that at the expense of other things. That's the difference. Me saying the Dreamcast is my favorite console does not equate to every other console ever is bad. And that's the problem I think a lot of people have. That's the basic issue that is fanboyism in a nutshell. When people call you a fanboy, they either understand the definition or they don't. And the actual basic definition is it's the absolute adoration of that thing at the expense of every other thing. So if I was a Dreamcast fanboy, I would irrationally say the Dreamcast is the best thing ever and everything else ever sucked. And you just constantly throw that in people's faces. That's what the kind of bullshit you see in YouTube comment threads. When you see someone, I'm like, no, you know, the Xbox was good, GameCube was good, PS2 was good. That's not fanboyism. That's having an opinion. That's having a preference. But it's not like, me, I like Dreamcast, so everything else bad. That's fanboyism. And usually the people that say, oh, you're a fanboy, do not understand that definition because most people are fucking morons. It's not that hard. Will you play Shenmue on the Dreamcast again, or is it just the newest hardware? I haven't played Shenmue in a couple of years, but I'm not opposed to it. It really is kind of like how I feel at the moment when I set up to do it. I kind of come in like Shenmue tidal waves. Like I have to just be in the mode, and then it's like, okay, it's time, and then I sit down and I decide how I'm going to go about doing it. So here's a perfectly stupid comment, Darkmaster. When comparing the Dreamcast and PS2, you are a Sega fanboy. No, because that's not what it fucking means. Like, if I was as you put it, in this case, a fanboy, it would mean I would make shit up to better my argument. Like, I would say, like, no, you don't understand, the Dreamcast is better because it played super DVDs. It's just that they don't exist so nobody can play them. You have to make shit up to be a fanboy. That's the whole fucking point. You can't have objective reality that way. The PS2 is very capable of doing things the Dreamcast cannot do. The Dreamcast is capable of doing things the PlayStation 2 cannot do. That's just how it is. Those are facts. I prefer the Dreamcast over the PlayStation 2, but that is not me saying the PlayStation 2 is shitty, and it's a stupid fucking thing to think. Why do you never talk about the Virtual Boy? I don't own one. I never had one. I've only played it for a couple of minutes, and it just gave me like the fucking like eye cancer of like it's like shining laser pens in your eyes. That shit hurts. I'm one of those people. If you try to play virtual like content for even a few minutes, I get like a massive headache. Would you be super sad if the Bucks beat the Bulls in the playoffs or just a bit? The Bucks are my second favorite team. I was thrilled when they won the NBA title last year. I thought that was just. I thought that was great. I would certainly prefer to see the Bulls beat the Bucks in the like a Western Conference Finals or Eastern Conference Finals, but that doesn't mean I would hate the Bucks if they went to the finals. They would actually still be my first choice to win. I would love it if they did. I would be sad they beat my Bulls, but again, that's not fanboyism. That's the point. You called the release of Twisted Metal Black as the killer of the Dreamcast. I don't remember saying that specifically, but I think I meant it in my sense of that game came out the exact same weekend as Sonic Adventure 2. That was the rise of the PlayStation 2 as far as like that was their first major hit. And Sonic Adventure 2 was the last Dreamcast game that had any real weight in North America. So the timing is what I'm referring to in that situation. That was the beginning of the PlayStation 2, took off at the exact same time the Dreamcast had its swan song. It doesn't mean that I think Dreamcast fucking better, PS2 just fucking sucks because it fucking sucks, and I said so. That's not a nuanced argument, man. Yeah, I'm not going to say this specifically, but I agree with you. Fanboys are fucking idiots. Do I play any modern sports games? No. Unless you include that Space Jam 2 game, but that wasn't a sports game. That was kind of fun, actually, as terrible as that movie was. Do you think Nintendo will make a GameCube classic? Not anytime soon. Don't forget, they still have to go through Game Boy shit, which they're not going to do. They have to go to the N64, which they're not doing. So it's not going to be a long time. Stop arguing with idiocy. Thank you, Ed. If someone gave you $1 million in Bitcoin in 2012, would you still be doing YouTube in 2021? I don't know. That's really a hard question to answer because I don't deal in crypto at all, so I have no idea what I would have done with $1 million worth of worthless cryptocurrency. I say worthless because it's not an ecosystem I exist in. So yeah, you give me $1 million crypto, I'll be like, what do I do with this? Can I buy it? I don't know shit about that. It's not my universe. I guess I would be like, oh, I better figure out how to transfer this into real money. Fanboyism is a disease. Fuck yeah, it is, Martin. You can also tell when I'm starting to get tired because my language gets way filthier. Watch your 2014 PlayStation 2 and Dreamcast retrospectives and compare the emotions of the two videos. Dude, you are talking to the guy who made the videos. I'm explaining it to you, to your face, right now. You're arguing with your interpretation of a different set of videos made nearly a decade ago. I am telling you to your face what I am trying to express to you. I don't know how to make it any clearer, man. All I said in that video is, yes, I loved the Dreamcast. To me, it meant a lot. But it's a video game console. It's my favorite of that generation, but that doesn't mean I fucking hate the PlayStation 2. And as you recall, because you pointed it out, the PS2 video, all I really said was, you have to have one of them end up in the last because the 6th generation was one of the greatest game, was probably the best game generation ever. And had I known about the existence of the new one at the time of that video, I would have said that's the worst one. And worst being the qualifier of the least good. Because Dreamcast legendary, Xbox legendary, GameCube legendary, PS2 legendary, but they can't all come in first place. The only one that can come in last place objectively is the new one. So if I were to redo it, yeah, that would be my answer. But then I asked, what is my own personal opinion of those four? Of those four, the one I had the least wonderful experience with was the PlayStation 2. Does that make it bad? Absolutely fucking not. When that's your problem, is that the PlayStation 2 was the least good of four legendary consoles, damn, what a good generation. That clear it up? Cax, super chats, dude. People can change opinions. Adam wasn't lukewarm on the GameCube in that video at best. Adam was lukewarm on the GameCube video in that video at best. Now it's his top 10 consoles. Exactly. Opinions evolve, and that's totally true, by the way. Although the GameCube, despite around the time I made that, the GameCube to me was kind of a meh console, and now I fucking love it. And yet, because of how great the 6th gen was, the GameCube still ranks in third place. It has not adjusted. You know, it's still the Dreamcast to me is my favorite game console of all time. And that's what it is. And then the Xbox is my second favorite. The neck beard is strong in this one. Well, yes, I do have a fucking neck and a beard. What do you want? Fanboyism with anything can go pound sand. I agree. Ask all the questions you want. That's the whole point, guys. I think you got... No, trust me. We can... All right. Sonic says, I think you got on Adam's bad side. No, you didn't. It takes a lot to get on my bad side. This is a discussion. Just because it gets heated does not mean I dislike you. It means that we are having an interesting discussion. This is way more interesting than being like, so, did you ever play the Wii? Yeah, I've played the fucking Wii. It sucks. That's not a discussion. This is a discussion, and it's interesting. Look at how everybody's kind of participating and everybody has a thought on it. That's an interesting discussion. If people are getting emotional about it, heated, there's thought process going through it, that means it's a good discussion. Have you really been streaming for 7 hours? I guess so. My record is 10 and a half, but I don't think we're going to make that. Sorry I even brought up fanboys. It's so fascinating to me. Dude, it's fascinating to all of us. JB Hufflepuff or whatever the fuck from Finn Nutty says Adam loves peanuts, which is... I like the food, like if we're going to be serious for everybody who doesn't understand the Discord joke. But peanuts as the context of the Discord, which is a bunch of, let's say, less intelligent people, which is just two. No, you guys suck. Well, you don't suck as much as the other one. You're a nice guy, but you're also not super intelligent in a nice way. I know I sound like a dick to everybody else, but he knows I'm just kidding. It's very weird to see an old video of yours and you had no beard. Yeah, there was like a brief minute there, like I think like half a year where I was just like, oh, I'm gonna do the stuff where my face is on camera, but I decided not to have a beard at that point. Whatever. I think the one that people remember the most from that era is probably the when the Wii Mini came out, the red one, which at the time was a Canadian exclusive, so I bought one in Canada. I did an unboxing of it, and that I didn't have the beard in that. Crusher Bad says, I love the Atari Jaguar. I have a Jaguar poster in my office at work. Objectively a bad console that failed hard. Crusher Bad has a full Jaguar set. Now, I understand him when he says this, because he is not sitting there saying just because that's his favorite console, he is not sitting there claiming it's the greatest console ever made and that it beats every other console ever produced. That's not how logic works. That's how fanboy dipshits work. There's a huge difference. Crusher Bad, I got you, son. Dave is back. Dude, you abandoned me. And yes, I'm still streaming. I kind of need to pee again, though. But I need someone to back me up. I need someone... Who's around? My cousin just texted me, how's the live stream going? I'm like, I'm still doing it. I'm going to text him back. He's going to be like, you're fucking retarded. I'm like, yep, sorry. Okay. Oh, damn, you still on? I'm always on, man. I never stop. They never let me die. No, I'm just kidding. What's the longest you've let the beard grow? I used to be more aggressive about it. There was a couple of years in some of those older videos where it was pretty bad. Call Rob. Rob was on earlier. Cax117 Super Chats. Rank the generations 1 to 9 for you personally. Dude, that's a tall order. I'm starting to fade too much for that to be possible. I'll do a few of them. The 6th gen and the 4th gen are by far my two favorites. And you ask me on any given day, it's going to swap between the two. Today, it's going to be 6th gen is the best, then 4th gen. After that, it's probably like 5th gen or 7th gen. Probably 7th gen. 7th, 5th, 8th, 3rd, 9th, 2nd, 1st. Go with that. The first is essentially the worst one because it's just Pong. It's one game. If you like Pong, then it kicks ass, but Pong is on every generation. 91 people in the chat. Yes, there are. Dave's here. Dave, let me. Finn, JB Hufflepuff, Adam Retirement Fund. Thank you, appreciate that. I'm calling you JB Hufflepuff because you have to change your name to Finn Nutty for it to really work. James Super Chats. How long will Microsoft support Xbox since they're non-profitable, and why can't Xbox make a profit? That is a long question, but thank you for the Super Chat. So how do I even approach this? So Xbox historically has not made money. The original Xbox, long story short, by the end of it, they were negative $4.4 billion in the hole. The Xbox 360 would have turned a profit, but because of the Red Rings of Death, it basically ended up being in the hole about another $1 billion. So they entered the Xbox One being down like $5.5 billion. I don't think the Xbox One ended up making a profit, at least on hardware. That's where it gets confusing because they started being more secretive about their numbers. I'm guessing, though, that even now at this point in time, Microsoft has still not actually made a profit on the Xbox. But to their credit, they're way more supportive of their history than anybody else. Nintendo just resells you their history, and Sony seems to just pretend like they didn't make other consoles. So I don't know. Hard to say how long they'll go for, but hopefully for a while. Thank you for the Super Chat. CAC Super Chats as well. So the 4th and 6th generations both have 4 good consoles, but do you personally like the GameCube PS2 more than the Neo Geo and TurboGrafx 16? Honestly, yes. Because I can tell you many games I've enjoyed on the GameCube and the PlayStation 2. And as much as I think the Neo Geo AES and the TurboGrafx 16 are great consoles, I'd be lying if I said I sat down and played a ton with them. So there you go. Super Chat from Lodmod says, damn Lodmod, you got so much fucking money, dude. Lucky you. Lodmod Super Chats kind of reminds me when I was a diehard fanboy of the Atari VCS. Dude, this dude did a live stream of the Atari VCS unboxing and supported it on Indiegogo. Then I allowed Logic to enter my aura, and today I would never recommend it. Surprised I got a working unit. Yeah, dude, that's kind of on you. You bought Atari, you made them make garbage, then you got drunk and forgot you owned Atari, then you bought it from yourself, and then you got drunk and forgot you owned it. No wonder, it's like there's a bunch of missing pieces there just because you get drunk too much. And you have too much money and you don't know what to do. You just make mistakes. It happens, man. It happens to the best of us. Dave, I just got a message from my buddy in Guam. Dave, I need you to hop in here. Help me out. I need to go pee. Squeaky chair. Squeaky chair always / Jason, who apparently called me a fucking neckbeard. Which is fine. I do have a neck and I have a beard. I don't understand why that's supposed to be an insult. I mean, I get it historically. It's a neckbeard is usually a common phrase like for fat dork who doesn't know what he's talking about. So if that's what you meant, go fuck yourself. But I don't think it's really what you meant, Dave or Jason, whatever the fuck your name is, because you strike me as a little bit better than that because you can acknowledge squeaky chairs. Sick Nick says he sent me the link to the Godzilla thing. I don't know where you sent it, so I haven't really looked. But if it's not, I don't see it in the Discord. That's the only place I've got open at the moment. Dave. PM me on Discord. Give me your phone number. Who owns the rights to the Aki N64 wrestling game? Why haven't there been good wrestling games? I don't know anything about that situation, my friend. Dave says Puzzle Bobble on the Neo Geo is his shit. Well, that could be. Maybe he can elaborate on it in a minute because I really need to pee. Come on, Dave. Don't leave me hanging here. Don't go all leafy poo on me. For those who don't understand that reference, because it was like 7 hours ago, Leafy Poo was like, dude, I'll relieve you. Just call me up. And I kept calling him, and he never picked up. What do you think about the idea of having Macaulay Culkin play Hydro Man in a movie called Spider-Man Home Alone? Dude, I literally tweeted that, and I talked about it on this same stream. It's like my idea. I tweeted at Macaulay Culkin that should happen. JB Hufflepuff, Super Chats, favorite N-Gage game. You know what's funny? As much as I like the N-Gage, I'm not super familiar with, like, I haven't played a ton of it extensively, so I guess I kind of have to default to Sonic N just because I have played it a lot. But it's not the best game on that system. All right, I'm going to call Dave right now. Dave, you're going to pick up. Don't Lodmot me here. Damn, I'm missing a ton of phone calls and stuff while I've been doing this. Everybody's like suddenly wanting to talk to me. What the hell's up with that? Okay. Where are you at, Dave? I'm not going to say your number out loud because I don't think you'd like that. So, okay. We're calling Dave, everybody. So Dave is from Georgia.
Hello.
Dave, what's up, man?
How you doing?
All right, I'm putting you on speakerphone, so mute the stream if you haven't already done that.
I've already done that. Yeah,
Right,
I know what's coming.
You got to pay attention to the chat and entertain the folks. Tell them about peaches or whatever the fuck it is you like. And I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. So everybody be nice to Dave. He's a good boy. I'll be right back.
Good boy. Hey, folks. What's up? I'm trying to find what to talk about here. I think I might be a little behind. But I guess I'll talk about... what's up?
The Neo Geo game, Puzzle Bobble.
Oh, yeah. So Puzzle Bobble. So the reason I never had an AES, but the Puzzle Bobble, what that's from is... my family's in Puerto Rico, right? And there was a pizza place. I know Adam talks about not getting pizza anywhere else, but that place, other than like Illinois or wherever. But anyway... but Puzzle Bobble there was a arcade machine in this pizza place in Puerto Rico where I would go down there to see family and stuff. There was an arcade machine. It had Puzzle Bobble. It had Metal Slug. It was just a really cool thing, and I wasted probably a lot of quarters on that. But it was really, really fun, and so I have kind of a special place in my heart for that game, even though I'm not really big into puzzle games, but it's really fun though. Favorite Outkast song? That is probably something that I should answer because that's, as a Georgian, kind of like Grits in that video. I should probably have a favorite Outkast song, but I don't really listen to them. It sounds like a something that I should probably have, but I don't have that. So sorry. Lodmot, I'm doing good, man. How are you? What'd you get? Okay. Thoughts on the Falcons? Okay, here we go. Sports stuff. Here's what I can do. The Falcons suck ass. My team is the Raiders, so they suck even more ass. So I couldn't really tell you anything about the Falcons being about the Falcons, but they did blow a lead in the Super Bowl, so I can't. That did hurt. That one night. Just as in Atlanta, that was just really bad just to watch. The blow at 28-3 lead in the Super Bowl, that was really bad. Let's see what else. The Broncos, don't even get me started, buddy. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm back.
All right.
What's up? How are things going?
Good. I'm gonna go to bed pretty soon. I'm not right now. I can stay up a little bit, but like I gotta go to bed pretty soon because I have to wake up at 4 a.m. to go to work. But thankfully, my schedule's going to change, so I won't have to do that anymore. Thank God.
Yeah.
Shit. But yeah, your chat's being really nice to me, so thank you very much.
Yeah, that's right. You guys were. I could have. I had to put the fear of me in them, but as long as they treated you well, that's all right.
Yeah. Go Atlanta United. Yeah. Thrashers. R.I.P. Yeah, I can go on here, but this guy tried to egg me on with the Broncos. I was about to go in. Someone asked me about the Falcons, and I almost went into hand egg stuff in your chat. So
yeah, that's no good. You don't want to do that. You don't want to kill the fan base.
I guess it's good that I didn't do that. But
yeah. Hand egg bad. That's basically the consensus.
Yeah, there's some people in your Discord. There are some people. I guess I have to. I don't want to agree with Peanut on anything, but I guess that's something we both like that. I guess
that's your fault, man. You created him.
Allegedly, I didn't really.
We know you did. Come on, you
I
just gotta
mean,
admit. Sometimes it's good to admit your mistakes so you can learn from them.
I guess so. I mean, I do. I think Finutti's a good dude. Though. I like him.
Yeah, Finn Nutty's the good one. He's not the other one.
Yeah, he's at least a little bit. He's a little more tolerable, but other Peanut is kind of
not. Yeah,
he's not tolerable.
Yeah.
Well, as in Game Machine, I was talking about there was a Neo Geo. There was an arcade machine in a pizza place in Puerto Rico that I would go frequent a lot. So that's kind of where I get my love for Puzzle Bobble from, is from that game.
Mm-hmm.
So
well, that's good.
That thing. Yeah.
So at some point I'm going to come back to Atlanta and I'll bring the Sega Pluto with me, and then you can see that. You'll have fun.
Dude, that would be so cool. We're gonna take the picture, because that Pluto is probably, like I said before in the Discord, that Pluto is probably more well traveled than like most people in this country.
You know what's really funny? So it's funny you mentioned that. So actually, Roger just joined the chat. Hi, Roger. He's the owner of the Pluto, and he actually asked me the exact same question recently. And I had to I actually sat down and I had to make a map of everywhere that it's been. Let me see if I still have it. I might have deleted. Oh yeah, no, I still have it. So it has been to Madison, Wisconsin, Chicago, Illinois, Portland, Maine, just technically over the border in New Hampshire. It's been to Kansas City, Missouri, Kansas City, Kansas, Dallas, and that whole area, Las Vegas, Modesto, California, San Francisco, California, Oakland, California, Sacramento, California, all the way up through like it was a drive. So it's been to Bend, Oregon, Portland, Oregon, Astoria, Oregon, all the way through Washington. So like Seattle, Yakima, and all that sort of stuff, as well as Vancouver, Canada, and Point Roberts, Washington.
Yeah. So yeah, you're just missing the Southeast, man. That's all. That's where you're missing.
We're missing a lot of the world, but we'll get there. At least it's gone international. So that's
shoot. Okay,
it's been to Canada. It's been to Canada.
It has been to Canada. That's true. I forgot about that. Yeah. So yeah, we gotta. So yeah, we're gonna take that picture in front of the Carter Center.
Oh hell yeah.
We're gonna do that when we're gonna get in finally to the.
And we'll see if we can get Jimmy Carter to pose with it. That'll be good.
That'd be great.
Oh my god, dude! Imagine if we did that.
There's no way.
Roger, are you cool with us getting Jimmy Carter to hold the Pluto? Let us know. I'm just
dude,
kidding.
I would fucking die. if Jimmy Carter was actually there.
He's like holding the Pluto for us, like
the damn thing.
Mr. President, I know this is really weird, but will you hold this weird machine you don't understand? All right.
Yeah, and I bet he'd do it.
Oh, I'm sure he would.
Yeah.
But anyway, so yeah, we'll see. I don't know. There's no specific plan. All I can tell you, anybody out there who's interested in seeing the Pluto, which is right here, right now, the next stop at 100% is going to St. Louis in February for the Mo Game Con Junior. So if you want to go to that, it'll be there, and you can play it and see it and all that sort of stuff. It'll be there for you. At some vague point, it'll probably make its way down to Atlanta, because uniquely, flights between Atlanta and Chicago are a joke, like how expensive they are, which is not expensive, because they're America's two biggest airports. So you'd be stunned how cheap flights are between the two. Like literally, Dave remembers. I flew down there. I did a round trip for $49 just to get fried chicken.
Yeah, I still look. I admire that, but I'm sorry, I could not just go to a place just for fried chicken.
Yeah, I'm a lunatic, but I'm fine with that. I don't care.
That's fine.
It's interesting content.
I will definitely start taking advantage of the fact that Hartsfield Jackson is in my vicinity, because I do need to take advantage of that.
Yeah, dude, we got to go down to Puerto Rico. You got to hit up the Mofongo Alliance.
Oh my God, yes.
Yeah,
me, you, and Kevin.
Oh hell yeah! We'll figure that all out. Vladmot's paying for it, so don't worry about it.
Heck yeah.
Yeah.
You're on the tab, Vladmot.
Oh, that's easy. Vladmot gets drunk and he just gives you his credit card and he's like, I got no spending limit. And we're like, okay, man.
Yeah. All
right, dude. I'll talk to you later. Sleep tight.
All right. See ya.
Later. Bye. So that was Dave, everybody. And the coolest thing about Dave is that he doesn't like Wonder Woman 84 because he's not brain dead, unlike certain Rob Thanoses. Anyway, hi. How are you doing? So I'm back. I'm now officially on the third coffee. Are you guys still into this? Should I keep going? Like, what do you want me to do? I don't know what you guys want. You guys got to tell me things. I guess I'll just look at texts or something, while I wait. GameCube imports you recommend. That's a good one. I can't see my collection off the top of my head, so I'll come up with just a couple. Obviously, Franklin the Turtle from France is the greatest game ever produced by human beings. It has no right to be that good. We are not worthy of it, but you got to get that. The only other European exclusive kind of worth anything is Franklin. Or Franklin tells you exactly what I think. Doshin the Giant, which technically had a Japanese release, but the European version's better because it's in English. The Japanese stuff is a whole different minefield of extra options. It's got many shoot 'em ups that we never got over here. Star Soldier is a really good one. I recommend that. What the fuck was it? Dream Mix TV. It's like a Super Smash Brothers game, like a clone, but it uses a bunch of characters that there's no way they could have brought it over here, like Optimus Prime, Megatron, Solid Snake. There's a whole Barbie, like a bunch of random characters that are in there in a weird fighting game. That's a really cool one. I would say start with those. Angry Koralik is here. I'm not angry. I'm full of chemicals. I'm full of caffeine and sleep deprivation. Man, I'm hungry. Like I was sitting there thinking like maybe I should make some food, but then I realized like I have nothing I could just make right away. Favorite British monarch? Is it King James II, the one who surrendered? Let's go with him, because America. Put Dave in your podcast because he seems pretty cool. I mean, that's up to you guys. We can replace Rob. Rob's dead weight, right, Rob? You're probably watching, or you're not. If Sega wanted to buy the Pluto, would you sell it to them? It's not mine to sell. It's Roger's, and he's the one in the chat. Although I've talked to people at Sega, they have no interest in it. They don't care. It doesn't mean anything to them. There's a con in Atlanta in May called MomoCon. Would the Pluto be available for that? Actually, it was funny. I was invited to that quite a few years ago, but I couldn't go because it conflicted with something else I was scheduled to do. The way that works, dude, is you have to talk to the convention, say that you want me there, say that you want the Pluto there, and then tell them to reach out. If they do it, it's easy enough to arrange. Do you mean George III? Maybe. Whichever George surrendered and America became a country, that's the best British monarch because he recognized it. Kidvid says, review something. Well, Roger, what do you want me to review? I'm reviewing my burps. They're full of gas. Dave is podcast worthy. I don't know. All right. It doesn't matter to me. Don't get rid of Rob, but I would like Dave too. Dude, so Rob is DLC. He's a Patreon tier. Like, if there's enough Patreon funding, then Rob sticks around. I mean, I guess we could raise it to bring Dave on as a new goal. I don't know. You're also assuming that Dave would even want to do it. How many people can say they've played the Nintendo, PlayStation, and the Pluto? I can say it if I come to Mo GameCon. Not many. Obviously I did. But the truth is not many people have played the Pluto because it's only been playable at 2 conventions. Now, to be fair, one of them was at Kansas City Retro, which had quite a few spillover from Mo GameCon, and the Nintendo PlayStation had been to that at one point. So it's possible there's a couple. But I would say the number is probably like maybe 3 people. Southern Fried Game Expo. Dude, Dave, again, the same thing applies. Message people who run conventions. Say, I want this dork. Show him my channel. Show him the Pluto. Be like, he's got this thing. He's willing to bring it. Talk to him. It's really that simple. Like, if you do that, they just go like, oh, well, we'll look into it. And then they decide. It's not usually up to people like me to contact a convention and be like, hey, bring me to your show. That's not how it works. Have you played the Home Alone games on Genesis? I'm saying Genesis because I refuse to call it on Sega because that doesn't make sense. Yes. I like the first one better. Any other random prototypes that exist? In the world or in my apartment? Yes to both, I guess, but nothing that exceptionally interesting. Imagine if someone hacked the original PlayStation controller to work on the Nintendo PlayStation. Isn't that already a thing? Like, you can use, there's PlayStation to like SNES adapters. Doesn't that already thing? I mean, it would just work. Do you have the dates for Mo Game Con Jr.? Yes, I do. February 26th. It's a Saturday. Why no Sega Uranus? I think the answers to that is pretty obvious. So I'm kind of thinking maybe I'll cut this off at 9 o'clock. It's now 8:42. Whatever you guys think. As I admit, I'm starting to get a little bit more like... All right, no offense to your question, Ed, but when we're down to the point of does your home insurance cover your games, that's when you know we've kind of run out of stuff. The answer is nope. Because it would raise my insurance rates. When's the Sega Mars coming out? It did in 1994. It's called the 32X. Open up a 32X, look at the PCB. It says Mars on it. You're welcome, Joseph. You need a break. No, I mean, that's the break, is just stopping. I'll just go over and, like, eat something and watch TV and then go to bed. Did I watch the new South Park special, the post-COVID one? Yeah, I did. It was alright. Should I crack a Rockstar energy drink in solidarity with you drinking that coffee? That's totally on you, son. I don't know what plans you have. Crazy and angry. I'm assuming that's referring to me. Dude, I'm essentially starting to suffer from hypoxia because I'm constantly talking and not breathing normally. So that's been the case for... It'll be 8 hours by 9 o'clock. That and you're just constantly chemically packed with caffeine. I'm now on my third coffee that's this big. Like, this is filled to the top. As a result, you start to get a little weird. Would you ever want to meet Shigeru Miyamoto, and can he hold the Pluto? Well, first of all, that's not my decision. That's Roger's. Second of all, I didn't meet him, but I have been like 5 feet away from him because I was at Ubisoft brought me out to E3 once, and I got to sit in their stage like the year that Shigeru Miyamoto came out and revealed they were doing like a Rabbids crossover. They had me seated on the aisle, and he ran down the aisle like during that. So technically, I was like within 5 feet of him, but it doesn't really mean anything. How are you played Sonic 06? What, Andrew? Here's a fun fact. Sonic 06 was the game to celebrate the 15th anniversary of Sonic the Hedgehog, and that game itself is over 15 years old. Old. Sega Mercury is the Game Gear. If GTA 3 would have landed on the Dreamcast, would Sega still be making consoles? I've often wondered the same thing myself, and the truth is, I kind of doubt it, because I'm guessing the GTA 3 would not have run as smoothly on the Dreamcast as it would have on the PlayStation 2 or the original Xbox, and probably would have been a multi-disc game, just because the Dreamcast was not really great with persistent loading, so I'm guessing it wouldn't have quite operated as well as it did on those consoles. Did I have a good childhood? I think so. Make a video where all the Sega Planet systems align? I don't know what that means. I'm old. Yeah, me too, dude. I just turned 35. I'm basically dead. You realize you double that's 70, and then nobody lives past 70. You just die. So unless you're Jimmy Carter, you don't live past 70. So I'm mostly dead. But yeah, I'm thinking we're gonna call it in 14 minutes. We'll do our nice little even number ending for Christmas at the 9 o'clock point. What if the GTA games were exclusive on Xbox in the 6th gen? So the funny thing about that is people forget that Sony actually had exclusivity to GTA stuff in that generation. And the creative wizards at Rockstar found a loophole to get out of that contract. And it was kind of hilarious. All they had to do was change a couple of things, like the main characters' shoes were different colors and stuff like that, and that allowed them to bring GTA 3 and Vice City specifically over to the original Xbox while not violating the contract, which I thought was hilarious at the time. Because like, why? I don't know what the original loophole was, but like, how changing the character's shoe color would somehow allow the game to work, I don't know, but that's what happened. And I'm glad they did that too, because those original Xbox versions, and obviously not including the PC versions, are really the definitive console editions of those games, because the actual like Rockstar approved, definitive editions are just trash. You'll be 37 in February. Yeah, dude, now you can finally live up the Clerks meme. 37. Nine is an odd number. That is correct. It is not an even number. Is the iPhone 13 Pro the perfect smartphone? All right, so here's the thing about Apple stuff. Every single thing that they make is terrible. That's the end of that. Apple products are shit in almost every conceivable possible way. I don't know what else you're expecting. They're just shit. I stated the GTA story because Rockstar approached Microsoft for GTA 3 to be a launch exclusive, and Microsoft said no. I've never heard that before, but okay. That could be true. I legit don't know. I've never heard that. You said you'd do an even number ending at 9, but 9 is an odd number. Well, technically, I would have been streaming. Well, first of all, 9, semicolon 00, 9 o'clock would be an even number overall because of the zeros, I guess. But also, then it would have been 8 hours, which is also in of itself an even number. Yeah, Laudmod agrees that Apple is shit, and he owns Apple. Do you have a Nokia phone? No, I have a Google Pixel 6 Pro. I did have a Nokia phone. I was actually one of like the 4 people on Earth who had an N-Gage when it was actually a commercially relevant phone. It's on the Power On documentary. Well, like I said a couple times in the stream, I haven't watched that yet, but that's cool to know. I asked you a question prior to the start of the show. I know you don't like handheld gaming, but if you had to pick a favorite, which is it? I don't dislike handhelds. That's a common misconception. It's because I never really cover it. All I've ever really said about it is like, yeah, the content is fine, but I own a television. Like if I can play a game on a TV instead of on a tiny little screen, yeah, that's what I'm going to do. That being the case, as far as the game libraries and which ones I've had the most fun with, the original Game Boy is like by far my favorite. I mean, yeah, there's not really any competition there for me. Do you know the Xbox got offered to have an exclusive rights to GTA 3, but they declined? That's Andre, sorry. That's what he just said. And as I said, if that's in the Power On document, I haven't watched it yet, so I don't know. Google Pixel is awesome. Do you use Google Fi International Service? Not that I'm aware of. I just have Verizon. So I haven't attempted to use Google Fi. Although I kind of recall some sort of notification when I was in Canada, but I could just be misremembering that. Do you have a Stadia? No, I don't. Although Crusher Bad, I don't know if you're still in here, but Crusher Bad does. I saw his video on it. It's not a console, it's a controller and a shitty service. Did I have any handhelds as a kid? And also, wasn't GTA 3 a Dreamcast exclusive? First of all, GTA 3 never came out on Dreamcast, although it was going to be on the Dreamcast, but it wouldn't have been exclusive to it. And did I have any handhelds as a kid? Of course I did. The Game Boy, the Game Boy Color. I had a few others. I'd have to go back and look, but I think I had a Game Gear at one point. Crusher Bad Super Chats. I used to work for Apple Care phone support during the iPhone 6 Bendgate, and Apple instructed us the phone bends because of third-party cases. So basically, yeah, Apple told everybody to just lie about how shitty their products are. Not surprising. Crusher Bad, thank you very much for the super chat. Chat. Can't English now. It's great for travelers like you. I'd love to, but at the moment, kind of hard because you can't really go international right now. It's just travel restrictions suck. Yeah, GTA 2 came out on the Dreamcast, that's for sure. If Yu Suzuki called you and said he wants you to play Rio in Shenmue 4, and he wanted to 3D scan your body to replace Rio in the game, you would have to use your normal voice for Rio. Would you accept? Absolutely not. For a million reasons. Not least of which, I know that Yu Suzuki personally, so I know he wouldn't do that, because he would have to be like having an aneurysm to think that that was a good idea. Secondly, it would be incredibly insulting to the franchise to just do something that absurd. Thirdly, that would be a huge insult to Corey, who is a friend of mine. Fourthly, it just wouldn't make any sense. And fifth, who the hell wants to like walk around as a chubby bearded white guy and say, "Oh, that's Rio now"? I mean, you want to talk whitewashing in movies? That's pretty damn literal. So no. Yeah, Sadocles is heading out. Good night. All right. We're basically getting down to final call here because I'm gonna go in a few minutes, I think. So, last chance for super chats, PayPal's, all that sort of stuff. Thank you very much for the support. Much appreciated. Any last chance to ask questions and all that sort of stuff. Did you get your booster? I'm assuming you're referring to the COVID-19 booster. Yes, I actually got mine back in September. I'm actually getting dangerously close to being eligible for the fourth one, but not for a few more months. Although that program hasn't rolled out in the U.S. anyway. What's your favorite phone brand? Just out of curiosity. I have a soft spot for Motorola, but Samsung has got it pretty good over the years. Pixel is what I've been using the last 2 cycles. Before that, I was doing Droids. And then before that, you actually have to go all the way back to my N-Gage. Like, I don't get a new phone very often, so I don't know if I have any great brand loyalty. I guess now it would be the Pixels. That's really only because the Droids ceased to exist, mostly. Holy crap, you're still streaming? Yeah, you get used to that. Although I'm not gonna be going for much longer. I'm pretty much tapping out here in the next couple of minutes. So again, last call for everything. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. We're not done with content. I still got a couple more videos coming up before the end of the year, but the stream is nearing its end. Could Sonic Extreme save Sega if they just made it? No. I don't think that would have... I think it would have helped the Saturn, but it would have had to have come out way earlier. Like, it would have had to... I'm not going to say a launch title, but at least launch window. And that was the mistake they made, and they recognized it, hence Sonic Adventure was readily available for all regional launches. What happens with number 5? There's only 4 spots in a vaccine card. Well, they can do this thing where it's called printing another card. I guess. I don't run the program, but I don't think it's that complicated. I'll be in Nebraska the weekend of Mo GameCon Jr. Any chance of the Pluto being at Midwest Gaming Classic? Should I ask him? Always ask him, dude. I'm not opposed. It's up to the cons. It's not up to me. I still use the original Pixel 1 XL. It still runs well. Actually, I have mine in the other room. I actually booted it up today just to update it and stuff. I've been using it actively until like a couple weeks ago when I finally got the Pixel 6. 4th booster. Why do you have so many damn shots? I already have 3. Well, let me rephrase this. Like, I'm no scientist, I'm no chemist, all that, but basically boosters are kind of like cleaning your room. You can't say, hey, I cleaned my room once. Why do I ever have to clean again? Because it gets dirty. That's all it is. immunization just doesn't last forever. It can't. It's not magic. So the problem with COVID is it's a particularly strong thing, and it requires repeats. Again, no scientist, no doctor. Don't listen to me for medical advice, but it's pretty much as simple as that. Game on Expo in Phoenix. Again, I'd love to go. I know that one. I talked to John Lester about it briefly once, aka Games 31, and he said something about wanting to have me there, but it felt kind of just like a generic, hey, that'd be cool, as opposed to like any real plan. So send the guy a message and say, hey, I'd love to see Koralik there and have him bring the Pluto and all that. And if he wants that to happen, all he's got to do is message me. He knows that. Would you agree the Saturn is the most underrated Sega console? Oh, by far. It doesn't really have any competition, though. Like, people they really like the Genesis, they really like the Dreamcast, usually. Master System, I think, is really only appreciated in Europe and South America, or at least parts of South America. But it's not actually that great of a system. Kind of like the NES. Like, everybody loves the NES, whatever. Saturn, though, is like a legitimately good console that everybody, for some reason, remembers as like this piece of crap. But it really is quite good. James Super Chats, could they have made Sonic Heroes for Sega Dreamcast? From a technological perspective, yes. From a marketing perspective, sure. It could have happened. It's just that by the time they were doing that, Sega was no longer making first-party software. Thank you for the Super Chat. 2 minutes, guys, and then I'm pulling the plug. So let's go out with one last good question. Well, that's what we'll do. Progressive G, don't worry. I know about the Pixel 6, the Pixel 1 thing. Don't worry. I know. Unlimited cloud. I know. We put the Christmas hat on for the last question. I'll have it put out with my mom's name on it, just so in honor of my late mother. Let's see here. Come on, guys. Give me one finale question. Let's go. I'm not going to include this one because I answered it in the video, but I'll try once more. Hack the fat PS3 UK launch model or get a fully hacked slim PS3. Will play the PS2 games fully once hacked or to have the same restrictions. The UK launch model is going to do it better because it has partial hardware and partial emulation, whereas the slim one is pure emulation, so this is certainly not going to work as well. I mentioned that in the video, so I'm not even going to count that. Alright, we'll go with this. How's the traveling and eating channel going? It's going fine. I want more people to subscribe to it. I want to really get it off the ground. No pun intended on that. So far, I'm kind of happy with how many people are actually watching it. Because I understood going into it, it's niche. Because it's not targeted specifically at, like, any one thing. It's more like you're just kind of watching a travel vlog and all the craziness that happens along there, which has an inherently unclickable search term. As opposed to, like, let's review the world of Coca-Cola or something like that. That's a bit different. So that being the case, I'm content with where it is. It would have been nice if it had picked up a little faster, but it is what it is. So I'm okay with it, and I'm going to keep putting content on it for now anyway. I have no reason to stop. I'm hoping that it gets more successful, but yeah, where it is right now, given how young the channel is totally fine. So I hope you guys will check that out. I appreciate the support over there. Just make sure you like and comment over there and just watch stuff. It's super appreciated. It's the big thing right now actually is that the channel isn't monetized yet because it just doesn't have the watch hours because there's just not enough content on it. So if you guys do me a favor, watch the videos and just have it play it. There's a playlist. Let it run. Get the watch hours up so I can monetize it, because once it's monetized, YouTube has a reason to recommend it, and it all kind of goes from there, hopefully, theoretically. We got a couple of last-minute super chats. I'm going to do this, and then we're going to call it a night. Crusher Bad 64. Well, first of all, let's go with Cax first, just because this is a quick point. Cax super chat says, all right, I emailed Midwest Gaming Classic to bring you as a guest. Thank you very much, Cax. Hopefully that works out. Crusher Bad 64 super chats and says, any regretful gaming stories? Merry Christmas. So it's funny you asked this. So I talk about this on the next podcast, so I'm going to save it a little bit. But on the next podcast, which comes out in 2 days from now, is already out for Patreon backers. I tell the story of the one time I ever sold any of my games to buy the next thing, and why I learned never to do that ever again. And to this day, there's only one game I ever sold off that I never managed to rebuy. I'll leave that as a little teaser for that. So hopefully you guys will check out the next podcast. I'm sure you'll like that little story. So that's it, guys. Thank you very much for watching the stream, participating, being there. It's been ridiculous. It's been 8 hours. Jesus. Merry Christmas to all, and to all a good night. Thank you. Like, comment, subscribe, and all that sort of stuff. Information is in the description: Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, Discord, Patreon, etc. The new channel as well. Thank you very much. Have a good night, everybody, and Merry Christmas to all of you.